Sapphire Conway had left early for Milan, tied up in meetings with his assistant Nicole. Knowing his workaholic tendencies, I didn't expect him back until evening, so I headed to the stables. 6 horses meant 6 personalities to manage, each demanding attention in their own way. I shoveled manure, raked soiled hay, and scrubbed water troughs until my arms ached. Marco leaned against the stall door, arms crossed. "Sapphire, leave the dirty work to me." "I like it," I said, filling the freshly cleaned trough. He smirked. "A woman like you shouldn't be elbow-deep in horse muck." I rolled my eyes. Conway already treated me like some delicate trophy. A real woman isn't afraid of a little dirt. "Fair enough," he chuckled. I led Aptos, the gentle brown mare, back into her stall. She nuzzled my hand before I shut the gate, her dark eyes following me. Next was Carbine, a moody black stallion who turned his back the second he saw me. Marco blocked my path. "Not him, he's got a temper." "I can handle it. Conway will have my head if you get hurt," he said, half joking but firm. "Let's not test that theory." "Fine." I backed off, settling for grooming lady instead. By evening, my clothes were a lost cause, filthy with hay, dust, and things I didn't want to name. I tossed them into the designated hamper Dante's rules and scrubbed off the grime in a scalding shower. My room was lavish, plush bedding, a sitting area, even American TV channels. Conway's idea of generosity, I guess. The irony wasn't lost on me. A gilded cage, but a cage all the same. Learning Italian might have been practical, but why bother? I wasn't going anywhere. Not unless Conway decided otherwise, and something told me that wouldn't be any time soon. Funny how gratitude and resignation can feel so similar. A part of me couldn't help but imagine a different life, one where none of this had happened. What if I'd stayed in school, graduated, and built a normal future? What if my brother hadn't gotten tangled up with dangerous people? What if I weren't trapped in Conway's world, living under his roof? Maybe I'd have met someone real, fallen in love, had a family. But those were just empty dreams now, and dwelling on them only made the ache worse. My mind shifted to Knuckles, replaying Conway's recent words about him. Knuckles was furious, humiliated, really, that Conway had outmaneuvered him. Losing me wasn't just about control, it was a blow to his ego. The thought of being under that man's touch, his gaze, made my skin crawl. At least with Conway, there was something else, something twisted but undeniable. The bedroom door swung open, and there he stood, dressed in a sharp navy suit, looking like he'd just stepped out of a boardroom. No greeting, no smirk, just those cold green eyes locked onto me like a predator sizing up prey. The air crackled with tension, and I couldn't tell if he was angry or just hungry. I froze, still wrapped in a towel, damp hair clinging to my shoulders. Then he moved. In seconds, he had me pinned against the wall, ripping the towel away before pressing his body into mine. His grip on my neck was rough, his kiss brutal, like he'd been starving for weeks. And despite everything, I kissed him back, my fingers tangling in his hair, my body arching against his. His jacket hit the floor, then his tie, and I tore at his shirt, desperate to feel his skin. But then I saw it, the smudge of lipstick on his neck. Jealousy hit me like a punch to the gut. While I'd been mucking out stables, some woman had been tasting him, marking him. The hypocrisy burned. He took my virginity, claimed me, and then what? Slipped off to some photo shoot fling. I shoved him back hard, my voice sharp. "That's not how this works, asshole." He staggered, blinking at me like I'd just spoken in riddles. He took another step back, his entire body coiled tight with barely restrained anger. Every muscle stood out in sharp relief, his sculpted frame betraying his emotions without a word. The guy looked like he'd been carved from marble, too perfect to be real. "Fine, have me," he snapped. "But don't expect me to sit back while you play around with your models. If that's how this works, you're wrapping it up. I'm not risking anything." A condom. Like that would fix this. He'd been the one to take my first time, making it sweet and slow because he knew that's what I wanted. Maybe I'd been naive, reading too much into it. He never promised exclusivity, but if he was in my bed every night, why would he need anyone else? His hands dropped to his sides, irritation darkening his expression. What the hell are you even talking about? I jabbed a finger at my own neck. Next time, wipe off the lipstick before you walk in, honey. The words tasted bitter, like I was some desperate housewife waiting for her cheating husband to slink home. He rubbed his neck, then froze when his fingers came away smudged with red. His eyes flicked to mine, realization dawning. A smirk tugged at his lips. Cute, didn't know you cared this much. Jealousy has nothing to do with it, I shot back. I'm just sick of your crap. Same difference. His grin widened, infuriatingly smug. I yanked the towel tighter around me and turned to leave. You're unbelievable, get out. I stormed toward the living room, needing space, needing a door to slam between us. But he was right behind me, not letting me shut him out. Look, this isn't what you think. Oh, so now I'm imagining things? His grip locked around my elbow, wrenching me back. The towel hit the floor before I could grab it. Models kiss me, you've seen it. Doesn't mean I slept with them. Part of me wanted to believe him. The other part hated myself for even considering it. I twisted free, but he hauled me against him, his hold unbreakable. Listen, Muse, he growled. If I wanted someone else, I wouldn't hide it. I don't care if it hurts you. I do what I want. You're the one who has to stay loyal. That was the deal, that's why I own you. It stung, even if it was the truth. You're a real piece of work. His laugh was sharp. What, did you think this was some fairy tale, that I'd be yours forever? Stupid. So stupid. He called me his muse, paid a fortune for me. Of course I thought I meant something. That I'd be enough. If you're with me every night, why bother with anyone else? For a long moment, he just stared, his fingers pressing hard into my skin. His silence was worse than any answer. His talent as a designer wasn't surprising. His unnerving ability to fixate on something without blinking probably helped. You're the only woman I've been with since we met, he said, voice low. But don't twist this into something it's not. You're mine to play with. No one else gets to touch you. But I'll take whoever I want when I feel like it. This isn't commitment. I'd braced for those words, but they still cut deep. Jerking my arm, I tried to break free, but his grip was iron. I don't want anything from you. Condoms are non-negotiable. Except with me. Because you're different. I twisted again, frustration boiling over. And that's supposed to make me feel better. His smirk was infuriating. You're overthinking it, Muse. Then we're using protection too. A dark laugh escaped him. You don't make the rules here, I do. Bullshit. You act like some ruthless tyrant, but you let me push boundaries more than you admit. Finally wrenching free, I snatched the towel from the floor and wrapped it around myself. His expression hardened as he stepped closer, tension rolling off him in waves. You're missing the point. His fingers closed around my elbow, turning me with deceptive gentleness before his grip shifted to my neck. In one brutal motion, he shoved me face first into the couch, the towel slipping away. His pants hit the floor, and then he was on me, pinning me down, my body exposed and vulnerable. No warning, no hesitation. He drove into me with a single thrust, forcing a gasp from my lips. His hand kept my cheek pressed into the cushion as he leaned over, his breath hot against my ear. This is the last time I go easy on you. You're just a pretty thing I paid for. Remember your place. Conway was a paradox. One moment, he treated me like something precious. The next, he tore me down like I was disposable. The money he'd spent on me, the way I fueled his designs, none of it made sense if I was just another toy. But logic didn't matter when he took me like this, rough enough to leave me aching, his words carving deeper than his hands ever could the moment he was done. He yanked on his pants and left without a glance in my direction. Our argument was over, at least for him. I stayed locked in my room the rest of the day, avoiding any chance of running into him. The last thing I needed was to see his smug face, or worse, let him see the shame burning in mine. He'd taken what he wanted, rough and impersonal, shoving my face into the pillow like I was nothing. But then the unthinkable happened. My body betrayed me. I bit back the reaction, but I knew he noticed. Conway always did. Humiliation twisted inside me. How could I respond to someone who treated me like a thing instead of a person? Was I really that broken? A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. Dante's voice filtered through the door. "Dinner's ready, miss." I didn't move from the bed, my eyes fixed on the heavy oak door. Hours of mindless TV and half-hearted reading hadn't dulled the tension coiling in my chest. The idea of sitting across from Conway, pretending everything was fine, made my stomach turn. "Not hungry." Dante didn't walk away. "He's expecting you." "Tell him to choke on his expectations," I snapped, fingers tangling in my hair. Part of me braced for the door to slam open, for Conway's anger to crash over me. My pulse jumped at the thought, even though I hated that I still feared him. Dante exhaled loudly before his footsteps finally retreated. I counted the minutes, waiting for the inevitable, Conway's presence filling the hallway, his shadow stretching under the door. But 30 minutes passed in silence. My stomach growled, but I ignored it, flipping through channels until exhaustion dragged me toward bed. I washed my face, twisted my hair into a messy bun, and peeled back the crisp sheets, just as the floorboards groaned under familiar weight. Like the tremors before a storm, his footsteps sent a chill down my spine. My breath hitched as I stared at the door, knowing there was no lock, no barrier, no escape. The knob turned, and there he was bare-chested, muscles shifting under golden skin, sweatpants hanging low on his hips. Power rolled off him effortlessly, no crown or tailored suit needed. His gaze locked onto mine as he crossed the room in 3 strides. Without a word, he shoved his sweats down, freeing himself, thick, heavy, and unmistakably hard. The first time had left me sore for days, but resistance was pointless. He knew it. I knew it. And when he reached for me, I didn't fight. No matter how furious I was, he always got his way. Just hours before, he'd taken control, reminding me exactly where I stood, beneath him. The sheets slid off my legs as he yanked me to the edge of the bed, leaving me exposed. My nightgown was long, but that didn't stop him. He stripped away my underwear, shoved the fabric up past my waist, and positioned himself between my thighs. The moment he pushed inside, my body stiffened, unwilling at first, resisting the invasion. But he didn't care. He stretched me open, forcing me to take every inch, filling me in ways I hadn't thought possible. His grip on my hips was ironclad, pulling me flush against him as he started moving. The bed creaked under his weight, the rhythm relentless. At first, it was all friction, all resistance. But then, damn it, my body betrayed me. Heat pooled between my legs, slick and undeniable. I bit my lip, refusing to give him the satisfaction of hearing me, but a choked moan escaped anyway. His hands roamed, rough and demanding, squeezing my breasts until my nipples ached. Then he shifted, hooking my legs over his arms, driving deeper. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and unreadable. No tenderness, no kisses, just possession. My fingers dug into his wrists, the only anchor I had, and somehow, against all reason, the pain faded, replaced by something far more dangerous. Pleasure. A glimpse in the dresser mirror caught my attention, his body, all power and precision, muscles flexing with every thrust. God, it was hypnotic. Eyes on me. His voice cut through the haze, low and commanding. I obeyed. And damn if that wasn't the most terrifying part. How easily I did, his jaw clenched tight, those dark eyes burning into me with a hunger that sent shivers down my spine. His breath came ragged, sweat beading on his forehead as he moved. Damn it, I was losing control. "Stop fighting it," he growled, his voice rough. "Just let go." My fingers dug into his arms as he hit that spot, the one that made my vision blur. "No," I gasped, but it was useless. He drove into me harder, relentless, turning my body into his playground. Every thrust was a command, every moan a demand. I hated how easily he unraveled me, how powerless I felt under his touch. The first time I saw him on screen, I thought he was untouchable, some distant fantasy. Now here he was, making me forget my own name. His groan vibrated against my skin. Muse, you feel so good. Humiliation and desire twisted together. Just finish, I whispered, hating how weak I sounded. He smirked, gripping my hips tighter. Not yet. I tried to resist, but my body betrayed me, arching into him as pleasure crashed over me. His name tore from my lips like a prayer, and for a second I hated myself for it. Then his hand wrapped around my throat, his final thrusts deep and punishing. A low growl escaped him as he spilled inside me, his grip finally loosening. He pulled out without a word, leaving me there, breathless and exposed. No kiss, no lingering touch, just the cold reality of what this was. He dressed quickly, not even glancing back as he walked out. The door clicked shut, sealing the silence. Conway Muse was learning. She belonged to me, body, not heart. I paid for her, owned her, and she had no say in how I used her. I didn't owe her affection, didn't owe her loyalty. The world was full of women eager for my attention, and I took what I wanted. That one night of gentleness, a fluke, a moment of weakness, but she'd be a fool to mistake it for kindness. I wasn't the hero in her story, just the villain who got what he paid for. I hadn't changed, still the same arrogant jerk. Now that we'd settled into this twisted dynamic, I took what I wanted from her without hesitation. If I was in the mood, I'd storm into her room and claim her, no questions asked. She could pretend to resist all she wanted, but her body always betrayed her. By the time morning rolled around, I was already up, diving into the pool before settling at the breakfast table. Dante had set only one place, her silent protest. Tell Sapphire to get her ass out here. Already tried, sir. She insists she isn't hungry. So she'd rather starve than sit across from me. Fine. Take her a tray, and tell her I'll be there in 15. She knew exactly what that meant. Dante disappeared, leaving me to my coffee and the morning paper. I could have dragged her out, but starving her wasn't a victory worth savoring. If she wanted to play stubborn, let her. Small talk was overrated anyway. My phone buzzed beside my plate, Nicole's relentless emails clogging my inbox. The woman never slept, probably because she had nothing else going on. But then the screen lit up with a call I'd never ignore. Breakfast was my quiet time, but Mom trumped everything. Hey, Mom, what's up? Her voice carried that effortless grace, the kind that made me picture her standing in some sunlit vineyard, dark hair loose, eyes bright. She was the opposite of my father, easygoing, warm, actually capable of laughter. Dad, all business all the time. Hope I'm not catching you at a bad time, Con. Never, just enjoying the terrace. We just had breakfast with Vanessa in Milan, she said. Your father had a meeting, so we made a trip of it. Of course he did. The man was pushing 60 and still acted like retirement was a dirty word. Some things never changed, and honestly, neither had I. Then came the kicker. We were thinking of swinging by for lunch. You're at the Verona house, right? My grip tightened on the phone. Because right then, all I could think about was the woman hiding in my guest room, and how the hell I'd explain her to my mother. Keeping her hidden wasn't an option forever, but I wasn't about to introduce her to my family just yet. I'll come to you, Mom. You and Dad must be exhausted from all the driving. We don't mind, she insisted. Your father's dying to meet Carbine. Damn it, I couldn't say no twice. What time were you thinking? Noon, she suggested. Unless you're working today. It was Saturday, my usual day off from the Milan studio. With Nicole handling emails and Sapphire here, I had zero reason to make the drive. My inspiration was literally under my roof. No, I'm free. Perfect. Her voice softened, that familiar warmth creeping in. I miss you, Con, so much. Even at 30, she still treated me like her little boy. Miss you too, Mama. When I found the empty breakfast tray in Muse's room, I knew she'd already slipped out to the stables. I'd been hoping to catch her for a quick morning distraction. The dirt path led me straight to the barn, where she was hauling a bridle toward the tack room. She hung it up, dusting her hands on her jeans. Even covered in dirt, she looked like a damn fantasy, like she belonged in some high-fashion cowboy shoot. "Muse," she turned, her braid swinging over one shoulder, eyes sharp with defiance. God, that glare did things to me. I turned her from hesitant to hungry, and now she couldn't hide it. A look at Marco sent him scattering. "I've got work," she snapped, stepping back. "What do you want? Go back to the house, stay in your room." "Why?" I leveled a stare. "It's not even 10, she argued. "I've got time." "Marco's paid to handle the horses. Get inside. Give me one good reason." "Because I said so," I growled. She thought the open barn made her safe. Wrong, she turned away. "I like it out here." My fingers locked around her elbow, yanking her back. "You'll like it tomorrow. Today you're going inside, or I'll bend you over a stall right here. Test me, Muse, I dare you." She didn't pull away, but the fire in her eyes said she wanted to. "Tell me why." "Doesn't matter." "It does to me." I dragged her closer, my grip tightening. The scent of hay and leather clung to her, mixing with that stubborn pride I loved breaking. "You got people coming over. And you don't want them seeing me." Her lips curled in disgust. "Right, because I'm your little secret. Or maybe I just like keeping you to myself." "Who's coming?" "My family." The anger in her eyes flickered, replaced by something softer. "Your family?" "My parents and sister, lunch plans, and no, they don't need to meet you." She pulled away, slow and deliberate. "So you're just going to stash me away forever?" "Haven't decided yet." "They won't even look twice at me. Tell them I'm just the help." My patience snapped. No one questioned me like this ever. Her defiance was grating. "If you don't get inside right now, I swear I'll leave a mark on that pretty face of yours. Got it?" Instead of backing down, she stepped closer, chin lifted. "Go ahead, do it." She tilted her head, offering her cheek like a dare. My father's voice echoed in my head, "Never hit a woman." Not fear, but the weight of his disapproval kept my hand at my side. The air between us crackled. She didn't blink, didn't flinch. Then, with a smirk, she turned and walked away. "That's what I thought, Conway." The sway of her hips as she left only pissed me off more. I should have put her in her place. But damn if her defiance didn't light a fire in me. I found her in her room, digging through her drawer, completely bare except for that braid draped over her shoulder. The sight of her, unapologetic, untouchable, had me harder than steel. I didn't waste time. I grabbed her, tossed her onto the freshly made bed, and took what I wanted. No foreplay, no tenderness, just raw, furious need. She didn't resist, but the disdain in her eyes never faded. And somehow that only made it hotter. The tension between us was electric, raw and unyielding. I took her without hesitation, my body claiming hers before she could adjust to the intensity. Almost immediately, her defiance melted away, replaced by flushed cheeks and heavy-lidded eyes. She fought it at first, but her body betrayed her, surrendering to the heat between us. I wasn't gentle. I didn't want to be. Anger and desire twisted together, driving me deeper, rougher. She arched beneath me, her resistance crumbling as moans escaped her lips. Part of me admired that fire in her, the way she never backed down even when she should. Most people cowered, but not her. That reckless defiance only fueled me. "Slap me," I demanded, gripping her wrists. Confusion flickered in her gaze, but she hesitated only a second before her palm connected with my cheek, soft at first, testing. "Harder." She struck again, harder this time, and I grinned. "That's it, Muse. Show me what you've got." The third hit sent a sharp sting across my face, and I reveled in it. I wanted her anger, her frustration, wanted to match it with my own. When I finally came, I made sure she didn't. The way her eyes darkened with frustration was its own reward. "That's for earlier," I muttered, pulling away and leaving her marked, unsatisfied. "Don't even think about finishing yourself off." She sat up, glaring, her hair tousled and lips swollen. "I'm not some pet you can order around." "No," I agreed, smirking. You're still mine." Outside, the sleek black SUV rolled up, windows tinted, engine purring. My mother stepped out, radiant in a flowing white dress, her curls bouncing as she practically skipped toward me. That familiar smile, warm, effortless, was the same one I'd known since I was a kid. For a moment, the chaos inside me stilled. Then I remembered Muse waiting upstairs, and the game wasn't over yet standing there in the driveway. I couldn't help but feel like a kid again under my mom's gaze. Sure, I'd been living on my own for years, but to her, I'd never outgrown the toddler phase. Despite being a full head taller, she hugged me like she was trying to squeeze the air out of my lungs. Mom had a grip that could rival a UFK Fighter S. "My boy," she murmured, pressing her face against my chest with a contented sigh. I hugged her back, struck by how small she felt, just like Muse. "Hey, Mom. You keep getting taller every time I see you." "Pretty sure I stopped growing a decade ago," I joked. She laughed, swatting my arm. "You know what I mean." Stepping back, she cupped my face, studying me like I was some priceless artifact. "You have your father's eyes. It warms my heart." "Yeah, well, I always wished I got your nose instead." She smirked and let go just as Vanessa strutted up, her dark hair twisted into an elegant bun, golden skin glowing in the sunlight. Her strapless yellow dress hugged her waist, and she yanked off her sunglasses with a dramatic flourish. Her expression was a mix of irritation and reluctant affection, still mad about my little disappearing act last month, but not enough to stay cold forever. "Brother," she said, arms open. "Sister." I dodged her full embrace with a quick pat on the back. She shot me a look. "Your lucky family loyalty forces me to tolerate you." "Nah, you're the lucky one." She rolled her eyes and vanished inside, leaving me to face Dad. Dressed in his usual all-black uniform, jeans, tee, the works, he moved toward me with that same quiet intensity. Honestly, I wasn't sure if he was pissed or just thinking hard. The man had resting storm cloud face. Mom hovered nearby, watching as he closed the distance. Up close, the years showed in the faint sun lines on his face, but he still looked like he could bench press a truck. His arms were roped with muscle, his posture straight as an oak. Growing up, I'd wake up to see him running the property at dawn, his silhouette cutting through the vineyard mist. He never wasted words, never raised his voice. His love was in the way he'd brush Mom's shoulder when he passed her, the way his silence carried more weight than any lecture. He didn't need to yell to command respect, just existed, solid as stone. And whether he knew it or not, he'd shaped me into the man I was now. New detail. As Dad stepped closer, I caught the faint scent of leather and earth, that same rugged cologne he'd worn since I was a kid. Funny how smells stick with you longer than words. "Hey, Dad." The words hung in the air between us, unanswered. Instead of replying, he just studied me like I was some kind of puzzle he couldn't quite solve. Distance had always been a thing with us. Months would pass without seeing each other, and every reunion came with this same quiet scrutiny. Finally, he nodded. "Better now." That was my father, stoic, reserved, a man who could close a business deal with nothing but a glance. His brother was his closest friend, yet I'd never seen them so much as clap each other on the back. Handshakes were rare, even for clients. But with family, that's where the walls came down, his arms wrapped around me in a tight hug, the kind that never changed no matter how old I got. I still craved his approval, still wanted to measure up. He was the standard I chased, the man who set the bar. Even with people watching, he didn't care, just held on a little longer, then pulled back to kiss my forehead like I was still a kid. Mom beamed in the background, a pat on the arm, and then he was moving again. "Gorgeous day, huh?" I watched him go, his broad frame cutting through the sunlight. The first time I'd matched his height, I swore I saw his throat tighten. "Yeah, it really is." He took Mom's hand, following Vanessa inside while I trailed behind. We stopped at the fence where Carbine stood, his massive form a dark silhouette against the green. That stallion had his own space for a reason, territorial, unpredictable. Even Marco, with all his years of experience, had to stay sharp around him. I'd made sure Muse knew to keep her distance. Dad clicked his tongue, and Carbine's head snapped up, ears flicking. He trotted over, mane rippling in the breeze, those deep brown eyes locked on us. "Magnificent animal," Dad murmured, offering a carrot. The horse devoured it in seconds, then leaned into the scratch behind his ear. "He's in top shape. Definitely." I ran a hand along his muzzle, the short coat warm under my fingers, the scent of hay and earth mixed with the buzz of horseflies. Sunlight glinted off his jet-black coat, sharp against the white fence. "Marco's handling him well?" "Yep." But Muse, she'd surprised everyone. Marco said she worked like she'd been raised in the dirt, hauling hay, mucking stalls, no complaints. She wasn't just tough, she had grit, and that only made her situation harder to swallow. Her brother was already gone, but some part of me wished I could have taken him out myself. Once wasn't enough for what he'd done. We lingered by the horse a little longer before heading back toward the house, the gravel crunching under our shoes. "You ride much?" he asked, keeping pace beside me with the posture of a man half his age. "Not lately," I admitted. "Same here. How's the vineyard doing?" "Can't complain," he said with a shrug. "Moving barrels, making deals. And Uncle Kane, still a pain in my ass." I smirked because we both knew he didn't mean it. Aunt Adelina, perfect as usual, unlike him. Lucky for her. We'd left Mom and Vanessa lounging by the pool, sipping sangria while Dante whipped up lunch in the kitchen. "So this trip's all business?" I asked. "Mostly. Some restaurant owner up here wants to start hosting weddings. Figured we'd work out a deal. He gets a signature wine selection, I get a cut. Win-win. Sounds solid. Your mom and I caught your last runway show," he said, shifting the subject. "You killed it." That was the thing about my dad. He never made my career awkward. No prying, no judgment. I was pushing 30, single, no kids, and yet neither of my parents ever pressed me about settling down. Funny, considering they'd been my age when they got together. Before that, they'd both been too busy living to worry about love. Then we reached the patio, and my stomach dropped. Mom and Vanessa were still there, glasses in hand, but now there was a third person at the table. Muse. She'd ignored me completely. Dressed in a flowing blue sundress, her hair in loose waves, she looked like she'd stepped straight out of a magazine shoot. Strappy sandals, oversized sun hat, every detail calculated. Legs crossed, posture flawless, she might as well have been the star of my own damn show. And then she turned, flashing me that infuriating smirk. Oh, this was deliberate. If my family hadn't been sitting right there, I might have dragged her inside by the wrist. "Hey, honey," she purred, rising smoothly, drink still in hand. She sauntered over like she owned the place, confidence oozing from every step. She had me cornered, and she knew it. Tilting her head up, she pressed her lips to mine, soft, smug, victorious. I barely kissed her back. Cold, detached. Hell, I'd kissed my mom with more warmth. Then she turned to my dad, extending her hand like some damn debutante. "Mr. Barsetti, so lovely to meet you. Your son talks about you all the time. I'm Sapphire." My dad shot me a look, one eyebrow raised, before taking her hand. And then the traitor, he smiled. "Damn it. Nice to meet you too," he said, leaning in to kiss her cheek. My stomach twisted. My dad never kissed anyone except my sister. "Can I get you a drink?" Sapphire offered, flashing a smile. "Your son mentioned you enjoy scotch." "It's my drink of choice, too." This was a nightmare. My dad's grin widened. "I'd love one, sweetheart." "No way, absolutely not." "Coming right up," Muse said, heading to the bar. The second she was out of earshot, my dad turned to me. "She's something special." I could see it. He was already charmed, and that never happened. Mom jumped in, beaming like I'd never seen before. "Why didn't you tell us about her?" Muse had blindsided me, and I was trapped. Lying to my parents wasn't something I did, but she'd backed me into a corner. "Wanted to surprise you," I muttered. Mom nudged my dad. "They're living together." His expression shifted, sharpening. So it's serious. Damn it. Vanessa slid into the conversation. Con, she's amazing. I totally pegged you for someone who'd date airheads, but she's legit. I adore her, Mom added. She's got such a warm presence. I kept my face blank, but inside I was seething. Muse had gone too far, dragging my family into her game, playing with their emotions. I wanted to throttle her. She returned with 2 glasses, handing one to my dad and one to me without even asking. Like she knew me. And just like that, she'd sold the lie even harder. Vanessa plopped next to Muse, instantly bonding. So, how'd you two start? I locked eyes with Muse from across the room, my glare icy. If she wanted this charade, she could spin the story. About 6 months ago, she said smoothly, sipping her sangria. Then he asked me to move in 3 weeks back. Asked, more like ordered, Vanessa grinned. Who knew my brother had a romantic side? She wasn't wrong, I didn't. Mom shot me a look. I can't believe you kept this from us for half a year. The hurt in her voice cut deep. Muse didn't miss a beat. We worked together, so we kept it quiet at first. Didn't want the other models thinking I got special treatment. That's where I've seen you. Vanessa exclaimed. You were the face of his last collection. Muse nodded. Conway's incredibly talented. It's an honor to wear his designs. Yeah, real convincing. Meanwhile, my dad stayed silent, watching it all unfold like a bad sitcom as he ate the meal Dante had prepared. He listened to the conversation unfold. What made you decide to come to Italy? His mother asked Muse. The question made his stomach tighten. This charade was already exhausting, and the thought of keeping up the act for years made him sick. Every family gathering would mean carefully guarding his words, avoiding any slip-ups. Worse, he'd have to watch his every move in public, because if he was seen with another woman, his family would assume the worst. Not that he even wanted anyone else. Since Muse had entered his life, she was all he could think about. But that wasn't the issue. The real problem was control. She was supposed to be the prisoner, yet somehow she had turned the tables. Now he was the one trapped, forced to play along with her lies. If his parents ever found out the truth, that Muse wasn't his lover but a captive in his home, his mother would never forgive him, and his father's disappointment would crush him. I've always dreamed of modeling for Barsetti Lingerie, Muse answered smoothly, spinning her tail without hesitation. So I left New York to chase that dream. Then I met Conway, and he gave me a shot. The lie was flawless, delivered with such confidence that even his parents, who could usually sniff out deception in seconds, didn't question it. Of course, they had no reason to doubt her. Why would they? He never brought women home, so the fact that he had now must mean she was special. His mother leaned in, charmed. Will you keep modeling for the shows? He clenched his jaw, refusing to engage. Muse smirked. Conway gets a little possessive, so he pulled me from the lineup. His mother sighed, just like his father. This was spiraling out of control. If he didn't redirect the conversation, they'd be planning the wedding by dessert. Vanessa, he cut in, how's your painting coming along? Amazing, his sister replied, brightening. We started watercolors this week, and I'm obsessed. I thought oils were my thing, but the way the colors blend and drip, it's mesmerizing. His father, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Finished anything yet? Yeah, actually, Vanessa said. My first piece just wrapped up. I'd like to see it, his father said, feigning interest. The man couldn't care less about art, but he made a point to support whatever his kids were into. Vanessa turned back to Muse with a mischievous glint in her eye. You want to hear about the stunt my brother pulled recently? He shot her a warning glare. Don't. Muse grinned. Oh, now you have to tell me. Vanessa set her napkin down with dramatic flair. So, I went on a date with this guy from school. His father's fork clattered against his plate as he immediately reached for his scotch. No boy had ever set foot in their house, not for dances, not for study sessions, nothing. This was about to get messy. My dad became a whole different person when it came to my sister's love life. Vanessa sighed dramatically, recounting the latest incident. Conway literally stalked my date, watched us eat from across the street, tailed us home, then lurked in the shadows while we said goodnight. And then he followed the poor guy for blocks like some kind of overzealous bodyguard. She shot me a look. Just so you know, this is the kind of protective insanity you're dealing with. Muse, though, didn't glare at me like Vanessa did. Instead, her expression softened, almost like she found my sister's story endearing. Like maybe I wasn't a total monster after all. Vanessa scoffed. He's unhinged, total invasion of privacy. I down my scotch, the burn doing nothing to dull the tension. You have no idea what's out there, Vanessa. The reason you've never met a real creep is because I've made damn sure of it. There are. Enough. My father's voice was low, but the warning in it was unmistakable. He set his empty glass down with a quiet thud, and even Vanessa clamped her mouth shut. Muse stayed silent, but her eyes flicked to my dad, sensing the shift. I knew exactly why he shut it down. He told me about his sister, Vanessa's namesake, and what happened to her. That ghost never left him, not even now. He'd spent every second shielding my sister before she moved out, and he didn't even realize he was doing it. As the oldest son, it was my job to step up if anything ever happened to him, and I took that seriously. By sunset, my family finally left. Thank God. My mom hugged me tight, whispering, "I love you." "Love you too." She squeezed my waist. "Sapphire's wonderful. I really like her." I forced a grin. "Yeah, she's great. Knew you'd find the right one eventually." She kissed my cheek again before heading to the car with Vanessa. My dad, ever the charmer, gave Sapphire a peck on the cheek. "Pleasure meeting you. Hope to see more of you." "You too," she said smoothly. "Conway's lucky to have such a great family." Dad turned to me, eyes sharp. "You treating her right?" Sapphire's smile stayed plastered on, but her eyes flickered. "Of course." "He's a good man. Glad to hear it." Dad clapped me on the shoulder. "Bring her to Tuscany sometime. Show her the winery, the old house." "Sure." He pulled me into a hug. "Love you, son. Love you too." Then came the forehead kiss, his signature move before he finally walked away. They piled into the car, waving through the windows as they drove off. Sapphire slid her arm around my waist, waving sweetly. The second their car vanished, I dropped my hand and turned on her. Her smile was gone, her arm no longer touching me. She crossed her arms, glaring at me with the same intensity I was giving her. The act was over. "You really don't have a clue, do you?" She crossed her arms, chin lifted. "Oh, I know exactly what I'm doing. Things are changing starting now. Push me and I'll make sure your family finds out who you really are." My jaw clenched. "That's low. Like you've never gone lower." I'd done plenty of shady things, but my reputation had never mattered until now. My family, that was different. Their opinion meant everything. The thought of my father's disgust if he found out I was keeping Muse trapped here made my stomach twist. "What's your price?" "New terms." I scoffed. Was I seriously bargaining with someone I'd bought? Spell it out. "I want to be treated as an equal in this house." Equal, not a chance. The deed was in my name. "You don't get to order me around. I call the shots and I can refuse anything." Why hadn't I just told my parents I was traveling? Letting them step foot here without Muse hidden away was a mistake. "Watch yourself, Muse." "Me," she laughed, sharp and bitter. "You're the one who should be worried." "Want freedom, walk out," I shot back. "Go ahead, I'll tell everyone I set you free." Bet Knuckles would love to hear that. Maybe she needed a reminder of what I'd saved her from. She had leverage, but so did I. Her defiance flickered. "You're right. I don't want to leave, because out there I'm nothing. But in here, I deserve better, respect, dignity." If I didn't give it, she'd have none. "First rule, you knock. I decide if you enter." Her eyes narrowed. "And I decide if we're intimate." A growl tore from my throat. "You forget the price I paid to keep you alive. And you forget I'm a person, not property." "Not my fault you ended up on the market," I snapped. She rolled her eyes. "Third, I do what I want. Work in the stables. Fine. Skip meals with you. Done. So you're just some freeloader I get nothing from." I demanded. If you're dead weight, why keep you? I'll earn my keep, but you will treat me right. Compromise, I work, I stay, you play nice, your parents stay clueless. Sounds fair to me. If my family weren't watching, I'd drop the act and go back to calling all the shots. But for now, she had me cornered. The whole arrangement had its perks, but she wasn't seeing the bigger picture. You're forgetting something. What? She folded her arms, defiance flashing in her eyes. My parents actually believe this fake relationship is real. And, I shot back, my temper flaring. Now I have to keep pretending. You think I'm enjoying this? You will if you want to hold up your end of the bargain. My fingers twitched. God, I wanted to wipe that smug look off her face. We're playing with their emotions. People date. People break up. That's life. But my parents think this is real. I've never brought a woman home before. They probably think I'm proposing next week. Not my circus, she said, ice in her voice. I'd underestimated her from the start, slipping away from Knuckles, landing a modeling gig under my nose, convincing me to drop 100 million on her. She wasn't just clever, she was ruthless. Sapphire, the book in my lap, was open, but I wasn't reading. My shoulders ached from hours in the stables, real work, not the cushy New York life I'd left behind. My hands were rough now, my body stronger, but Marco still wouldn't let me ride. Especially not Carbine. That horse had a personal vendetta against me. Footsteps echoed down the hall, too heavy to be Dante's. Conway and I hadn't spoken since his family left yesterday. I'd played dirty, using them as leverage, but what choice did I have? If I was stuck here forever, I refused to be just another possession. Maybe we'd never be lovers, but we could be equals. The door swung open without warning. Knock, I said, not looking up. He stood frozen in the doorway, jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might crack. Next time. No, now. The door slammed shut behind him. I don't take orders, he growled, stalking toward the bed. I closed my book, suddenly hyper-aware of the space between us. The last time we'd been alone like this, he'd taken what he wanted, rough, impersonal, leaving me unsatisfied. And I hadn't forgotten he was standing way too close, his dark eyes burning with frustration. I didn't bother telling him to back off. His temper was already on thin ice. What? I need you, I scoffed, nearly dropping the book in my hands. And, you know what I mean. His voice was rough, impatient. I smacked the hardcover against his chest. Not happening. He didn't even flinch. I asked nicely. Asking doesn't mean you get an automatic yes. His fingers curled into fists. You didn't ask. You just barged in here like some entitled jerk. This arrangement is getting old. This wasn't some transaction where he snapped his fingers and I obeyed. If I were some random woman at a bar, would you have just demanded it like that? Depends. Did I drop a fortune on her? His jaw clenched. I rolled my eyes. You'd at least try to charm her first. Maybe buy her a drink, say something smooth, not just bark orders. So you want me to wine and dine you now? Maybe start with a kiss. Some actual foreplay, he exhaled sharply. You know how I feel about that. Yeah, you say you hate it, but your lips tell a different story. He took a step back, shoving his hands in his pockets. You call this a compromise? Feels like I'm the only one bending. Just treat me like a person, Conway. You've had plenty of women, you know how this works. Why can't you put in the effort with me? He let out a bitter laugh. You think I sweet-talk them. No, women come to me. I don't chase, I don't beg, I take what's offered, always have. But you bought me, that changes things. His chest heaved as he stared out the window, wrestling with his anger. After a tense silence, I pressed, How long do you plan on keeping me? Right now, I don't know. And I'm supposed to be your dream girl, right? His gaze flicked back to me, less hostile now. You can be, but I need you to meet me halfway. I held his stare. I want to feel wanted, not just used. That first night, you were different, attentive, almost tender. That's what I need from you. Be my friend, not just my owner. If you do that, I'll give you everything. I'll worship you in bed, whisper your name, make you feel like a god. But you have to give me something too. A slow smirk tugged at his lips. Deal. New detail, the tension breaks when he unexpectedly runs a hand through his hair, a rare sign of frustration, something he never does. Voice twist, shifts from heated confrontation to reluctant negotiation, revealing a sliver of vulnerability beneath his arrogance. He sank onto the edge of my bed, his broad shoulders tense beneath the thin fabric of his shirt. Leaning forward, elbows resting on his knees, he exhaled slowly before his eyes flicked toward the window. "You ever wonder about the first time I laid eyes on you?" His voice was rough, like gravel underfoot. I was drowning my sorrows in some dive bar, halfway through a bottle of scotch when Knuckles' note landed in front of me. Then bam, there you were on the screen. A smirk tugged at his lips. Some entertainment show was gushing about your latest runway collection, flashing clips of you at some fancy awards show. I thought, damn, this guy's got the face of an angel. I should have kept that to myself, but the words tumbled out anyway. Then I met you in person, and yeah, you were just as stunning until you opened your mouth. A dry laugh escaped me. Arrogant, harsh, completely insufferable. But here's the kicker, I still wanted you. Every damn time. His fingers flexed, calloused hands gripping his knees. You keep saying intimacy messes with your work, but what if I'm the key to something bigger? What if I'm not just your muse, but the push you need to create something legendary? Silence stretched between us, thick and heavy. Outside, the city lights blurred into streaks of gold. His jaw tightened before he finally spoke again. "This thing between us, it's not working." "No," I agreed. "It's not." He turned his hands over, studying the scars and rough edges. "You play the villain, but I've seen the real you. The way you tear the world apart for your sister, that's not a monster. That's a man who cares too damn much. Loving my family doesn't make me a saint. Never said it did." His gaze locked onto mine. "But you're not the heartless bastard you pretend to be, so drop the act at least with me." A bitter chuckle escaped him. "We both know where I'd be if you hadn't bought me." "True," I admitted. "But let's not pretend I did it out of charity. I wanted you, every selfish, messy part of that." The air between us crackled, raw, unspoken truths hanging in the space where excuses used to be. "Don't turn me into some kind of hero. I'm not one, and I don't want to be." His voice was rough, edged with frustration. "Yeah, it'd be nice if you just took me as I am, flaws and all. But don't go painting me as something I'm not. That just gets under my skin." If that's what he needed, fine, I'd back off. "Can we at least try, Conway?" Silence. I reached across the bed, my fingers brushing his arm. He stiffened, but I didn't pull away. Slowly, I traced down to his hand, slipping mine between his fingers. No reaction. His grip was slack, his body rigid, like he'd shut down completely. Then, just when I thought he'd never respond, a quiet exhale escaped him, and his fingers tightened around mine. "All right," he muttered. "We'll try." The next morning, I found myself at the paddock, staring down Carbine, the most stubborn horse I'd ever met. The second I stepped near the fence, he flicked his tail like I'd personally offended him. Even Marco couldn't get through to this guy. "Seriously." I held up a freshly washed carrot. "You'd rather chew on dirt than eat this." Carbine snorted and turned his head, munching on a patch of grass like I didn't exist. Unbelievable. This horse had more attitude than a teenager after curfew. "He's got his own way of doing things." Conway's voice came from behind me. I turned to see him in worn boots, jeans that hugged his frame, and a black tee that made his sun-kissed skin stand out. Stubble dusted his jaw, giving him that rugged, lived-in look. My pulse kicked up just having him near. Last night had changed something, just holding hands in the dark, no words, just quiet. It felt heavier than anything before. "So why keep him if he's such a pain?" I asked. Conway plucked a carrot from my hand. "Because he's stunning." "Yeah, and hates everyone." "Not everyone." He smirked, then let out a sharp whistle. Carbine's head snapped up instantly. Within seconds, he was trotting over, mane swaying like a banner in the wind. By the time he reached the fence, he was practically nuzzling Conway like some lovesick puppy. "Hey, big guy," Conway murmured, scratching behind his ears. "This what you wanted?" He offered the carrot, and Carbine demolished it in one bite. But instead of wandering off, the horse lingered, pressing into Conway's touch like he never wanted to leave. I blinked. I've never seen him do that for anyone. Conway ran a hand down Carbine's neck. "We get each other. Try giving him one." Pretty sure he'd take my fingers with it. "Nah, he's got a temper, but he's not cruel." Hesitantly, I held out the carrot. Carbine took it politely, but with zero enthusiasm. It was clear who his favorite was. Conway kept stroking him, then leaned against the fence. "Used to let folks breed their mares with him. Stopped a while back." "Why?" He just shrugged, like the answer was too heavy to put into words. The guilt weighed on me as I watched Carbine graze. "I feel bad using him like that." Conway smirked, adjusting his hat against the afternoon sun. "Maybe he's just cranky because he's lonely." "He gets his fun with the mares," Conway admitted, kicking a loose pebble with his boot. "But we usually sell those foals off anyway." I eyed the restless stallion. "You ever ride him?" "Not lately, but yeah." "Does he fight you?" "Nah." Carbine, bored with our neglect, went back to tearing at the grass, his massive jaw working like a lawnmower. The warm wind carried the scent of hay, and I stole a glance at Conway. Those jeans weren't doing him any favors. "How's the barn holding up?" "Same as always," he sighed. "No matter how much I fix, there's a new problem by morning. Perfection's a myth." "Sounds exhausting." "Wouldn't trade it." He hesitated, then shot me a look. "Ever thought about getting ponies?" I blinked. "Why?" "Because they're adorable." His grin was slow, teasing. "Not really my thing. I'd take care of them." "What's the point?" I crossed my arms. "What's the point of any of these horses?" That got a laugh out of him. "Fair enough. So, I'll consider it. We've got the room, the feed, it's barely extra work." His eyebrows lifted. "Damn, you're serious. They'd need a buddy, one's just sad." "I'll think about it," he repeated, dragging out the words. I turned back to Carbine before he caught me staring. "What do you do today?" "Studio time. Nicole says my last batch sold out again. Wants me to capitalize on the hype." "Smart." "Got ideas?" "Some, vague as always. The sun hung low, maybe 3:30, and I still had chores." "Better get moving." He pushed off the fence. "Dinner tonight?" Goosebumps prickled my arms despite the heat. "Yeah." "Good." Later, the terrace was bathed in twilight, a single candle flickering between us. Dante had outdone himself. Perfectly seared steaks, crisp asparagus, buttery potatoes. Conway picked a wine that made the meal taste like it came from some fancy downtown bistro. The sky bled into oranges and purples, clouds drifting lazily. We ate in comfortable silence. Funny how things changed. Less bickering meant fewer words. Our whole dynamic had been built on push and pull. Without it, the air felt different. Lighter, maybe, or just. Quiet, the silence between us felt better than any argument. Conway sat across from me, his dark eyes locked onto mine, his muscular frame accentuated by the fitted black shirt he wore. The sharp line of his freshly shaved jaw made him look even more intense than usual, no trace of the stubble from earlier. His gaze was unrelenting, like a shadow that never lifted, only breaking away to slice into his steak. I was starting to get used to the weight of his stare. It was the same look he'd always given me, but something about it felt different now. "So Vanessa's story was true?" I asked, swirling my wine. "You actually did that?" He took a slow sip before answering. "Yeah." "Why?" "Because men are trash, that's why." I rolled my eyes. "Not all of them," he scoffed. "Every last one, and you of all people should know that." I didn't argue, even though the exception was sitting right in front of me. But since he hated being called a decent guy, I kept that to myself. "You watch over her a lot, don't you?" "More than she realizes." "She got pissed when I tailed her last week, but she has no idea it wasn't the first time. The fact that she's never noticed me before. That's what worries me. She seems pretty capable." "She's not. She's young, reckless, and thinks the world is some kind of art project waiting for her to paint it. It's exhausting." Sounds like she's got spirit. Too much of it, he muttered, downing another gulp of wine. I'm her brother, and even I can't pretend she's not stunning. Every time we're out, guys can't stop staring. But I can't take on a whole bar at once, so I just have to deal with it. Who knows how many creeps eye her when she's alone? She might be naive, but she's not blind. Every woman knows what it's like to be watched. Yeah, but not every woman thinks she's untouchable. Vanessa's got this delusion that she can handle anything. If some guy grabs her, she thinks she'll fight him off, but she won't. The way he spoke made me wonder if there was more he wasn't saying. Conway, did something happen? For the first time, his eyes flickered away. What do you mean? You and your dad both got tense when she brought it up. He drained his glass in one go before refilling it. Not a conversation I want to have. So there was a reason. Sorry, didn't mean to pry, he exhaled sharply. When she decided to study in Milan, my parents lost it. They've sheltered her whole life. And since she's closest to me, I feel responsible. So far, nothing's gone wrong, but that doesn't mean it won't. Sometimes I wish she'd just marry some rich, powerful guy so I could stop worrying. Maybe she will, he smirked. Doubt it. She's too stubborn and has a mouth on her. Scares guys off before they even try. The right one won't be scared. A sudden crash from the kitchen made us both jump. A server had dropped a tray. Conway's hand twitched toward his waist out of reflex, like he was reaching for something. A gun? The moment passed as quickly as it came, but it left me with a new question. Just how far would he go to protect her? She sighed, smoothing the fabric of the dress Dante had left for her, a pale blue number with a neckline so deep it made wearing a bra impossible. She'd resorted to fashion tape just to keep things modest. You really love her, don't you? I can see it in the way she looks at you. Because she has no choice. That's not true. His gaze drifted toward the open fields, his expression shutting down like a locked door. The conversation was over. Tell me about your family, he said abruptly. My dad died in a wreck when I was young. Mom followed a few years later cancer. There's an aunt in California, but we've never been close. Nathan was all I had, until I found out what kind of person he really was. I'm sorry. Unlike Conway, I didn't have that picture-perfect family. Even when my parents were alive, we were never the type to gather around the dinner table. My brother and I barely spoke under the same roof. Maybe if I'd paid more attention, I could have seen the signs. Maybe I could have stopped him. You don't like talking about this, Conway observed, his voice softer now. I shouldn't have asked. I blinked, surprised by how easily he read me. Then curiosity got the better of me. There's something I've been wondering. Yeah, that first time you saw me, what went through your head? I already knew what I'd thought when I first laid eyes on him. I'd even admitted it. But would he? Nothing. I raised an eyebrow, waiting. He exhaled, finally meeting my eyes. For once, my brain just stopped. Normally, it's like a freight train, designs, deadlines, models, but you silenced all of it. No second-guessing, no overthinking, just you. A shiver ran through me, remembering the way he'd stood in the dim theater, watching me like I was the only thing in the room. The idea that I could make someone like him, someone so brilliant, lose his train of thought was intoxicating. And since then, he murmured, you've been the only one I see. A flicker of doubt crept in. Had he said this to others before me? Was I just another Lacey Lockwood? Does this happen often? His jaw tightened. Never. Just me, he nodded. I meant what I said. You're the most stunning woman I've ever seen. It wasn't just his words that got to me, it was the way he said them. No charm, no rehearsed lines, just raw honesty. And that was the thing about Conway. He wasn't just handsome, he made me feel seen. New detail. As the wind picked up, the hem of my dress fluttered, and I caught him glancing at the way the fabric clung to my legs before quickly looking away, like he was trying to memorize me. Did you hook up with Lacey Lockwood? I asked, watching his expression shift. His jaw tightened. Why does that matter? I'm just curious if sleeping with your models is a habit of yours. That's personal, he snapped, his tone sharp enough to make me regret asking. The mood between us soured instantly, though I hadn't meant to ruin the night. I thought since we were already intimate, the question was fair game. Conway exhaled, rubbing his temples like he regretted his icy response. No, I haven't. I don't get involved with my models. My eyebrows shot up. Seriously, he clenched his fists, clearly annoyed. You heard me. But that's not what I expected. Work and pleasure don't mix for me. Except with me. Exactly. That's why you're not modeling for me anymore. Now you're just mine. I hesitated. But the way those girls look at you, and the lipstick on your collar, I just figured. The second I cross that line, everything turns messy. This way, their success is based on talent, not who they're sleeping with. No drama, no favoritism. And trust me, I don't need to sleep with them to get what I want. The thought of him with anyone else twisted something inside me, though I wasn't ready to examine why. So that lipstick wasn't from? He didn't blink. No, like I said, I haven't been with anyone. But you plan to. He hesitated, then sighed. We've been over this. I could push for exclusivity, but that might just make him lie. I'd rather have the ugly truth. Done, he asked, nodding at my plate. Yeah, it was amazing. We left the restaurant and headed back to his place. By the time we reached the second-floor hallway, the tension between us was thick enough to cut. He was trying, really trying to be what I needed. Maybe it was time I gave him what he wanted, too. After hours of watching him in that fitted tee, the idea didn't seem so bad. Actually, it sounded perfect. How had I waited this long? He stopped outside my door, his gaze dropping to my mouth. I knew where this was headed. I pressed my palms against his chest, closing the distance between us. He usually wanted to skip straight to the main event, but I loved the slow burn of kissing, the way his lips moved against mine, the way it made my pulse race. This time, I kept it light, teasing. My fingers traced the hard lines of his torso, and I breathed him in, remembering the way he filled me completely. What used to ache now felt incredible. I pulled back, smirking. Go wait for me. The hunger in his eyes told me everything I needed to know. I just need to freshen up a little. Top drawer. Wait, what? Your lingerie's in the top drawer. He didn't even glance back as he disappeared into his room, the door shutting with a quiet but final click. My pulse kicked up, my hands suddenly clammy and shaky at the same time. I stepped into my own space and pulled open the drawer, staring at the array of delicate fabrics, silks, lace, barely their designs, each more daring than the last. The first one I touched was a tangle of straps I couldn't even begin to figure out, so I went for the next one down, a sleek silver bodysuit, the kind that left just enough to the imagination while making sure you knew exactly what was underneath. You'd think I'd be used to this by now, but no. My stomach twisted like it was my first time all over again. The last time I'd been in his room, he'd stripped me out of white lace and changed everything. I'd fallen asleep in his arms, wrapped up in that impossible strength of his. A bittersweet memory, but one I couldn't shake. I slipped into the silver heels waiting in my closet, then moved toward his door, my steps slow, deliberate. Nerves tangled in my chest. This wasn't how things usually went between us. There was a new tension, a shift I didn't fully understand. All night at dinner, I'd barely been able to focus, too aware of him across the table. I could have said no. I should have said no. But the truth, I didn't want to. So I straightened my spine, lifted my chin, and let my hips sway just enough to make the heels click softly against the hardwood. If he wanted a fantasy, I'd give him one, even if I wasn't entirely sure how. Most of our encounters had been straightforward, intense, his body pinning mine before I could overthink it. But tonight felt different. The door was open, so I stepped inside. Firelight flickered, painting the room in warm gold. He was already in bed, propped against the headboard, his bare shoulders broad enough to block out half the world. The sheets pooled at his waist, but the clothes strewn across the floor told me everything I needed to know. I reached down to slip off a heel. Leave them on. I froze, then slid my foot back in. Now what? Should I climb onto him? Tease him, drop to my knees right here. My brain was racing, but his dark gaze held me still. Stop thinking. Just move. I stopped overanalyzing what he might expect and just let my body take over. Guys are wired to crave intimacy. It doesn't matter how it happens, as long as the desire is mutual. So I gave in to that truth, trusting it would be enough. Climbing onto the bed, I settled over him, my thighs framing his hips before lowering myself onto his length. Even through the thin lace barrier, I could feel the heat radiating from him. His hands traced a slow path upward from my knees, fingertips pressing into my skin with just enough pressure to make my breath hitch. His gaze followed every inch of his own movement, lingering as he reached my waist before finally locking eyes with me. And damn, did he look good, propped against the headboard, all effortless confidence, his arousal simmering beneath me in lazy, teasing pulses. The way his cock twitched sent a jolt straight through me, and the smirk he wore said he knew exactly what he was doing. His grip shifted to my hips, then lower, fingers kneading the bare skin of my ass since my bodysuit left little to the imagination. The second I stopped overthinking, my body took charge. My hands found his shoulders, steadying myself as I leaned in to kiss him. No hesitation this time, his mouth met mine with the same hunger, the heat between us instantly dialed up. He nipped at my bottom lip, then deepened the kiss, turning it into something slow and deliberate, like we had all the time in the world. Our bodies moved in sync, his hands tightening on me, pulling me flush against him until my chest pressed into his. The room was quiet except for the slick sounds of our mouths and the occasional crackle from the fireplace across the room. That silence, it was electric. Every gasp, every shift in his breathing, it all echoed between us, raw and unfiltered. Then his fingers tangled in my hair, tugging just enough to tilt my head back as his lips trailed down my neck. His other arm locked around my waist, dragging me even closer until his breath was hot against my ear. At that point, thought was irrelevant. There was only touch, only sensation, only the way his body responded to mine. No past, no doubts, just the weight of our arrangement vanished from my mind. All that mattered was the heat between us. Here I was, tangled up with the most sought-after lingerie mogul in New York, his hands possessive, his mouth relentless. His kiss turned demanding, fingers gripping my hips hard enough to leave marks, like he was afraid I'd slip away. My palms slid over his sculpted chest, tracing the rapid pulse beneath his skin. The man was pure electricity, untamed and hungry. His teeth caught my lower lip as his other hand worked the clasp between my thighs, flicking it open with practiced ease. The fabric slid away, pooling at my waist. When his fingers brushed over me, he groaned against my lips, his voice rough. "Damn, you're soaked." He dragged his thumb through the wetness, his breath hitching. For once, I didn't feel a shred of guilt. Every nerve in my body screamed for him, for the stretch of his thick cock filling me. It wasn't just his looks, though those were undeniable. It was the way he carried himself, the way even someone as intimidating as Knuckles wouldn't dare cross him. "I need you, Conway," I breathed. He pulled back, his gaze locked on mine, intensity burning behind those dark eyes. The firelight carved shadows along his jaw, making him look even more dangerous. "You sure about that, Muse?" The question threw me. Since when did he care what I wanted? I was supposed to be just another plaything, right? I grabbed his wrist, pressing his fingers deeper against me. "Does this answer your question?" A low growl rumbled in his chest as he crushed his forehead to mine. His grip tightened, fingers digging in like he wanted to brand me. Taking control, I straddled him, wrapping my hand around his thick length. This was new, me leading, me taking what I wanted. The first press of him against my entrance sent a shudder through us both. He was massive, stretching me inch by torturous inch. My body resisted at first, still adjusting, but the slow burn was intoxicating. When I finally sank halfway down, a broken moan escaped me. "Christ, you take me so well," he gritted out, hands guiding my hips the rest of the way until he was buried to the hilt. Every breath felt like fire. His breath was ragged as he leaned back against the headboard, his dark eyes locked onto mine. "Damn, you're perfect," he muttered, his voice rough with need. One hand tugged at the fabric tangled around my waist, yanking it off before his palms claimed my breasts, squeezing hard enough to make me gasp. His thumb dragged over my nipple, rough and deliberate, sending sparks straight through me. "Muse, ride me." His grip shifted to my hips, guiding me because I was new to this, every movement deliberate, every touch calculated. He arched my back just right, adjusting the angle until the friction against my clit was unbearable. The stretch of him inside me was overwhelming, thick and relentless, setting every nerve alight. I moved slow, savoring the way he filled me completely, barely able to process how good it felt. Here I was, trying to please him, and yet he was the one unraveling me. His jaw clenched, his breath coming in deep, controlled pulls, like he was holding himself back from losing it. That focus, that intensity, it was the same look he had when he was lost in his work, only now it was darker, hungrier. Just watching him like that was enough to push me closer to the edge. Then his hand wrapped around my throat, pulling me into a kiss that stole my breath. His lips moved against mine, slow and deliberate, while his hips rolled beneath me, driving deeper with every thrust. One hand stayed anchored on my ass, the other pressing just enough against my neck to make my pulse race. His kisses were never careless. Every brush of his mouth felt like a promise. Like I was the only one who got this from him. My nails bit into his shoulders as my body trembled. "You're gonna wreck me," I whispered, no longer fighting the inevitable. His laugh was low, dark. "Good." He kissed the corner of my mouth, his breath hot against my skin as he picked up the pace, driving into me harder. "I'll always wreck you, Muse." And then I was gone, shattering around him with a cry, my body clenching so tight I swore I heard him groan. His grip on my hips turned bruising as he chased his own release, his voice rough in my ear. "That's it, let go." When the tremors finally eased, I collapsed against him, breathless and spent. His cock was still buried deep, both of us slick with sweat and satisfaction. He exhaled sharply, his fingers tracing idle patterns down my spine. "Told you," he murmured, smug as hell. "Perfect." I held onto Conway like he was my lifeline, my fingers digging into his skin as the last waves of pleasure crashed over me. My face pressed against his neck, breathing in his scent mixed with sweat, completely lost in the moment. His arms tightened around me, pulling me closer as he moved inside me, his body burning against mine. Every breath he took matched mine, our rhythms syncing perfectly as we rode out the high together. When the intensity finally faded, I stayed wrapped around him, savoring the lingering warmth. Sweat trickled down my back, my skin still flushed from the heat between us. His grip on my waist was firm, possessive, as he buried his face between my breasts, tasting the salt on my skin before teasing my nipples with his tongue. I tangled my fingers in his hair, tilting my head back with a sigh. "Inside me, Conway," I whispered, my voice ragged. He groaned against my skin, his words muffled but unmistakable. "You're unreal." Pulling back, he leaned against the headboard, his gaze locked onto mine as he lifted my hips, driving into me faster. The friction was electric, every thrust sending sparks through my veins. I could feel him swelling inside me, his body tensing as he neared the edge. His hand caught mine, guiding it behind me to cradle him, my fingertips tracing the sensitive skin of his sack. His hips jerked, his breath hitching as he came hard, filling me completely. "Fuck!" His grip on me tightened, pressing me down as he emptied himself, his release hot and heavy. For a moment, we stayed like that, locked together, his eyes dark with satisfaction. When I finally shifted off him, I collapsed onto the bed, his warmth still lingering inside me. The sheets stuck to my damp skin, but I didn't care. I was too blissed out to move. Conway stayed propped against the headboard, his chest rising and falling steadily, his spent cock resting against his abs. He looked wrecked in the best way, his eyelids heavy but still watching me. A lazy smirk tugged at my lips. "Worth the wait," he let out a rough chuckle, running a hand through his hair. "Understatement of the damn century." I stretched, contentment settling deep in my bones. If this was what I'd been missing, I'd been an idiot for holding out so long. And judging by the way Conway's gaze lingered, he wasn't planning on letting me forget it any time soon. The warmth of his presence lingered as he asked me to stay with his seed inside me through the night. Curling onto my side, I let my eyelids fall shut, already slipping into the quiet embrace of sleep. "Muse." His deep voice jolted me back. I hadn't realized I'd dozed off. Blinking, I turned toward him. He leaned in, pressing a kiss just above my brow. "You should head to your own bed before you're too exhausted to move." "I am in bed," I murmured, meeting his striking green eyes. His palm glided over my stomach, possessive yet tender. "I mean your room," he clarified, softening the words like he always did when he knew they'd sting. At first, I hadn't understood this ritual. Now I did, and he must have sensed the flicker of hurt because he brushed his lips against the corner of my mouth. Not trying to be a jerk here. I knew the difference. When he was actually being difficult, there was no mistaking it. "You've let me stay before," I pointed out. He nudged his nose against mine, a quiet smirk playing on his lips. "You know why, Muse?" His bed was a sanctuary. Maybe the Egyptian cotton sheets, maybe the memory foam mattress, or maybe just the solid weight of him beside me. The mansion was secure, but nothing compared to the safety I felt with him there. I could have snapped, but I knew Conway was trying. He dialed back his controlling streak, respected my boundaries, given me pieces of himself no one else got. Pushing for more would be selfish. "Good night," I finally said, sitting up and sweeping my hair over one shoulder. He shifted back, giving me space to stand. The thought of putting on damp lingerie made me grimace. Instead, I crossed to his dresser, fingers curling around the knob. "Mind if I borrow a shirt?" He strode toward the bathroom, gloriously unashamed of his nakedness. "Take whatever you want." I tugged the soft cotton over my head, foregoing underwear as I stepped into the hallway. The odds of running into anyone at this hour were slim, but I wasn't taking chances. "Muse." Pausing in the doorway, I glanced back. The dim light traced the hard lines of his shoulders, the taper of his waist, the powerful muscles of his legs. He'd once told me every inch of me was flawless, but the truth was, so was he, raw masculinity wrapped in effortless charm. "Thank you," he said. I waited, unsure what for dealing with me. Conway, I'd slept like a damn rock, waking before dawn with restless energy. A run around the estate grounds burned it off, followed by a plunge into the pool to shake the last of the haze. Dante, ever the early riser, was already lurking with coffee in hand, because God forbid I outpace him, even on a Sunday. Breakfast on the terrace, the sky still dark and my mind stuck on Muse. On the way her breath hitched last night, the way she arched into my touch. Some things just refused to fade the moment she climbed onto my lap. It was clear she knew exactly what she was doing. Her confidence was intoxicating, the way she moved against me like she'd done this 1,000 times before. The heat between her thighs had me on edge before I even got inside her. Every kiss, every touch, every breathy moan, it was like something out of a dream. Hearing my name spill from her lips as she gave in to pleasure only made it hotter. There was something raw and electric about her inexperience. Sure, I'd been with women who knew all the right moves, but none of them compared to watching her discover what she liked, figuring out her own desires in real time. It was a rush, seeing her unravel like that, and damn if it didn't light a fire in me. By morning, my head was buzzing with inspiration. My fingers itched to work, to take all that pent-up energy and pour it into fabric, into designs that would make women feel powerful. I needed my muse, needed her standing there, fueling my creativity. After breakfast, I headed to her room, stopping myself just short of barging in like I usually would. Old habits die hard, but she'd already started changing me, making me pause before acting like a bulldozer. I knocked lightly, polite for once, even though it was barely past sunrise. A sleepy voice called out, and I stepped inside. She was curled up in bed, tangled in the sheets, wearing one of my old shirts. The sight of her, fresh-faced and drowsy, hit me harder than I expected. No makeup, just soft skin and bright eyes. "I'm heading to the studio in Milan today," I said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "You're coming with me." She blinked, rubbing her eyes. "What for?" "Work." I could tell she'd rather stay with the horses, but she knew the deal. She was my inspiration, whether she liked it or not. "Give me an hour," she murmured, stretching. A part of me wanted to skip the studio altogether and spend the morning reminding her exactly why she belonged in my bed. But for once, I kept my impulses in check. For now the sensation of soft lips against him would beat even the strongest morning espresso, hands down. But patience had its rewards. "Come find me in my room when you're ready," I murmured before slipping away. The drive from Verona to Milan in my crimson Ferrari was effortless, the engine humming beneath me like a second heartbeat. What usually took an hour felt like minutes behind the wheel of this machine. I'd had plenty of passengers before, but none who made the scenery seem so vibrant. Muse gazed out the window, soaking in every detail as if seeing Italy for the first time. To her, it was magic. To me, just home. "You ever pick a favorite part of Italy?" I asked, shifting gears as the city skyline loomed ahead. She leaned back into the buttery leather seat, a smirk playing on her lips. "That's like asking me to pick a favorite star in the sky." I laughed. "Fair, but if I had to choose, southern Italy hands down. The sun never stops shining, the vineyards stretch forever, and winter barely exists. Milan's got its own charm, though. Fast-paced, full of designers and dreamers, keeps me sharp." "Cheater," she teased. "You don't get to dodge the question. Pick one." "Why limit myself?" I shot back. "Every corner of this country's got something worth loving." "Because watching you squirm is fun," she said, grinning. Fine, if she wanted an answer, she'd get one. "The South, then. My family's estate is there, vineyards, rolling hills, my uncle just down the road. The main winery practically in our backyard." "So you were always this spoiled?" I rolled my eyes. "Different kind of spoiled, less Ferraris, more open fields." She arched a brow. "Horses." The mention of my parents sent a flicker of irritation through me. They'd bought into Muse's little charade, and now I was stuck playing along. "No horses." "Then why'd your dad buy you one?" My grip tightened on the wheel. "Marco's got a big mouth, huh?" She stiffened slightly. "Just curious why you ended up with such a moody stallion." "He's not moody," I corrected. "He just has standards, and my father thought we were kindred spirits, stubborn, independent. So he dropped him off at my place and called it a gift." "Sweet," she mused, turning back to the window. I kept my focus on the road, eager to steer the conversation anywhere else. Family was the one thing that could unravel me if someone knew how to pull the right strings. Dangerous leverage. "I explored some of the nearby villages while waiting for your audition," she added, changing the subject. "Good." The less we talked about my past, the better the nights were spent under open skies, and despite having nothing to my name, strangers offered me meals without me even asking. They'd glance at me and say I looked too frail, handing over bread or fruit like it was nothing. The thought of her wandering Italy with nowhere to call home twisted something deep inside me. She'd been exposed, vulnerable. Someone like her shouldn't have to face the world's cruelty alone. That's exactly why I wanted Vanessa with a man who'd guard her fiercely, someone who'd make sure she never had to lift a finger if she didn't want to. People in Italy have big hearts. Back in the States, they'd probably dial 911 before offering a sandwich. You never should have been out there by yourself. Her shrug was tired. What else was I supposed to do? A few hostels let me crash, but they kick you out fast. I clenched my jaw, the anger simmering. Changing the subject was a relief. Dante's starting to like you, you know. Really, she sounded skeptical. All I do is eat his food and barely talk. That's the point. He wants to take care of you, let him and he's happy. She rolled her eyes. I don't need a babysitter. I can handle myself. Sure, just like Marco can't figure out why you'd rather muck stalls than lounge by the pool. Neither can I, honestly. And I can't just laze around all day. Same way Dante shouldn't be working nonstop. I bit back a laugh, hypocrite much. I could retire tomorrow, but I'd never walk away from my business. So, still enjoying the stables. Yeah, though Marco says I'm not ready to ride. She made air quotes. Doubt I ever will be. I told him to keep her off the horses, too risky. His excuses were flimsy, but they worked. Why's riding so important to you? She blinked like I'd asked why the sky was blue. Because it's fun. People ride for pleasure all the time. It's also a lot of work. Dangerous? Not if you're careful. Arguing was pointless. Stubbornness ran in the family. The car rolled into Milan, stopping at the building I owned, an old landmark I'd snatched up before demolition crews could touch it. The exterior stayed untouched, all weathered brick and history, but inside was sleek, modern, built for function. Muse followed me upstairs to the second floor, where models drifted between the gym, wardrobe, and studio. A few wore the lingerie line from last month's show. Conway. Veronica's voice cut through the chatter. She strutted over, teal fabric clinging to her curves, a jewel glinting in her navel. Her heels clicked sharply against the floor. Missed you. She grabbed my arm, pressing a kiss to my cheek like she owned the place. New detail. As she pulled away, her perfume lingered, something floral with a hint of spice, expensive and deliberate. It was the same scent she'd worn the night we'd first met, back when she'd been just another hopeful in a crowded audition room. The tone shift, oh, perfect. Just what I needed, another reminder that my life was a revolving door of complications. But hey, at least the view was nice. Veronica's face lit up as I leaned in to kiss her cheek. You're stunning tonight, I murmured. Juliet, a striking blonde in sleek black lingerie, followed with a playful peck on my other cheek. Your designs are killing it, she said, running a hand over the fabric. What's next for your collection? I smirked. You'll see soon enough. It's going to blow your mind. Turning toward the stairs, I headed for the third floor, sensing Muse hesitating before trailing behind. The model's warmth toward me was a stark contrast to the icy glares they shot her. I knew the game. Nicole had filled me in on the petty wars between them. No fists, just sabotage. Snipped hair, protein powder dumped in smoothies to sabotage waistlines. Childish, but predictable. Muse kept her distance, her silence thick with resentment. The studio was immaculate, thanks to Nicole, the only one I trusted to handle my materials. Sunlight poured through the windows, turning the air stifling. I shrugged off my jacket, rolling up my sleeves as I examined the imported fabrics laid out on the table. Muse stood rigid, arms crossed, her disapproval radiating. I'm not trying to outdo my last line, I said, flipping open my sketchbook. This time it's something entirely new. Her jaw tightened. Take off your clothes. No movement. Just a sharp glare. I sighed. Please. Still nothing. This isn't about work, is it? I leaned back, studying her. You're pissed about Veronica and Juliet. Her eyes flashed. I just don't get why you have to kiss everyone. It's called being polite. Oh, really? She scoffed. So if I started kissing every guy I met, you'd be cool with that? The thought alone made my grip tighten on my pen. Carter had barely glanced at her the wrong way, and I'd nearly broken his nose. No one touched what was mine. The thought of her lips brushing against anyone else made my blood boil. This isn't the same thing. Sure, because double standards aren't sexist at all, she shot back, arms crossed. Sexist, please. I'd never slut-shame a woman for her choices. Hell, my mother raised me better than that. Growing up watching her run a business while my dad cheered her on taught me real respect. But this was different. You're twisting my words. My fingers dug into the wooden table as I locked eyes with her. Look, we both agreed to this dynamic. Don't forget who's in charge here. You're mine, period. Her laugh was sharp. Oh, we're far from done, Conway. I exhaled, flipping a sketchbook open. I kiss my models because it's branding. They trust me. I protect them. If some idiot disrespects them, my guys handle it. But I don't sleep with them, so what's the issue? The issue, she leaned in. Every single one of them would drop their designer heels for you in a heartbeat. I smirked. What they want doesn't matter. Pencil in hand, I gestured to the space in front of me. Now, are we working or not? She hesitated, jaw tight, before finally stripping down to lingerie, moving with the confidence of a seasoned pro. Gone was the girl who used to fidget under my gaze. Now she owned the room. Stepping closer, I traced her collarbone, memorizing every curve. God, your skin tone. My thumb brushed her shoulder. It's unreal. You could make burlap look couture, she blinked. Thanks. Tilting her chin up, I studied the angles of her face. Hold that. Snatching fabric swatches, I draped them against her, searching for the one that would make her glow. Perfection wasn't optional, it was mandatory. After settling on a deep charcoal, I turned to my drafting table. You can cover up robes on the hook. She didn't move. I didn't glance up. Custom made, just for you. A beat of silence, then the whisper of fabric as she finally slipped it on. The robe clung to her like it was meant to be there. Just like everything else in my world, she adjusted the fabric around her waist, securing it with a tight knot before stepping closer. The scent of her coconut shampoo filled the space between us as she leaned in. Need a hand? Not really. I was used to handling things solo, except for Nicole, who managed the numbers and orders. The rest was on me. Muse exhaled sharply, her breath warm against my shoulder. You spent a fortune on me. Might as well put me to work. I bought you for one reason, I said, lifting my gaze to meet hers. You know exactly what that is. My fingers paused over the sketch, but she had my full attention now. She didn't flinch, just held my stare with a smirk. Maybe save that for tonight. She snatched the sketchbook, tilting it to study the intricate design, a web of delicate straps mimicking the crisscross of ropes. This is stunning. What inspired it? You, her brows lifted. How? I don't exactly dress like this when I'm mucking stalls. I dragged the sketch back toward me. It's not about what you wear, it's the way you handle the reins like you're in control. Made me wonder what it'd be like if I held the ropes instead. The image flashed in my mind, her wrists bound, that fiery defiance in her eyes as she gave in. I didn't hide the hunger in my voice. Black and brown leather, textured like horse tack. Every guy fantasizes about tying up a woman. This way, she does it herself. She traced a finger along the paper's edge. So you do think about it. The scissors sliced through fabric, constantly. Then why haven't you? I smirked. Figured you'd need time to adjust, but don't mistake patience for lack of interest. With her, I'd rewrite my entire playbook. She picked up a strip of material, testing its weight between her fingers. Where does this go? First strap. And if you're serious about helping, pay attention. I don't do second chances. Watching her work was like seeing my father's relentless energy in a new form. She thrived on motion, on doing just like him. Funny how she mirrored my mother too, stubborn all in. Measure twice, I said, sliding the ruler her way. Cut once. She nodded, and for the next hour we fell into rhythm, me crafting, her assembling, the silence between us charged with something unspoken. Every so often, her elbow would brush mine, and I'd catch her hiding a smile. Definitely not just about the ropes. I couldn't believe how effortlessly she picked up the process. Her precision actually saved me a ton of time. Having her there was like gaining an extra set of hands, and the thought of her crafting her own lingerie under my guidance sent a thrill through me. Once all the fabric pieces were laid out, I glanced at her. "So, what's the next step?" "Stitching," she replied, her fingers brushing against the delicate material. We positioned everything on the dress form, her steady hands keeping the fabric in place while I worked. She hadn't changed out of that silky robe, black and white, understated yet elegant, framing her in a way that made it hard not to steal glances. My focus, though, stayed locked on my hands, every movement deliberate. Years of this work had toughened my fingertips. Even a slip of the needle barely registered now. Muse stood close, her presence warm beside me. "You get this look when you're working," she murmured. I didn't pause. "What kind of look?" "Intense, like nothing else exists." I pulled the thread taut, my rhythm unbroken. "Funny, it's the same face you see in bed, just with less sweat and more concentration." Her words hit me like a delayed reaction, freezing my hands mid-stitch. "I used to wonder what expression you wore when you were with someone else," she admitted, her voice low. "I'd imagine it in the shower, let my mind wander. But now I know, because it's me in your bed." Heat rose in her cheeks as I resumed stitching, finishing the first cup and adjusting the strap. Her next question came softly, almost hesitant. "Why won't you let me stay the night?" The needle flashed as I worked the next seam. "I like my space. Even with someone you're sleeping with. Every arrangement I have is temporary. I take what I want and then it's done. No lingering." And they're okay with that. They're lucky to get any piece of me at all. A quiet scoff escaped her, followed by an amused smirk. "Wow, that might be the most self-absorbed thing you've ever said." I barely glanced up. "Give me time, I'll outdo myself." "What if I wanted to stay?" she pressed. "Not get politely shoved out the door." "You weren't shoved, you were guided." "Right, guided out while half asleep." "I don't share beds. I don't like listening to someone else breathe. I like waking up alone, it's just how I function." "Sounds isolating." "Not to me." I secured the thread, moving on to the next section. "Would you really make an exception for me?" "I already did once," I reminded her. "But again, probably not." The left side of the lingerie was nearly done. As I pinned the right side in place, she shifted the conversation. "So you never want a family?" This time, I adjusted the mannequin to work solo. "Why the sudden interrogation?" "I'm just curious." The tension between us was thick, charged with something unspoken, like the way her fingers had lingered on the fabric earlier, or how she'd caught me watching her when she thought I wasn't looking. Maybe this wasn't just about the lingerie anymore. "Just a few questions," he said, trying to sound casual. "Feels more like an inquisition," I shot back, crossing my arms. "An inquisition involves threats and chains," he countered. "This is just curiosity." "Right." I gently moved her hand away from the dress form. "I've got this. Go take a seat." The hurt flashed in her eyes before she stepped back. "Is it really so awful that I want to know the man I share a bed with? I'm the one who knows you best, your thoughts, your secrets, what drives you. I want to be more than just your lover, Conway. Let me be your friend." She had a way of dragging me into conversations I didn't want to have, peeling back layers I'd sworn to keep locked away. And when I pushed back, she twisted it into some kind of moral failing on my part. No one had ever made me bend like this before. She was the only one who could pull strings I didn't even know I had. "If friendship isn't what you want from me, fine," she continued, voice softening. "But I need it from you. I'm thousands of miles from home, completely alone. I need more than just nights with you. I need someone to talk to." "Friends aren't really my thing," I muttered, grabbing another spool of thread. "That's bull. Name one person you've seen me with," I challenged. "You've got Carter, your family, Nicole, people. I've got Marco, and let's be honest, he barely counts." My hands moved on autopilot, stitching, adjusting, pretending I wasn't hanging on every word. But her voice had this pull, warm, insistent, and when she dropped the act and just talked, I couldn't shut her out. If she was sticking around, I'd have to adjust. No more hiding in my workshop for days. I don't know how I feel about family, I admitted finally. She went quiet, settling onto a stool, her curls spilling over one shoulder. You don't want kids. Depends on the day. Give me both sides. I kept working, the needle flashing. I had great parents, stable, loving. I like the idea of passing that on. But kids are a lifetime commitment. My career eats up everything. And I'd need a wife, which isn't happening. Why not just hire help? No, my voice sharpened. I'm not outsourcing my kids to some stranger. Then get a wife. I already told you, I said, jaw tight. I don't do attachments. She leaned in, eyes searching. Or maybe you're just scared to. The needle slipped, pricking my finger. I didn't answer. It's going to mess with my focus, I muttered, threading the needle through the delicate fabric. Muse tilted her head, that knowing smirk playing on her lips. Oh, really? Because judging by your latest sketches, something lit a fire under you. I yanked the thread taut, meeting her gaze. Yeah, I'd bent a little to keep the peace between us, but that didn't mean a damn thing. Look who's suddenly the expert on my creative process. She shrugged. Just saying feeling something isn't a crime. Last night was about passion, good sex, period. I wasn't about to let her spin it into something deeper. And from the ice in her stare, she wasn't exactly writing love letters either. Good sex, she laughed, tossing her hair. Glad we're on the same page. Like she needed confirmation. Let's be clear, kids aren't happening, I said, focusing back on the lace in my hands. Her breath hitched. You'd actually deny me that? Yep. I wasn't shelling out a fortune to turn my place into a daycare, and fatherhood not in the cards. Better adjust your life plan, Muse. I'm not changing mine. Her fingers curled into fists. You think your name lives on through silk and lace. Who takes over when you're gone? Vanessa's kids. Barsetti Lingerie doesn't need my DNA to survive. She leaned in, elbows on the table, that smug look like she'd already won. And who runs it in 50 years? The needle slipped. Damn her. So what, you're volunteering now? Want my last name on your future soccer team? She snorted until she realized I wasn't joking. I wasn't proposing, Conway. But if I'm stuck here forever, at least I'd get kids out of it. And you're not exactly hard to look at. Neither are you, I shot back. For a second, her guard dropped. That rare softness flickered in her eyes. Muse had only been in my life a short time, but she'd already rewired my brain. If anyone was going to carry my legacy, who else would it be? I stepped back, scrutinizing the finished piece. The straps were tricky, nylon, stretchy, designed to cling and release with a single tug. Muse eyed the mannequin, lips quirking. Looks stunning. Also looks like a puzzle to take off. I smirked, adjusting the crotch panel just to watch her eyebrows climb. Where's the fun in easy? The fabric draped between her fingers as she examined the design. Wait, so there's nothing underneath? Not a thing, I smirked. She tilted her head, the silk of her robe slipping off one shoulder. Adjustable straps, huh, that's actually kind of genius. I leaned against the work table, watching her reaction. People call me a visionary, but honestly, I just know what drives women wild. And trust me, you'd look incredible in this. Her lips curved into a slow smile. How soon can I try it on? Heat shot straight through me. The way she'd changed from guarded to hungry sent a thrill down my spine. I'd expected to dominate her, to take what I wanted without hesitation. But this, her wanting me, that was something else entirely. I set the needle aside and closed the distance between us, my footsteps echoing softly on the hardwood. Her breath hitched as I cupped her chin, forcing those ocean blue eyes to meet mine. My fingers traced the delicate line of her throat, down to where her robe barely clung to her collarbone. Tell me, Muse, do you want this? I tugged the sash loose, letting the fabric fall open. Her skin was flawless, every curve begging to be touched. Here, she breathed. Now, I gripped the stool beneath her, bringing us eye to eye. Whenever you say. Her fingers curled around my tie, pulling me closer. The hesitation in her kiss was gone, replaced by a hunger that matched mine. She might have been new to this, but damn if she didn't know exactly how to melt against me. My thoughts blurred. No designs, no deadlines, just her. Her nails scraped down my chest as she undid my shirt, her touch leaving fire in its wake. The second my skin met hers, she arched into me with a gasp. Every sound she made sent another jolt of need through me. I didn't care why she was suddenly so eager, whether it was the lingerie, jealousy, or just the way I looked at her. All that mattered was the way her body moved under my hands. My slacks hit the floor, and I lifted her effortlessly, carrying her to the bed in the corner. That bed had seen countless fittings, endless photo shoots, but never this. Tonight, it was the moment I lowered her onto the bed, she tugged my pants down in one swift motion. Barefoot, I climbed over her, our lips crashing together. "Tell me what you need, Muse." This was new, her taking control, her desire burning as hot as mine. Normally, I reveled in being wanted, but this was something else entirely. Having the most stunning woman alive crave me, it was intoxicating. Just like this, her fingers traced my chest before locking behind my neck. My arms slid under her thighs as I guided myself inside her, her warmth welcoming me instantly. No teasing, no build-up, just raw need. I thrust deeper, her body adjusting effortlessly, her moans muffled against my mouth. Her nails dug into my skin, sending a jolt through me. Damn, Muse! I'd never get over how perfect she felt, every inch worth every dollar I'd spent. Her hands gripped my hips, pulling me closer. "Conway," forget slow. This time, I gave her everything hard, relentless, the bed frame rattling beneath us. No hesitation, no holding back. She arched beneath me, her nails raking down my back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The way she lost herself in the moment, her lips parted, her moans uncontrolled, drove me wild. "More," I spread her wider, burying myself to the hilt. Her body trembled, her breasts bouncing with every movement. Every muscle in me tensed, my grip tightening on her hips. If she wanted it rough, she'd get it. "Oh God, yes." Her head fell back, eyes fluttering shut. "Look at me." The second our gazes locked, she shattered. Her fingers dug into my shoulders, her climax crashing over her in waves. "Conway!" Her voice broke as she came, her body clenching around me, her cries echoing in the room. "You're unreal like this." I couldn't hold back any longer. I needed to feel her wrapped around me when I let go. With a groan, I spilled into her, my grip on her neck firm as I rode out the last of my release. Afterward, her fingers tangled lazily in my hair, her skin flushed, her breathing still uneven. The ride home would be torture, knowing she was still full of me, knowing I wasn't done with her, yet her eyelids drooped with exhaustion, like she might pass out any second. Thank God Nicole didn't barge in and catch me with my pants down, literally. I stepped back, yanking up my slacks while she lay there, breathless and stunning. "I've got some work to wrap up. I'll check in when I'm done." Grabbing a throw blanket, I draped it over her, hiding her from prying eyes. Honestly, if Nicole or one of the models saw Muse like this, I wouldn't care. She was mine and I had no regrets. Back in my office, my phone buzzed Vanessa. "What?" I always answered, but that didn't mean I was in the mood for her nonsense. "Seriously. Hi is just as easy to say," she shot back. I smirked, dragging it out. "What?" Forget it. I don't even want to talk to you. Just give me Sapphire's number." I blinked, my grip tightening on the phone. "Excuse me." "Stop playing dumb. I want to get to know her. Future sister-in-law bonding, hello?" My jaw clenched. "Not happening, Vanessa." "Oh, come on, she's awesome, and I'm not waiting for you to finally put a ring on it." The mention of marriage sent a spike of irritation through me. "She's busy. 24/7, can't even text." I exhaled sharply. No way out without looking shady. "She doesn't have a phone." Silence. Then, "You're joking." "Broke the last one, never replaced it. And you, Mr. Moneybags, couldn't fix that." I pinched the bridge of my nose, heat crawling up my neck. "I'll handle it." "Great, I'll take her shopping." I said I'll do it. She huffed. "Why are you being such a jerk?" "I'm not." Yeah, you are. I'm trying here and you're gatekeeping like some possessive weirdo." "Gatekeeping?" I scoffed. "Whatever. It's 1,000,000 degrees and I just finished class. I'm coming over to swim. Tell Sapphire to join me." "You're inviting yourself now." Typical Vanessa. "You said I could come anytime." "Yeah, in emergencies." "Boredom is an emergency. Deal with it." Click. I nearly launched my phone across the room. Unbelievable. Storming out, I searched the house. No Muse. The stables, then. I found her brushing down one of the horses, her fingers gentle against its coat. The sight of her, calm and unhurried, only made my frustration twist tighter. Muse heaved another bale of hay onto the stack, her muscles flexing under the afternoon sun. I'd never noticed how effortlessly she handled the heavy loads until now. "Muse," I called out. She dusted her hands off on her worn jeans, adjusting the white Stetson Dante had bought her. The new work gear suited her, rugged denim, scuffed boots, a fitted shirt knotted at her waist. Damn if she didn't look like she'd stepped out of some country music video. A bead of sweat trailed down her collarbone, disappearing beneath her shirt, and I had to force myself to focus. "Vanessa, being impossible," I muttered. Muse tipped her hat back, wiping her forehead with her sleeve. "She's always seemed sweet to me." "Yeah, of course you'd think that," I scoffed. "She's on her way over right now, wants to lounge by the pool with you. Asked for your number, but I told her you drowned yours in a toilet." "Stick to that story." Muse shifted her weight, one hand resting on her hip. "That's thoughtful of her. When is she showing up?" "Half an hour." She started toward the house, but I caught her wrist, yanking her back. "Don't slip up, not a word." "Wasn't planning on it." She tried to pull free, but I tightened my grip. "Vanessa plays dumb, but she notices everything. One wrong move and she'll figure us out. And you know what happens if you screw me over." The thought of my family finding out twisted my gut. They'd accepted my wild nights, my odd career choices, but this, buying Muse like some auctioned livestock, that would wreck them. Their disgust would cut deeper than any punch. Muse tilted her chin up, her gaze sharp. "What exactly would you do?" My jaw clenched. "Whatever it takes." She smirked, pressing a hand to my chest. "We both know you won't." Her fingers trailed lower before she stepped back. "But I'll play along. I'm having too much fun to ruin it." I watched her walk away, the sway of her hips mocking me. She had me wrapped around her finger, and the worst part, she knew it. I'd softened for her, and if she wanted to burn me, she could. But for now, she didn't seem inclined to. Still, trust was a luxury I couldn't afford. The idea of Vanessa and me growing close made me uneasy. No one should have that kind of influence over me. Vanessa floated lazily in the pool, her blue bikini clinging to her skin as the sunlight bounced off her golden tan. Her dark hair was twisted into a messy bun, and oversized sunglasses shielded her eyes while she lounged on the steps, half submerged in the water. I stretched out on a nearby chair, still damp from my swim, soaking in the view of the sprawling estate. The distant stables, the vineyard rows, all bathed in late afternoon light. Normally, I'd be out there sweating under the sun, so this was a rare, indulgent break. "So, how's art school treating you?" I asked, watching her flick water off her fingers. She groaned, tilting her head back. Depends on the day. Painting, love it. Sitting through lectures about Renaissance brushstrokes, absolute torture." She mimed snoring, and I laughed. There was something raw about her honesty, no sugarcoating, no pretending. Unlike her brother and father, who carried their thoughts like weights, Vanessa just said what she meant. "Did you go to college?" she asked suddenly. I hesitated, scrambling to keep my story straight. "Yeah, for business." "Dropped out when the tuition got too steep. Figured modeling was a cheaper gamble." She nodded. "American universities are insane. My art school's pricey, but at least I'm not drowning in debt." "So you're gonna be the next Picasso?" she snorted. "Doubt it, more like occasional painter and full-time winery employee." "But hey, at least I tried." "Your family seems supportive." "Too supportive," she said, rolling her eyes. "Conway swears my stick figures are masterpieces." Sounds like a good brother. Yeah, when he's not pretending to hate me. She smirked, flicking water in my direction. But deep down, total softy. The moment felt easy, natural, until I remembered how dangerous that could be. He watches over me more than my own family ever did, which is honestly kind of wild. Does he act like that with you too? I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, absolutely. She rolled her eyes. Seriously, how do you deal with him? He's so intense. I knew how much his sister meant to him. It was obvious in every little thing he did, the way he listened to her, the way he softened around her. If he didn't care, he wouldn't have bothered changing for me. And let's be real, he didn't want to change. He'd have been perfectly happy keeping me locked away like some prized possession, only pulling me out when it suited him. But his sister's influence, that was the one thing that made him pause, made him try to be decent. And honestly, I liked him better when he was decent. He's got his moments, I admitted, even if he hides them most of the time, she scoffed. Well, he must show them to you more than anyone else. Every time I see him at work or in interviews, he's like a stone-cold statue, zero emotion, just this laser focus like he's allergic to happiness. I bit back a grin. He just gets in the zone and looks unfairly good doing it. So that's how you two met. You were one of his models. Yeah, auditioned on a whim and things just clicked. She kicked off from the pool steps, gliding to the other side before propping herself up on the edge. So, does that mean you're in love with my brother? The question should have been easy. This whole thing was built on lies anyway. What was one more? But when I thought about Conway, the answer wasn't so simple. He'd been surprisingly kind when we first met. Sure, he had his sharp edges, his sarcastic jabs, but he also made me feel safe. If he were truly the monster people painted him to be, he wouldn't have given me that advance. He wouldn't have dropped a small fortune just to pull me out of a mess. And he definitely wouldn't have let me stay. Respect, absolutely. Love, that was trickier. What we had wasn't some grand romance, it was something quieter, something real. A slow-burning trust, a partnership that didn't feel like a cage anymore. The house didn't just feel like his, it felt like ours. If he ever told me to leave, I wouldn't even know where to go. I swallowed hard. Of course I do. The words tasted strange, not quite a lie, but not the full truth either. There was something there, even if it wasn't love in the way she meant. She smirked. Oh, he's so gone for you, it's embarrassing. This time, I managed to keep a straight face. You think? Yeah. Never once seen him with a woman, not in real life anyway. Sure, there were actresses on TV, but that didn't count. He never brought anyone to family dinners, never even hinted at having a personal life. Growing up, girls were practically non-existent around him. For a hot second, I even wondered if he was gay, especially when he picked up sewing. But let's be real, Conway was the definition of straight. Rugged, intense, with a presence that screamed raw masculinity. Even threading a needle couldn't dull that energy. So imagine my shock when we found out not only did he have a girlfriend, but she was living with him. Vanessa lounged against the pool steps, careful not to dunk her hair. That's all my parents and I talked about the whole drive. Oh, and by the way, they're obsessed with you. Seriously. I'd only met them for a couple of hours, hardly enough time to leave a lasting impression. But maybe because I wasn't stressing over playing the perfect girlfriend, I'd been completely relaxed. They were just people, and apparently they loved me for it. Your mom called you the most stunning woman she's ever seen, Vanessa continued, grinning. And my dad, he thinks you're the reason Conway's finally acting like a decent human being. Me, turning Conway into a better man, if only they knew half the things he'd whispered in my ear. Well, your family's amazing. He's lucky to have you all. And don't forget his incredibly cool sister, she teased. Obviously, I laughed. So, what happened with that guy you went out with? The one-date wonder, she rolled her eyes. He asked me out after class, seemed nice enough, but zero spark. I told him straight up no hard feelings, just no future. They say when it's real, you know within a day, and yeah, that wasn't it. My mind flashed to my first encounter with Conway. The way he commanded the room like he owned it, circling me like I was prey. His broad shoulders, the rough stubble along his jaw, every detail burned into my memory instantly. My pulse had kicked up just from his presence. "You've got to kiss a lot of frogs," I mused. Don't remind me," she groaned. "But honestly, I'm in no rush. It's annoying how guys get praised for playing the field, but girls are supposed to lock it down by 25. Conway might have mentioned something about that." Her eyebrows shot up. "Oh, do tell." She pushed her sunglasses up. Suddenly, all ears, Vanessa crossed her arms, shaking her head. "Dad thinks I'd be better off with some big shot guy watching over me, like that's the only way I'll be safe." "News flash, I don't need a bodyguard," she shot back. "I've got my own brain, thanks." He'd said the same thing. "And I don't need to hide behind some guy. I can handle myself just fine." That used to be my line until Knuckles happened. Now, I was trapped, my life in someone else's hands. The second Conway wasn't around, I'd be a target all over again. Funny how fast pride crumbles when survival's on the line. He wasn't exactly Prince Charming, but without him, I'd be in a ditch somewhere. The realization stung. I needed him, and that grated on me more than I wanted to admit. "He's just looking out for you, Vanessa. And let's be real, who wouldn't want a guy who's crazy about them and can keep them safe?" She smirked, splashing water at me. "I'll take the perfect man, but only if I want him, not because I'm some damsel in distress." She tilted her head. "Are you getting in or just baking out here? You've been sunbathing for half an hour." "Sun feels good," I said, stretching my arms behind my head. "Meanwhile, you're already golden. How?" "Stable duty, every day." Her eyebrows shot up. "You work in the barn in this heat. Love the horses, keeps me busy." "I thought you were modeling." "Not much these days." Mostly helping Conway with his fashion line. Vanessa rolled her eyes. Right, because God forbid you have a life outside of his shadow." "Exactly." She tossed her sunglasses onto the pool ledge. "So I'm hitting the town with friends Saturday. You in?" "A night out, with actual people who weren't Conway, Marco, or Dante." Vanessa was fun, maybe this was my chance to breathe. "Yeah, why not? What's the plan?" "Food first, then probably dancing. You'll love it, Milan's insane at night." I forced a smile. Last time I'd wandered Milan alone, I ended up auctioned off like a piece of furniture. Hopefully, history wouldn't repeat itself. Then her gaze flicked past me. "Speak of the devil." Conway strolled up, all muscle in a black tee and jeans. Even casual, he looked like he could bench press a car. And when he locked eyes on me in my bikini, zero subtlety. His sister being 3 feet away didn't slow him down one bit. The afternoon sun glinted off the pool as Vanessa floated lazily on an inflatable, her laughter fading the moment her brother stepped onto the patio. "We were having a great time," she muttered, rolling her eyes, "until someone decided to bring the storm clouds." Conway barely glanced at her, his attention locked onto me instead. "You look incredible in that bikini," he said, his voice low enough that only I could hear it. My skin prickled under his stare, my body reacting before my brain could catch up. The way he looked at me, like he owned every inch of me, sent a rush of heat through my veins. If Vanessa weren't right there, I knew exactly what would happen next. He'd have me pinned against the pool edge before I could protest. I forced myself to look away, adjusting my sunglasses like they could shield me from him. Vanessa broke the tension with a splash, kicking her legs to drift farther away. "Sapphire and I are hitting the town Saturday," she announced, grinning. "Girls' night, no boys allowed." Conway's jaw tightened. "Is that so?" "Yep." She popped the P with satisfaction, clearly enjoying his irritation. The moment she left, the air thickened. Conway disappeared into his office without another word, but the silent fury rolling off him was impossible to ignore. I knew what was coming. Upstairs, I let the shower wash away the chlorine and the weight of his gaze. His penthouse was a gilded cage, plush towels, a Dyson hair dryer that worked like magic, a closet full of designer dresses I hadn't even picked out myself. I slipped into a white sundress, the fabric soft against my skin, and barely had time to admire it before the door flew open. "You're not going anywhere Saturday." Conway's voice was a blade, his body blocking the exit. Every muscle in his arms stood taut, his anger radiating like heat off asphalt. I crossed my arms. "So I just sit here forever?" His nostrils flared. "You know the rules." "Oh, I know them," I shot back, stepping into my sandals. "I just don't care." For the first time ever, he didn't react to me standing there in nothing but lingerie. That's how I knew this wasn't just a tantrum. This was a warning. "Forever," I scoffed. "Not forever. Just skip the Saturday night bar crawl through sketchy neighborhoods with your glam squad. Invite them here instead." Like anyone would actually agree to that. "Ever tried asking?" "I'm not canceling," I shot back. "Conway, your sister invited me, not ditching her. I need more than just work and sitting around this place. Vanessa knows the city. She's not about to lead us into some back alley." His glare sharpened. "Vanessa's an idiot. I don't want her out there either. This isn't up for debate. I'm going. You follow my rules and you're staying." I folded my arms. What happened to mutual respect? This isn't about respect. It's about keeping you safe. I'm putting my foot down. Or we could act like grown-ups and find a middle ground. That's how relationships work, remember? He stepped closer, his breath hot against my face. "We compromise on plenty, not this. You think Milan's some playground. Those girls act invincible, but you should know better." "Exactly," I said. "And I still want to go. I won't spend my life scared, Conway. I'm not ending up in some gutter again." His jaw tensed. "No, wasn't asking." His hand clamped around my throat, firm, but not enough to hurt. I didn't flinch. "You don't ask, you belong to me." I held his stare, his anger radiating like heat. It wasn't control, it was fear. "What am I supposed to tell Vanessa? Sorry, my keeper said no. Say you're busy. And next weekend and the one after." My grip tightened on his wrist. "I'm going, choke me all you want, it won't change that. I'll watch my back." "Since when?" "Since now." I shoved his hand away. "I like your sister. She's the closest thing I've got to a friend." "You don't need friends, you've got me." A smirk tugged at my lips. "Oh, so we're friends now?" His voice dropped. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "It is, so come with me." The anger in his eyes flickered. "Thought this was a girls' night." "It is, and I'm going. Either tag along or deal with it." I closed the distance, kissing him slow and deliberate. His resistance melted instantly. His lips yielding to mine, I took a step back, watching his posture relax as I left the decision in his hands. Dante had picked out a silver dress for me, short, snug, and barely skimming my thighs, with delicate straps resting on my shoulders. The matching stilettos made my legs look endless. I touched up my lipstick in the mirror before heading downstairs, where Conway waited in dark jeans and a crisp button-down. His gaze burned as I descended, a mix of irritation and approval flickering in his eyes. My outfit had clearly gotten under his skin. I clutched my small black purse, the one holding my phone and cash, finally my own phone, though the contacts list was depressingly empty. When I stopped in front of him, he gave me a slow once-over. "Ready," I said. "Where's the rest of your outfit?" His voice was rough as his eyes dragged over me. And here I thought I was the one who designed lingerie. I tossed my hair and breezed past him, but he caught me in a heartbeat, his palm landing on my backside before he yanked me against him. His fingers tangled in my hair, tilting my face up, but this time I turned my head. "No," his eyebrows shot up. "No," like the word was foreign to him. "Later," I said, pulling free. "Later." He sounded like he'd never heard that one either. "Exactly, later." I smirked. "You can spend all night staring, getting more frustrated by the minute. And if you behave, maybe I'll reward you when we get home." All he did was exhale sharply, but the lack of protest told me he'd play along. We climbed into his tinted SUV and I checked my phone. Vanessa had texted, "Club Bellissima tonight, you know where it is?" I typed back a quick "yeah, I'll find it" before tucking my phone away. Conway kept his grip loose on the wheel, eyes fixed ahead. "What'd she say?" "They're at Club Bellissima." His jaw tightened. "You're joking." "No, why?" He shook his head. "Nothing." The rest of the drive was silent, tension simmering between us. He hated this whole arrangement, but it was the only deal I'd take. He could come with me or stay home sulking. His choice. 40 minutes later, we pulled into a deserted lot behind a sleek building in Milan. "Where is this?" "Mine," he said simply. I glanced around at the empty spaces. "You own the whole place. Don't like neighbors." "Must be nice," I muttered. "How far to the club?" "Just around the corner." I wobbled slightly in my heels as we walked, struggling to match his long strides. He slowed without a word, though he didn't reach for my hand. Not that I expected him to. Added detail. The building's exterior was modern but eerily quiet, like a ghost town in the middle of the city. It made me wonder how often he actually stayed here, and why he needed so much space all to himself. The club was packed when we got there, the lines stretching down the block and wrapping around the corner. "Guess we're not the only ones who wanted to come out tonight," I muttered, eyeing the crowd. Conway barely glanced at the line before striding past everyone like he owned the place. I hurried after him. The line starts back there, you know." He didn't even slow down. "Not for me." The bouncers barely blinked before stepping aside, letting him breeze right in without a word. Inside, the place was dimly lit, pulsing with bass-heavy music and the hum of too many voices talking over each other. The VIP booths were sleek, upholstered in deep blue leather, and the bars were packed with people waving cash for drinks. Everywhere I looked, women in tight dresses and men in button-downs were eyeing each other like prey. Conway moved through the crowd effortlessly. People either knew him or sensed they shouldn't get in his way. He didn't so much as glance back at me, keeping his distance like I was just another face in the crowd. Fine by me. Up on the second floor, I spotted Vanessa lounging with two other women, all sipping cocktails. "There they are," I said. Conway barely nodded. "I'll be at the bar." "You're not coming over," he smirked, sliding a hand into his pocket. "Don't worry, I'll be watching." Then he was gone, melting into the crowd. Vanessa lit up when she saw me, grabbing my wrist the second I sat down. "Look at you, these are my girls, Stephanie and Laura." She introduced us with a dramatic flourish. "And this is Sapphire, the woman who somehow tamed my brother." Stephanie nearly choked on her drink. "Wait, Conway, the guy who ghosted me after one date." Vanessa rolled her eyes. "Yeah, well, she's living with him now." Laura leaned in, swirling her Cosmo. "I've had a crush on him since college. Who hasn't?" "Literally everyone," Stephanie sighed. Vanessa made a face. "Trust me, he's not all that." I forced a smile, biting back the urge to defend him. "He's actually really kind. Supports his team, looks out for his friends." Vanessa smirked. "Oh, you've got it bad." Before I could argue, a server appeared with a drink, vodka cranberry, just how I liked it. I didn't remember ordering it. Glancing toward the bar, I caught Conway's gaze before he turned away, leaving me to wonder how he even knew my usual. The stranger plopped the drink in front of me with a smug smile, even though I hadn't ordered it or asked for his company. "Wrong drink, wrong guy," I said, scooting toward the edge of the booth. My skin prickled as he slid in way too close, his arms slung over the seat like he owned the place. After everything I'd been through, uninvited closeness sent alarm bells screaming in my head. "Relax, sweetheart," he drawled, leaning in. "I'll buy you whatever you want, martini, whiskey sour. How about you take your drink and your creepy vibes somewhere else?" I shot back. Vanessa snapped her fingers like she was shooing a stray cat. "Yeah, beat it, buddy. Your game's weak." Before he could fire back, Conway yanked him out of the booth so hard he hit the floor with a thud. A swift kick pinned him down, Conway's boot pressing just enough to steal his breath. The bouncers barely glanced over, more interested in their drinks than doing their jobs. "Get lost," Conway growled, stepping back. The guy scrambled up, face red, and bolted for the exit like his pants were on fire. Conway smoothed his shirt like he'd just finished tying his shoes, not tossing a guy across the room. Then he turned to me, jaw tight. 5 minutes. That's all I ask." Stephanie and Laura were practically fanning themselves, while Vanessa looked ready to throw punches, same as her brother. "What are you even doing here?" she demanded. Ignoring her, Conway slid in beside me, his arm draping over my shoulders like a claim. His cologne, something woodsy and expensive, wrapped around me, a stark contrast to the sleaze from before. He brushed my hair aside, lips grazing my neck in a kiss that sent a shiver down my spine. Vanessa's glare could have melted steel. "You gonna answer me or what?" she snapped. Conway smirked, scanning the room before lifting a finger. A waitress appeared instantly, all curves and confidence. "Scotch," he ordered, "and one for my girl Neat." My girl. The words curled warm in my chest, stupid as it was. The waitress vanished, and the bass from the speakers pulsed through the floor. Up on the second level, bodies moved under dim blue lights, the whole room bathed in a cool, dreamlike glow. Added detail, the faint scent of spilled whiskey and citrus lingered in the air, mixing with Conway's cologne. New twist. Vanessa rolled her eyes so hard it looked painful, muttering, "Unbelievable," under her breath. Vanessa leaned in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "So, you're really sticking around for this?" "Because you know girl talk isn't really your scene." Conway barely glanced her way, his attention fixed on the crowd. "Are you even a girl?" Vanessa pressed, rolling her eyes when he didn't respond. Finally, he turned, his expression flat. "Just pretend I'm not here. I do the same for you every day." Vanessa's fingers tightened around her glass. "If Sapphire weren't my best friend, I'd shove you under this table." Conway smirked. "And I'd shove back, harder." She took a sharp sip of her drink, irritation flashing in her eyes. "He wouldn't let me come alone," I muttered, shooting her an apologetic look. "Trust me, I tried." Conway ignored us, tossing €100 tip as the waitress set down his drink. "Oh, I get it," Vanessa scoffed. "This guy shadows me on dates like some overgrown guard dog, so yeah, I totally understand." Stephanie giggled. "Aw, he's just being protective. It's kinda sweet." My jaw clenched. The girls had been shamelessly flirting with him all night, and I'd brushed it off. Because let's be real, who would? But now, it was getting old. "It's not sweet, it's stalker-level weird," Vanessa snapped. "I'm an adult. I don't need a chaperone." Conway stayed silent, melting into the background as the conversation shifted to Vanessa's latest art project. The girls were all students, buzzing with that same restless energy I remembered from college, chasing dreams, figuring life out. Then Vanessa's eyes lit up. "Oh, check out leather jacket guy in the corner." We all turned. A guy with dark stubble and a fitted jacket sauntered in with his friends, all swagger and confidence. "Damn, that backside," Stephanie purred. "His friend's not bad either," Laura added. "He was attractive, sure, but generic, like a discount version of Conway." "Yeah, he's cute," I admitted absently. Big mistake. Conway's gaze locked onto me like a predator, icy and furious. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under. Alone, he'd have had plenty to say. "You gonna go talk to him?" Laura nudged Vanessa. "Obviously." She fluffed her hair, reapplying her lipstick with a smirk. Conway exhaled sharply, barely containing his annoyance. "Good luck," I muttered. Vanessa slid out of the booth, but Conway's patience snapped. "You don't just walk up to some random guy in a bar." She paused, arching a brow. "Oh, where should I pick up guys then? A library." The tension crackled, until a loud crash from the bar made everyone jump. A drunk patron had knocked over a tower of glasses, sending shards everywhere. The distraction gave Conway just enough time to shoot me a glare that said, "We're not done here." Vanessa's eyes lit up as she spotted the guy across the bar. "Seriously, in a place like this?" I bit back a laugh, but Conway wasn't having it. You don't know a damn thing about him, he muttered, fingers tightening around his glass. Could be a total creep for all you know. Vanessa rolled her eyes so hard I thought they'd get stuck. Oh, please, a guy who looks like that doesn't need to force anything. Get real, Conway. Vanessa, I grabbed his arm before he could say more. Drop it, man, she's a big girl. Vanessa didn't waste another second. She sauntered over, hips swaying, leaving Conway fuming in the booth. His jaw clenched as he watched her lean in, flashing that killer smile. She's gonna get herself hurt, he muttered. Or maybe she's just having fun, I countered. Not every guy's out here scheming. Yeah, name one who is. I shot him a look. You're really gonna sit here and act like you're not the same guy who flirts with anything in a skirt. That's different, he snapped, voice low. I run a business where women own their power. This is reckless. Or maybe you just don't like seeing her move on. His glare could have melted steel, but I wasn't backing down. Across the room, Vanessa had the guy grinning, his body angled toward her like she was the only person in the bar. Then, out of nowhere, a hand landed on Conway's shoulder. I tensed. Nobody touched him like that unless they had a death wish, but the second he turned, his whole posture relaxed. The older man standing there had the same sharp jawline, same dark eyes. Family, no question. Uncle. Conway stood, and suddenly the tension in the air shifted. Looks like you're keeping busy, his uncle teased, glancing my way before giving Conway a knowing smirk. I offered my hand, but the man just chuckled and kissed my cheek instead. No introductions needed, sweetheart. Normally, I'd cringe at the word, but from him, it almost sounded like a compliment. Knuckles' grip on the name was slipping. You do. My siblings had nothing but good things to say. His attention drifted back to Conway. Heard you've been keeping him in line. I chuckled. He's already got his act together, never needed my help with that. His uncle flashed a grin. I like you. Heat crept into my cheeks as I smiled. Thanks. Kane, he introduced himself. Sapphire. He already knew who I was, but I said it anyway. Conway leaned in, amusement in his voice. My uncle owns this place. Kinda funny you girls picked this spot. It's got a good vibe, I said, and the drinks don't skimp. Only for the pretty ones. His eyes flicked to Vanessa, still deep in conversation with some guy. Who's she talking to? Conway sighed, barely glancing over. She thought he was cute. Kane's expression darkened. Want me to toss him? Dead serious. Were all the Barsettis this intense? Let her be, she's an adult. If she messes up, she'll learn. Some mistakes shouldn't happen, Conway muttered. I'll watch her. The fact that his uncle just nodded like that was normal. No wonder Vanessa had that wild, untamed energy. She was probably drowning in all that overprotectiveness. Catch you later. Kane pulled Conway into a quick hug, clapping his back. Looking sharp, by the way. Conway smirked. Back at you. Obviously. Kane's grin turned sly. But you only look this good because of the woman next to you. Laura and Stephanie had settled at another table with a pair of brothers, laughing over drinks. Vanessa, though. Still glued to that guy, now tucked into a booth, his arm draped behind her. Close, too close. Conway wasn't staring, but I could tell he was tracking them. We could have left, the group had scattered, but he kept ordering. And damn, the man could drink. His fingers curled around the glass, his other arm snug over my shoulders. So we just gonna camp here all night playing lookout. Just enjoying my drink. That's your 5th scotch, guess I'm driving. I'm fine. Debatable. He tilted his head, that smoldering gaze locking onto mine. Do I seem drunk? No, then we're good. I traced my fingers along his jaw, rough stubble catching against my skin. Up to his cheek, studying him like he was some priceless work of art. His lips, full, tempting, held my attention a beat too long. You can have me whenever you want, Muse. My eyes snapped back to as his grip tightened around my wrist, sending a shiver down my spine. You really think I don't see right through you? His voice was low, teasing. That look in your eyes, it's the same when you get right before I kiss you. My legs tensed under the table. heat creeping up my thighs. Every woman in this club had eyed Conway at least once tonight. Italy's most sought-after bachelor, and not just because of his fame, no, he outshone the models he worked with. And yet, here I was, the one he'd chosen to sit within this dimly lit booth. A smug satisfaction curled inside me. So, are you going to do something about it? Not here, he murmured, glancing around. Too many eyes, I smirked. Afraid they'll see you with me. More like afraid they'll enjoy it too much. His nose brushed against mine, and I caught the faint scent of his cologne, something dark and expensive. You're possessive, he accused, amusement lacing his words. Not possessive, just selective. That's just jealousy with extra steps. I rolled my eyes. No, jealousy is when you care, I just don't like sharing. He laughed, sharp and knowing. That's not selective. That's just selfish. Call it what you want. My fingers trailed up his thigh, stopping just short of where I knew he wanted them. His breath hitched, but he didn't pull away. You don't seem to mind. Maybe I don't. His voice dropped, rough around the edges. But you should wait. Or maybe you should stop talking and kiss me. His hand tangled in my hair, tilting my head back. Why are you so desperate for it, Muse? You tell me, I challenged. You're the one who claims I'm the most beautiful woman here. His thumb traced my bottom lip, slow and deliberate. I stand by that. Then act like it. His grip tightened, pulling me closer. Oh, I am. The heat of his body pressed against mine, his arousal unmistakable even through the fabric of his jeans. I closed the distance, my lips brushing his only to tease, skimming along his jaw instead. My tongue traced the line of his throat, savoring the way his pulse jumped beneath my touch. When I reached his ear, I let my breath ghost over his skin. Stop making me beg. That was all it took. His fingers twisted in my hair, yanking me into a kiss that was anything but gentle. Hard, demanding, like he wanted to brand me with it. But then, just as suddenly, it softened. A quiet surrender in the middle of all that fire the moment his lips met mine. It wasn't rough or demanding. It was deliberate, slow, like he was savoring every second. His hands, which had been tangled in my hair moments before, softened, fingers tracing the strands instead of pulling. A rush of heat shot through me, and I wanted nothing more than to tear his clothes off right there in the dim club light. Funny how things change. What started as resentment, seeing him as nothing but a cold captor, had twisted into something else entirely. Now, I craved him just as fiercely as he wanted me. His touch, his attention, the way he made my body hum with need. His groan vibrated against my tongue, muffled by the pounding bass overhead. The music was deafening, but the way his body pressed into mine spoke louder than words. The tension between us was electric, his jeans straining against the obvious bulge beneath. Then, just like that, he broke the kiss, jaw tight, eyes dark. Let's go home. His voice was rough, edged with restraint. I didn't wait for him, sliding out of the booth in one smooth motion. My stilettos clicked against the floor as I stood, knowing full well his gaze was locked on me. Well, I'm leaving. Good night. I tossed the words over my shoulder, already walking away. And just like I knew he would, he was on me in seconds, his arms snaking around my waist as he guided me through the crowd like he owned the place, which technically he did. Outside, the night air was a relief after the suffocating heat of the club. The breeze kissed my skin, cooling the sweat at the back of my neck. His grip tightened as we moved down the sidewalk, the city lights flickering around us. It was strange. This same street used to be just a path between my hotel and the laundromat. Now, it felt like the beginning of something entirely different. We reached his building, stepping into the garage where his blacked-out SUV sat untouched. Instead of heading for the car, though, he steered me toward the elevator, jabbing the button with a single finger. Where are we going? I asked, but he just leveled me with that unreadable stare. The doors slid open, and as soon as they closed behind us, he had me pinned against the wall, his mouth crashing into mine. This wasn't like before, no, this was raw, hungry. His hands gripped my hips, his chest pressing hard against me as his lips trailed down my throat. My dress hitched up, exposing the thin black lace beneath, and then his hands were under my thigh, hiking my leg around his waist. The friction was intoxicating, his hardness grinding right where I needed it most. Conway! My head fell back as pleasure coiled tight in my stomach. Every movement, every ragged breath between us only stoked the fire higher. His grip on me was possessive, demanding, and I gave just as good as I got, nails digging into his shoulders as I rocked against him. The elevator hummed upward, but neither of us cared. Right then, the only thing that mattered was the heat between us, and the promise of what came next. The elevator ride felt like an eternity. Why was it crawling at a snail's pace? When it finally stopped, Conway didn't even give me a chance to step out. In one swift motion, he scooped me up and carried me straight into the apartment, dropping me onto the couch with a heavy thud. My panties were off before I could blink, tossed carelessly aside. His jeans were halfway down before my fingers even brushed his waistband. "Conway," I breathed, gripping his hips and pulling him against me. He didn't hesitate, guiding himself inside with a sharp thrust. That familiar sting melted into pleasure as I arched into him, nails digging into his backside, urging him deeper. The way he pinned me against the couch, one leg hooked over his shoulder, sent a thrill through me. His grip on my neck was possessive, his rhythm relentless. Every snap of his hips made my breath hitch, his body slamming into mine with raw intensity. And damn, did he look good doing it, all sweat-slicked muscle and smoldering focus. Every woman in the room had watched him earlier, but I was the one he couldn't keep his hands off. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and hungry, as he folded me beneath him, driving into me like he was trying to fuse us together. Then, just as the tension coiled unbearably tight, his mouth crashed onto mine. That was all it took, my body clenched around him, waves of pleasure crashing over me. His groan vibrated against my lips as he followed, his release hot and heavy inside me. "Like that," he murmured, still buried deep. "God, yes." My fingers traced his jaw, rough with stubble, as he nuzzled my nose. He smirked, already stirring again. "More." I didn't even have to answer. The way I arched into him said everything. Later, after we'd finally worn each other out, he brought me water, his bare feet padding across the hardwood. I tugged my dress back on, but left my panties forgotten on the coffee table, wandering to the window to watch the city lights flicker below. The cool glass against my fingertips was a sharp contrast to the heat still lingering on my skin. The city lights stretched out below like a glittering ocean, making the world feel small and conquerable. His penthouse sat higher than most buildings, offering a breathtaking view of historic churches and modern skyscrapers. He passed me a glass of water, his fingers brushing mine just long enough to send a shiver down my spine. "Thanks," I murmured, watching him as I took a sip. His expression was a mix of exhaustion and quiet satisfaction, his bare chest still glistening slightly from earlier. He stood beside me in nothing but black boxer briefs, completely at ease. "This place is incredible." "Glad you like it," he replied, his voice low. I glanced around open kitchen, sprawling living area, floor-to-ceiling windows framing the skyline. "You really went all out, huh?" "Just the basics," he said with a shrug. "Bedrooms and office, the rest is empty." "Wait, the whole building. Most of it." He smirked, draining his glass before wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. Even something as simple as drinking water looked unfairly hot when he did it. "I like my space." "No kidding," I laughed, but the moment was short-lived. He grabbed his shirt off the floor, signaling the end of our little escape. "Why not just stay here tonight?" "Because I said we're going back to Verona." His tone left no room for argument. I frowned. "Then why even have this place?" "Convenience. When winter hits, the commute's a nightmare." He tugged on his jeans, checking his phone before slipping it back into his pocket. Last year, the roads were a mess for weeks. I bit my lip, thinking of Marco tending the horses in freezing weather. Must be rough on the stables. He handles it. His fingers snagged my discarded thong from the table, dangling it playfully between his fingers. Want me to keep this as a souvenir? I snatched it back, rolling my eyes. Or we could just enjoy the view a little longer. His amusement vanished instantly. We're leaving. Now. Just like that, the warmth between us shattered. Every time I thought we were connecting, he yanked the leash tight, reminding me exactly where I stood. His property. His rules. The weight of it settled over me, turning the lingering heat between my legs into something hollow. By the time we reached the garage, the city felt like a distant dream. He didn't spare me a glance as he started the SUV, Milan fading behind us like it had never even happened. The world outside grew darker with every mile, the only glow coming from the sprawling estates lining the road. I curled tighter into myself, pressing my forehead against the cool glass, refusing to let my eyes wander toward him. Conway barely spoke the whole ride, but when he did, his voice was like whiskey, smooth, deep, and impossible to ignore. "You're pissed," he finally said, more statement than question. "I'm not. Could have fooled me." The way he spoke in those low tones made every word feel heavier, like he was peeling back layers without trying. It was maddening how much I loved his voice, even when I hated what came out of his mouth. "You're disappointed in me," he scoffed. "Verona's safer than Milan. I don't owe you an explanation, Muse. When I say something, that's it. If I were just some stranger, you wouldn't talk to me like this." He let out a dry laugh. "You think I'm nicer to random women? Newsflash, I'm not. Then you should be embarrassed. Not how it works." His fingers flexed on the wheel. "This is me, take it or leave it." I clenched my jaw, focusing on the blur of trees outside. "Stop expecting me to treat you differently," he added. "I won't." "Yeah," I muttered. "I'm starting to get that." Silence swallowed the car again. When we finally pulled up to the house, I bolted before he could say another word. My heels came off the second I hit the stairs, and I didn't stop until I'd locked myself in my room. Alone at last, I sagged against the door, finally exhaling. Why was I even upset? Because he'd lost it when some guy hit on me. Because he refused to pretend I mattered more than I did. He wasn't jealous, just controlling. And the worst part of me still wanted to believe there was more to him. I yanked on an old t-shirt, too exhausted to even wash my face. The second the lights went out, the memories flooded back. His hands on me in that dim booth, the way he kissed me like I was the only thing that existed. But maybe that was the problem. Maybe none of it meant what I wanted it to. The sheets twisted around me as I turned, my skin sticky with frustration. Sleep wouldn't come, not with his voice still echoing in my head. My mouth trembled, desperate to scream, but no sound came out. The sheets twisted around me as I thrashed, trapped in the grip of a nightmare worse than anything I'd ever known. In the dream, I was walking home from my bartending shift, purse slung over my shoulder, pulse hammering with dread before I even saw the alley. The darkness there felt alive, waiting. I knew I should keep walking, but I froze. Then came the wet, choking gasps of a man being stomped to death, each kick landing with a sickening crunch until the sounds just stopped. That silence was worse. Nathan was gone. Knuckles emerged from the shadows like something out of a horror movie, inked up, ice blue eyes locked on me, circling like I was prey. The street was empty, no witnesses, just him, me, and the blood streaked across his arms, my brother's blood. His grin made my stomach twist as he dragged a bloody finger down my cheek. "Gonna ruin you, sweetheart," he whispered. "And when I'm done, I'll ruin you all over again." I woke up gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, heart slamming against my ribs. I kicked free of the blankets, needing space, needing air. For a split second, I thought about running to Conway's room, But that wasn't an option anymore. He wouldn't care if I was drowning in nightmares. I yanked on clothes and stumbled downstairs, the house swallowing me in silence. The nightmare clung to me, worse than the sweat cooling on my skin. Only the stables could quiet my mind. There, with the horses, I could work until my body gave out, until exhaustion forced the memories away. Conway, my phone screamed, not the usual wake-up alarm, but the one that meant trouble. Someone had forced a door, smashed a window. Someone was stupid enough to come for me. I was out of bed in a flash, sweatpants and a shirt thrown on, my loaded semi-automatic already in hand. Whoever thought they could break in was about to learn a real quick lesson. Dante must have heard the blaring alarm by now, no doubt armed and ready. My first thought was Sapphire. I rushed to her room, shoving the door open without bothering to knock. The bedside lamp cast a dim glow over the rumpled sheets, but she wasn't there. Muse! I checked the bathroom, the living room, my pulse hammering harder with each empty space. Nothing. Now fear twisted in my gut like a knife. Gun in hand, I moved down the hallway, taking the stairs 2 at a time. Every shadow felt like a threat. I bit back the urge to shout for Dante or Sapphire, too risky. Then, at the foot of the stairs, Dante appeared, shotgun braced, bulletproof vest strapped tight. More than just a chef, he was a damn fortress. "Sir," he said, voice steady, "it's Sapphire." I froze mid-step. "What? Where is she?" She triggered the alarm, sneaking out the back. Stable lights are on, she must be there. 3 in the damn morning. What was she thinking? Why the hell would she go down there now? Dante lowered his weapon with a shrug. "No clue. Want me to get her?" I flicked the safety on and dropped my gun. "No, I'll deal with her." Fury burned through me as I hit the ground floor. Stupid, reckless, though admittedly I'd never warned her about the alarm. Still, Dante offered a pistol from his back pocket. "Just in case." I shook my head. Marching up to her with a gun wasn't the move. Outside, the grass was damp underfoot, the stable lights a beacon for swarming insects. Inside, Sapphire leaned against a stall, stroking the nose of a sleepy mare. The other horses watched, curious at the late-night intrusion. Even Carbine, usually indifferent, had his ears pricked. "What the hell are you doing?" I barked. She startled so hard the horse jerked back. "God, you nearly gave me a heart attack." "Oh, I scared you." My voice was sharp enough to cut glass. "You set off the damn alarm. We thought we were under attack. You couldn't just, I don't know, watch TV or raid the fridge like a normal person." Then I saw it, the redness around her eyes, the way her fingers trembled against the horse's muzzle. Something was wrong. And suddenly, my anger wavered. Her eyes were puffy and rimmed with red, the unmistakable signs of someone who'd been crying. I bit back my words. This wasn't just insomnia. She turned her face away, shielding herself from my gaze. "I didn't know about the alarm," she murmured, fingers tracing the mare's muzzle in slow, soothing strokes. "I wouldn't have left if I'd known." I moved closer, guilt gnawing at me even though I had no reason to feel it. "What are you doing out here?" "Couldn't sleep." "Yeah, right. Then why the tears?" "I'm not crying." She tilted her head, letting her hair fall like a curtain between us. "Cut the crap, I don't lie to you." A quiet sniffle, a quick swipe of her sleeve across her nose. I propped myself against the fence, watching her, waiting for her to look at me. She always had before, never shied away, no matter how intense things got. But now. Shoulders slumped, gaze averted like she'd been hollowed out. "Muse, drop it." "Why?" "Because I said so." She gave the horse one last scratch behind the ears before stepping back. "I'll head in, you can go back to bed." I could have let it go, but seeing her like this, raw, hurting, it twisted something inside me. I didn't like her pain unless I was the one causing it. The idea that something else had gotten under her skin, unacceptable. "Muse." I caught her elbow, forcing her to face me. "Talk to me." Her laugh was brittle. "You don't care, Conway, and honestly, that's fine, just don't fake it." I yanked her closer. "Would I be asking if I did?" This time she didn't pull away. Her eyes locked onto mine, the tears drying but the weight still there. It was a nightmare. Woke up drenched, couldn't breathe. Kept seeing him, his face, his hands. I almost went to your room, but I remembered how you are. So I came here instead. She hugged herself, staring at the horses like they held some kind of answer. I didn't need to ask who he was. The pieces fit. Does this happen a lot? Not like this. It felt real, like I was back there, watching my brother die, feeling his hands on me. She dragged her fingers through her hair, squeezing her eyes shut like she could crush the memory. Damn, no empty platitudes, just the ugly truth settling between us. Muse had always been unbreakable in my eyes. Seeing her like this, it wrecked me. Let's go inside. She flicked off the lights and walked ahead, putting space between us. No reaching for my hand. No letting me close. Just the quiet crunch of gravel underfoot and the distance she refused to bridge. She kept her walls up, holding me at arm's length because she didn't feel like she belonged. Part of her had wanted to come to my room earlier, but she'd convinced herself it wasn't an option. Normally, I wouldn't have considered letting her stay, but tonight was different. Hell, I'd bent the rules for her before. What was one more time? We made our way back inside, and I reset the alarm. I'm sorry, she murmured again, barely meeting my eyes. It won't happen again. She moved toward the staircase, her voice quiet. Muse. She paused mid-step but didn't turn. I closed the distance between us, standing just below her. Arms folded tight, she looked smaller, somehow fragile. I hated it. Muse wasn't supposed to be timid or scared, especially not of me. Stay with me tonight. Her eyes widened, disbelief flickering across her face. That's sweet, Conway, but no. She continued up the stairs, and I followed. I'm serious. Really, I'm okay. She reached the 3rd floor and headed straight for her room. I missed the version of her who wasn't afraid to touch me, who'd leave marks on my skin like she was staking a claim. I missed the warmth of her, the way she'd press close without hesitation. Over time, she'd let her guard down, only for me to remind her where she stood. I'd made sure she never forgot she was mine, not someone I loved. And now she wouldn't even look at me when she needed comfort. Muse. No response, just a quiet good night, Conway, before the door clicked shut behind her. I stood there, knowing I had an easy out, walk away. Pretend this never happened. By morning, we'd both move on like it was nothing. Simple, clean. But I didn't want simple. I pushed the door open. Muse had already kicked off her boots and was peeling off her flannel, tossing it carelessly onto the floor, uncharacteristic for her. Normally, her space was immaculate, like she was afraid to leave a trace. No stray clothes, no clutter. She treated my house like a hotel, like she was just passing through. But this was her home, whether she believed it or not. She yanked a sleep shirt over her head, still refusing to face me. She knew I was there. I stripped down and slid under the covers of her king-sized bed, same as mine, just with pale pink sheets instead of charcoal gray. When she finally turned, the sadness in her eyes gave way to shock. The cool air had eased the puffiness from crying, and her hair fell in loose waves over one shoulder. For the first time tonight, she looked at me, really looked at me, and I realized I didn't just want her to need me. I needed her, to the exhaustion still clung to her expression, deep as if chiseled into marble. I lifted the edge of the blanket. Come here. For a second, I thought she might resist, might tell me she didn't need this, didn't need me. But she slid in without protest, stiff at first, staring blankly at the ceiling before killing the light. I hooked an arm around her waist and hauled her against me. She didn't push back, but her breath hitched as I molded her to my chest, tangling our limbs until we were one. Her skin, icy at first, warmed under mine. My lips brushed her forehead, my hand tracing the curve of her thigh until finally she melted. Her fingers dug into my side, a quiet sigh escaping as she settled in. She was softer than anyone I'd ever held, hair like spun silk, skin smooth as morning dew. Those ocean blue eyes could drown a man, especially when they locked onto mine. But beneath that beauty was steel. Life had thrown hell at her, and she'd walked through it unbroken until tonight, until that nightmare sent her running to me. "You don't get to be afraid while I'm breathing," I murmured against her skin. "I've got you, Muse, always, more than anyone." Her fingertips traced the ridges of my abs. "I know. Then stop letting him live in your head." "It's not that simple," she whispered. "Make it that simple." A pause. "Do you think he'll try to take me back?" I almost laughed. The underground didn't work like that. Not a chance. Rules keep this world from collapsing. A deal's a deal. Once you're mine, you stay mine. Break that and he's banned for life. No more auctions, no more power. Even criminals need order. Her voice turned brittle. "Rules don't stop monsters." I tightened my grip. "Monsters don't stop me. Money, influence, connections. Carter and I own this city's shadows. If he so much as breathes near you, I'll know." "Got it." Silence. "Got it. Got it." I tipped her chin up, catching her gaze before closing the distance. The second our lips met, that familiar electricity sparked. It had been there from the start, raw, undeniable. And right now, it was the only thing that mattered. Kissing Muse was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Sure, I'd been with women before, but this was different. Instead of walking away when she was vulnerable, I stayed, wanting to see her break free from whatever held her back. Her lips met mine with slow, deliberate kisses, each one sending sparks through me. Her fingers tangled in my hair, tracing every strand like she was memorizing me. Every touch set my skin on fire, and I could feel her desire in the way her body pressed against mine. And then there was that, my body reacting without my permission, hard and aching beneath her thigh. Normally, I'd take control, but this time I waited. If I didn't care, I would have just gone for it. But I did care. So when she rolled onto her back and pulled me with her, I let her lead. My instincts screamed to take her fast, to lose myself in the heat of the moment, but I held back. This wasn't just about getting off, not with her. Her hands slid my boxers down, her touch trailing up my back as she whispered against my lips, "Make love to me." That stopped me cold. Make love? I wasn't the kind of guy who did that. My past was all rough hands and sweat, not slow, lingering touches. I could have laughed it off, could have taken what I wanted. But I didn't. Instead, I slipped her panties off and settled between her thighs, watching her face as I pushed inside. She was already wet, her body welcoming me despite the tears from earlier. Her nails bit into my shoulders, her breath hitching as I filled her completely. The way she looked up at me, lips parted, blue eyes bright, was enough to wreck me. She didn't even have to try to be the sexiest woman I'd ever seen. I moved slowly, savoring the way she clenched around me, the way her breath turned ragged against my mouth. Her ankles hooked behind me, pulling me deeper, and I lost myself in the rhythm, not just fucking, but something deeper. Something I'd never let myself feel before. And for the first time, I understood what it meant to not be in control. And I didn't mind at all. Her breath hitched with every movement, her nails pressing into my skin just enough to leave marks. The rhythm between us was slow, deliberate, her body responding to each thrust with a shiver. The way her lips trembled against mine told me she was close, closer than she'd ever been before. This wasn't just about the physical rush. She craved the connection, the way I looked at her, touched her, worshipped her. Muse didn't give a damn about my bank account. She wanted me, stripped of everything but raw emotion. Her kiss deepened, her tongue teasing mine in a way that sent fire through my veins. God, she was intoxicating. The slow burn between us was better than any frantic rush I'd ever experienced. Her thighs tightened around me, her nails dragging lightly, just shy of breaking skin as her body arched. Every inch of her was electric, from the way her nipples hardened against my chest to the way she clenched around me, pulling me deeper. I could have lost myself right then, but I held back, focusing on her instead. The way her mouth moved against mine, the soft sounds she made, those were the things that drove me wild. She wasn't just a body, she was everything. And when she finally gasped, gripping me like she never wanted to let go, I knew she was there. "Come for me," I murmured, needing to feel her unravel. She didn't just come, she shattered, her body trembling as she pulled me in completely. The way she held on to me, the way her breath hitched against my lips, it wrecked me. I followed right after, groaning as I spilled into her, the heat between us overwhelming. Afterward, we lay tangled, sweat-slicked and spent. She curled into me, her leg hooking over my hip like she couldn't bear even an inch of space between us. I wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close as exhaustion took over. For the first time in forever, I slept without a single thought, just the weight of her against me. And damn, it was the best sleep I'd had in years. Dante had arranged breakfast in the living room, so I settled onto the couch with my coffee, enjoying the quiet before she woke. The morning paper rested in my lap, but my attention kept drifting to the view outside, rolling hills bathed in golden sunlight as dawn stretched across the property. I should have been heading to the office, but something told me today was better spent right here. The bedroom door creaked open, and there she stood, still wrapped in last night's oversized white tee, her hair a wild tangle from my hands. Sleepy satisfaction lingered in her eyes, but they sharpened when she saw me, clearly surprised I hadn't vanished by now. "Hungry." I folded the newspaper, my bare chest soaking in the warmth of the morning sun. My sweatpants were loose, my feet sinking into the plush rug beneath me. She curled onto the opposite couch, cradling her coffee, knees tucked to her chest. The movement gave me a flash of bare skin, still no underwear. My grip tightened on the paper. Morning sunlight had nothing on the heat that shot through me at the sight. I could still feel the memory of last night, the way she'd clung to me, and the thought alone had me shifting in my seat. We ate in comfortable silence, the only sound the soft clink of her fork against the plate. No need for words, we'd always understood each other better without them. "Sleep well?" I finally asked, still pretending to read. "Better than ever," she murmured. "You?" "Yeah." I set the paper aside. "You heading into Milan today?" She shook her head, sipping her coffee. "No, you?" "Nope." I leaned back, watching her. "Finish up, meet me at the stables when you're ready." Her eyebrows shot up. "Since when do you skip work?" Since I realized I'd been an idiot, I'd given her luxury, but not the attention she deserved. Maybe today was about fixing that. "Since I decided you're more important." An hour later, we stood in the dusty stable yard, both dressed for the heat. She looked unfairly good in that hat and jeans, the kind of outfit that made a man forget his own name. "Didn't peg you for a ranch hand," she teased, adjusting her plaid shirt. I smirked. "Stick around, you might be surprised. Just because I spend most of my time sewing indoors doesn't mean I can't handle myself outside." I grabbed Carbine's saddle and reins, carrying them toward his pen while Muse watched with wide eyes. "Wait, are we actually going riding?" "Yup." The way her face lit up was something else, like she'd just been handed the keys to a candy store. "Seriously, seriously." She clapped her hands together, barely containing her excitement. "I've been begging to ride for ages." "You've earned it," I said, slipping into Carbine's pen. "Wait, I'm riding him." She gripped the fence, staring at the horse like he was a ticking time bomb. "Relax. He's got a reputation, but he's a softie once he trusts you." I adjusted the bridle, running a hand down Carbine's neck. The horse snorted but didn't pull away. Progress. Muse hesitated. "He practically bit my hand off last time I tried to feed him." "That's because you came at him like a nervous wreck. Horses sense fear." I untied him and led him into the stable's open area. Muse hovered nearby, but when she reached for the saddle, Carbine sidestepped with a warning flick of his ears. "See, he hates me." "Nah, he just doesn't know you yet." I guided her hand to the spot between his eyes. "Right here, gentle, like you're petting a giant, moody dog." She scratched tentatively, and Carbine actually leaned into it. I smirked. Told you, now here's the secret, he's a total sucker for apples. I tossed her one from my bag. Carbine lipped it from her palm, chewing loudly. Okay, now he likes me, she laughed. Mount up. Right side only, he's weird about the left. I boosted her into the saddle, and she settled in like she'd been riding for years. Now what? Take him for a lap, and don't worry, if he misbehaves, I'll step in. She nudged Carbine forward, and to both our surprise, he obeyed without protest. Muse grinned down at me. When do we hit the trails? Patience. First, you've got to prove you can handle him in here. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue, too busy running her fingers through Carbine's mane like she'd just won the lottery. Funny how a little trust changes everything. She was always eager to push forward, her energy practically buzzing in the air. But I needed her to slow down. One step at a time, I told her. We'll get there. After lunch, we ended up tangled in my sheets, her moving above me with a rhythm that put even my best racehorses to shame. When she dozed off afterward, I slipped out of bed, showered, and prepped for my evening. Carter and I were meeting at my club, first time in weeks. I dressed sharp, navy suit, silk tie, polished shoes, and my favorite watch glinting under the light. Most people saw suits as stiff, suffocating things, but they didn't get it. A well-tailored suit was armor, silent, commanding, keeping people at a distance without a single word. When I stepped back into the bedroom, Muse was awake, the sheets pulled up to her chest, her hair a wild mess from my hands. She eyed me, curiosity flickering in her gaze. Where are you headed? Meeting Carter. Her lips pressed together. Oh, I pocketed my phone, fighting the urge to snap at her for prying. Old habits died hard. Late tonight, I said instead. Can I come? Not a chance. The club had rules, lingerie only, and the thought of her in that setting, even under my arm, twisted something inside me. Business, I said flatly. She sighed but didn't push. Fine. I sat beside her, catching the faint scent of her shampoo as I kissed her. Part of me wanted to stay, to make sure she was okay after the nightmare still lingering in her eyes. But I couldn't let her get too comfortable, start expecting things. Still, I wasn't about to ruin the day we'd had. I'll be back, I murmured against her forehead. We'll pick this up later. She nodded, and I left before I could second-guess myself. The Ferrari purred as I drove through the city, parking it safely in my building's garage. No way I'd risk some careless driver dinging the paint. The club was just a short walk away, and the second I stepped inside, the energy shifted. The bouncers cleared my path, the women turning heads, some with ambition in their eyes, others with invitation. The Barsetti name carried weight, and the empire stretched across industries for a reason. Diversification meant security. But tonight, all I cared about was Carter, and the conversation we'd been avoiding. The walls were lined with framed photos of my most sought-after women, Lacey Lockwood taking center stage. But if Muse were up there, Lacey wouldn't stand a chance. Muse, though, she was mine alone. I headed to my private booth on the second floor, a spot reserved just for Carter and me. Carter was already settled in, two women draped over him like accessories. Their skimpy black lingerie left little to the imagination, their curves barely contained. I slid into the seat across from him as the waitress placed a glass of scotch in front of me. Carter. One of the women nuzzled his neck, pressing herself against him. Conway, enjoying the night. Looks like you are. The waitress set down a tray with a lit cigar, and I took a slow drag. I wasn't a regular smoker, but cigars had a way of calming me that liquor just couldn't match. The rich smoke filled my lungs, steadying me. Every night's a good night, Carter said, shooing the women away. Give us some space, girls. They obeyed instantly, scurrying off like well-trained pets. If Muse were here, she'd have rolled her eyes and stayed put. The thought made me smirk. What's so funny? Carter lit his own cigar, exhaling a lazy stream of smoke. Nothing, what's the latest? Same old, no new clients, but I wired Anastasia's cut to your account. I noticed. Figured we could use the downtime. I wasn't eager to return to the underground. The money was easy, but after seeing Muse there, bound, exposed, I couldn't stomach the idea of going back. I had the means to free her, but what about the others? Sold into lives of suffering, their fates sealed in darkness. It never weighed on me until Muse. The image of her in chains made it all too real. Not sure I want to go back at all. Why not? I just shook my head. You know why? I took another pull from my cigar. How's your little captive? My father says she's something special. Because she is. She was stunning, inside and out. No demands for designer labels or diamonds, just hard work and quiet dignity. She spent her free time in the stables, earning her keep, trying to repay a debt she'd never clear. She wasn't afraid of sweat or dirt, and that honesty was rare. Carter smirked. He also mentioned you two got cozy in his club. If he's got a problem with it, maybe he should stop watching. Carter brushed it off. Thought you had a no-kissing rule. I just held his gaze, savoring the cigar. You really like her, huh? Wasn't a prisoner. She chose me, asked me to stay, to touch her, to be close. She called me her friend, trusted me with her fears. That wasn't captivity. That was something real. I don't have a problem with her. My dad mentioned your parents are really into her. I blew out a slow stream of smoke, watching it curl toward the ceiling. Yeah, she's got that effect on people. And Vanessa gets along with her. Vanessa's just looking for drama, always has been. He laughed because we both knew better. Come on, Con, it's fine if you're into her. I've seen her, she's stunning. He was family, and he was my closest friend, so I let the comment slide. I like her, sure, but that's as far as it goes. Then why'd she meet your parents? Because Muse wasn't just beautiful, she was sharp, too. I told her to stay put, but she played me. While my dad and I were at the stables, she waltzed downstairs and charmed my mom and sister. By the time I got back, it was too late. Now I'm stuck pretending. And if I don't keep her happy, she'll spill the truth about us. What's she after? Too much. Me, meaning, attention, respect, not being treated like some caged bird. I've given her that. He smirked. Clever girl. It's not terrible, she's good company. He took a slow drag from his cigar, eyes locked on me like he was reading my thoughts. You in love with her? I shot him a look. Don't start. I'm just saying friendship, affection, that's how it starts. Not for us, I said flatly. I treat her right, but it doesn't change anything. She's mine, that's the deal. You seeing other people? No, he nodded, slow and knowing. So it's not just business, she get jealous. I hadn't touched another woman since the day I met her, couldn't even look at anyone else. Every damn thought led back to her. Even my designs, she was in every stitch. She's possessive. Maybe she loves you. I'd never let myself think that. She respected me, sure, wanted me, yeah, but love after everything. I bought her, owned her. That wasn't a foundation for love. Doubt it. If she wants you and only you, that's not just gratitude. She's alive because of me, that's all this is. He grinned, cornering me. Then why does she care who you're with? I didn't have an answer. And that pissed me off. Carter took a slow drag from his cigar, eyeing me like I was a puzzle he couldn't solve. So let me get this straight. You haven't touched another woman in 2 months, but you're not in a relationship. His smirk was infuriating. I rolled my eyes. I've been busy, and yeah, I told her I'd see other people, just hasn't happened yet. He leaned back, swirling his whiskey. Sounds like denial to me. Since when do you care? I shot back, downing my scotch. Because you're full of it, Con. He snapped his fingers, and 2 women sauntered over, both stunning, both clearly interested. One had dark curls and a body that could stop traffic. The other had a smirk that promised trouble. Pick one, Carter challenged. Prove me wrong, I scoffed. I don't need your help getting laid. Then do it yourself, he countered. Show me Muse doesn't mean a damn thing. Cassandra slid onto my lap before I could argue, her fingers tracing my collar. She smelled like vanilla and expensive perfume, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered something filthy. Any other night, I'd have been all in. But now, nothing. Across from me, Carter was already tangled up with Berenice, her laugh throaty as she tugged at his belt. Meanwhile, I was just sitting there, unmoved, and that's when it hit me. It wasn't about proving Carter wrong. It was about admitting something I'd been avoiding. Because the only person I wanted wasn't here, she was back at my place, probably pissed I'd left without calling. Cassandra nipped at my jaw. "You okay, handsome?" I exhaled, setting her gently aside. "Yeah, just not tonight." Carter's grin was smug as hell. "Told you." I flipped him off, but we both knew he'd won. The last thing I wanted was for Carter to be right, or worse, for me to be wrong. Back home, the most stunning woman I'd ever known was waiting for me, trusting me to be her rock. The way she kissed me made it clear I was the only one who mattered to her. She was untouched, completely mine. But as Cassandra leaned in, her lips brushing my neck and her fingers tracing my thigh, I felt nothing. It wasn't her, she was breathtaking. It was the guilt gnawing at me. Muse was alone, still shaken from her nightmare, and here I was, wasting time in some club, pretending everything was fine. Carter smirked as I stood up, pushing Cassandra away. "Gotta go," I muttered. "Sure you do," he shot back, smug as hell. "We both know where." Outside, the cold air hit me like a slap. I climbed into my car, gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles went pale. Anger pulsed through me. This wasn't me, sitting in some VIP lounge while the woman who needed me was at home, scared. I should have been drowning in whiskey and women, not driving back like some lovesick idiot. But the second I pulled into the driveway of my mansion, all that frustration twisted into something else. Dante barely glanced at me as I walked in, already heading out to park the car. My suit reeked of smoke and perfume, and I tore off my jacket, loosening my tie as I passed Muse's door. Then I heard her voice, soft, warm, wrapping around me like silk. "Did you have fun?" Every muscle in my body tensed. All night, nothing had stirred me. But now, just the sound of her scent heat rushing through me. My slacks suddenly felt way too tight. Her hold on me was intoxicating, like a drug I couldn't quit. Just the sound of her voice sent heat rushing through me, and suddenly nothing else mattered. Nights out lost their thrill, meaningless flings felt empty. My thoughts were consumed by her, the woman standing behind me, the one who'd flipped my world inside out. I'd spent a small fortune keeping her safe, and now here I was, playing the role of her protector like some lovesick fool. How the hell had this happened? Everything okay? I forced myself to turn around, my body betraying me the second I saw her. My slacks were already tight, but the sight of her made it worse. No lace or silk could compare to one of my old t-shirts hanging off her frame, the fabric draping over her curves, stopping just above her knees. It was maddening. She was barefaced, her long hair tousled from sleep, and somehow that made her even more irresistible. I hated how weak she made me, how a single glance from her could dissolve my anger, and that pissed me off even more. "Yeah, fine," I muttered, my voice rough. Talking was the last thing on my mind. She didn't hesitate, stepping closer, her bare feet silent on the rug. Her fingers brushed my open shirt before she rose onto her toes, pressing into me like she'd been counting the seconds since I left. Damn. My hand tangled in her hair as I kissed her, hard, possessive, like I was claiming her all over again. Her lips parted, and I didn't hold back, tasting her, breathing in her scent, something sweet and light, soon to be mingled with sweat and sex. My other hand slid under the t-shirt, tracing the curve of her waist before palming her breast. Perfect. Absolutely fucking perfect. The couch would have to do. I pushed her back, shucking my slacks and boxers in one rough motion. She tugged my shirt off, her eyes dark with hunger. This woman, once so unsure, so hesitant, now craved me as much as I craved her. Her legs lifted, her bare feet pressing against my chest as I stripped her thong away. No more waiting. I settled between her thighs, my cock sliding through her slick heat. She'd been ready for me long before I walked in. And hell, I'd been chasing everything but the one thing I truly wanted, her. Now she was right where she belonged. The tension between us crackled like a live wire as I hovered over her, pressing one of her legs against the couch. My pulse raced. Even after all this time, the heat between us never dulled. Her fingers traced my chest before freezing mid-touch. The fire in her gaze vanished, replaced first by pain, then by fury. "You absolute bastard." Her palm cracked against my cheek before I could react, the sting blooming instantly. She shoved me, but I barely budged, too solid, too stubborn. With a frustrated growl, she twisted free and scrambled away. "You really think I wouldn't notice?" Her voice was ice. "Lipstick on your collar, perfume clinging to you like cheap cologne. Did you even bother to wipe your mouth before coming home?" I stayed silent, my body still humming with want despite her rage. There was something electric about her anger, the way it sharpened her edges. "Muse, don't," she cut me off, arms crossed like armor. "You don't get to call me that. Not after tonight. Not after lying to my face while some other woman's scent is still on you." The accusation hung between us. I could have denied it, could have spun some half-truth, but the words stuck in my throat. The truth was worse than she knew. I hadn't even wanted Cassandra. I just needed distance from the one woman who threatened to unravel me. Her laugh was bitter. "You're unbelievable. You whisper all these pretty things, make me think I matter, then disappear the second something shiny catches your eye." I clenched my jaw. She wasn't wrong, but admitting that would mean admitting too much. So I did what I did best. I struck first. "You're a paid distraction, Muse, nothing more." The words tasted like ash. "I own you, and if I want to come home smelling like a bar at last call, that's my right. Your job is to take what I give you, no questions asked." Her expression hardened into something I'd never seen before, not just anger, but disgust. Like I was something she'd scraped off her shoe. For a heartbeat, I almost regretted it. Almost. Then she turned away, and the moment shattered. The fury in her eyes burned like wildfire, but she had no power here, not against me. Helpless and cornered, she had no choice but to endure it. "Careful," I warned, my voice low. "You might regret pushing me." Sapphire Conway was a puzzle I couldn't solve. Why waste his weekends teaching me to ride carbine if I didn't matter? Why hold me through the night when my nightmares clawed at me? Why kiss me like I was the only one, then turn around and act like I was? Maybe I'd been naive. Maybe he'd been honest all along, not a villain, but no hero either. It wasn't just the other women that stung. It was the realization that I wasn't special to him. Living under the same roof, I'd grown used to his presence, the way his brow furrowed when he worked, the way his laughter filled the kitchen over dinner. Even the way his hands felt on my skin. The last time he slipped into my bed, I'd whispered, "Make love to me," and he did. I didn't understand why his touch silenced my fears, but it did. And now, knowing he could walk away so easily. That cut deeper than I wanted to admit. But I was done letting him carve wounds into me. Trapped here for now, I had no escape, but I could lock my heart away. If he wanted to chase other women, fine. He wouldn't get all of me, not again. The risk of catching something gnawed at me, but what choice did I have? At least he wasn't reckless enough to skip protection. I hoped. Sleep never came that night. By dawn, I was in the stables, throwing myself into work like it could scrub away the anger. Marco didn't pry smart man, just talked horses and chores while I scrubbed stalls, hauled hay, and brushed coats until my arms ached. The sun blazed overhead, turning my shirt into a second skin with sweat, but the exhaustion felt good. Cleansing. After a scalding shower and a change of clothes, I grabbed dinner and carried it back to Carbine's pen. The countryside stretched endlessly around us, no city lights to drown out the stars. I ate in the grass, then flopped onto my back, the warm earth beneath me. Carbine ambled over, his dark eyes curious as he huffed at me. I smirked up at him. "Finally deciding I'm not so bad, huh?" His breath tickled my face, warm and sweet with hay. "Sorry, buddy, I already ate your share." He snorted, almost like he understood. Maybe, in his own way, he did. I tilted my head back, letting the Italian night sky swallow me whole. Just a few months ago, my biggest worry was scraping together enough tips at the bar to cover textbooks. Life was simple: classes, late-night diner runs with friends, crashing at my mom's place because downtown rent was a joke. Then Nathan had to go and drown himself in whiskey and bad bets, dragging me down with him. Now here I was, halfway across the globe, living a life that didn't even feel like mine anymore. At least Tuscany was breathtaking. And Conway. Well, the man was unfairly attractive, not that I'd ever admit it out loud. My eyelids grew heavy as the stars blurred above me, the scent of fresh grass lulling me into sleep. Muse! His voice cut through the quiet like a knife, rough and annoyed. I jolted awake, blinking up at the shadow looming over me. Even in the dark, I could feel Conway's glare. "What the hell are you doing out here? You had me worried." I scoffed, pushing myself up. "Wow, didn't know guys like you worried about anything." Grabbing the duffel bag Dante had packed for me, I brushed past him, not bothering to check if he followed. His silence was louder than any lecture. "I don't care what you do," he finally muttered, falling into step beside me. "Just don't be reckless." "Oh, please," I shot back, quickening my pace. "Like you actually give a damn." The second we reached the villa, I bolted upstairs, slamming my bedroom door behind me. My skin still burned with the memory of last night. Some faceless woman with perfect hair and a smug smile wrapped around him like she'd won the lottery. I yanked off my grass-stained flannel and jeans, tossing them into the hamper with more force than necessary. The door creaked open without warning. "Knocking! Ever heard of it?" I snapped, standing there in nothing but my underwear and socks. Conway leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Would you have answered?" We both knew the answer. I snatched a t-shirt from the drawer, refusing to look at him. Yeah, he'd seen me naked before, but tonight. The thought of his hands on me made my stomach twist. Those lips had been on someone else, someone who wasn't me. And that pissed me off more than anything. I never expected anything from him, yet here I was, crushed by disappointment. I'd convinced myself he was different, better, but clearly I'd misjudged him. He moved closer, his green eyes sharp against his sun-kissed skin, freshly shaved but already showing the faintest hint of stubble. That familiar look in his gaze made my stomach twist. He wanted me, but not in a way that mattered. I tugged my shirt tighter around myself, suddenly hating the way his stare burned through me. There was a time when that look made me feel special, beautiful. Now, just another name on a list. Once this was over, I'd be forgotten. Sure, he was being careful, gentle, even, but that didn't erase the sting. His hands settled on my hips, fingers pressing into the fabric, and despite everything, my body responded. The scent of his cologne, the heat of his touch, it all pulled me in, betraying my anger. Last night, I dreamed about this. Now, reality felt hollow. My mind screamed to push him away, but what was the point? I was trapped by debt, by circumstance, by my own stupid choices. Fighting wouldn't change that. His forehead touched mine, his breath warm against my skin. "You're pissed," he murmured, fingers sliding under my shirt. "But you want this too. And damn it, he wasn't wrong. If I stripped away the hurt, the truth was simple. I needed this. He was the most attractive man I'd ever known, and in this messed-up situation, at least I had some control. No emotions, no illusions, just physical. When he leaned in, I turned my face away. No kissing. That was my line. Kisses meant something, too much, and I refused to let myself fall into that trap again. My lips were off limits, the last shred of self-preservation I had left. Without hesitation, I pulled my shirt off and unhooked my bra. If this was all it could be, fine. But I'd keep my heart out of it. Conway's gaze burned as it traveled over me, lingering with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. "You get pieces of me," he murmured, his voice rough. "But never the whole thing." I slipped out of my thong. the fabric pooling at my feet before I moved toward the bed, deliberately turning away so I wouldn't have to meet his eyes. On my hands and knees, I felt the mattress dip under his weight as he stripped off his jeans and shirt in quick, impatient motions. His hands found my hips, calloused fingers pressing into my skin as he leaned over me, his lips brushing against my back in a slow trail. I stiffened. "Don't," I muttered, my voice tight. He exhaled against my neck, the warmth of his breath making my skin prickle, but he held back, resisting the urge to kiss me again. Adjusting his stance, he gripped me tighter, aligning himself before pushing in with a single, deliberate thrust. I clenched my jaw, refusing to make a sound as he filled me completely, his groan vibrating against my back. His rhythm was relentless, deep, measured strokes that hit just right, stretching me in the best kind of way. Part of me ached to turn, to watch the way his muscles tensed with each movement, but I kept my eyes fixed ahead. Seeing the pleasure on his face would only make this harder to resist. His breathing grew ragged, his grip on my hips bruising as he fought to hold back. Then his fingers tangled in my hair, yanking my head back as he drove into me harder, his pace turning punishing. "Come for me," he growled, and my body obeyed, the tension snapping as pleasure surged through me. I bit back a moan, but my fingers twisted in the sheets, my release crashing over me in waves. He didn't last much longer, his own climax following with a low groan as he spilled inside me. For a moment, neither of us moved, the air thick with the aftermath. And despite everything, the anger, the distance, my traitorous body still hummed with satisfaction. Damn him for knowing exactly how to unravel me. His body tensed in those final moments, his thrusts growing shallow before he buried himself deep inside me, ensuring not a drop was wasted. Sweat slicked his chest as he collapsed against my back, his breath hot against my neck, his weight pressing me into the mattress. I could feel him softening inside me, his heartbeat still racing against my spine. He rolled off with a sigh, sprawling beside me, eyes half-lidded as he stared at the ceiling. The silence between us was thick, but I wasn't about to linger. This wasn't some romantic afterglow. I swung my legs off the bed, ignoring the sticky warmth between my thighs. His voice cut through the quiet. "Where are you going?" "Shower," I said flatly, not bothering to glance back. "Good night, Conway." The bathroom door clicked shut behind me, the lock a small but necessary barrier. Under the scalding spray, I scrubbed away every trace of him, his scent, his touch, the bitter reminder of what we were. Or rather, what we were. Once I'd craved this closeness, but now the thought twisted my stomach. Was I just another name on his list? Another body in his bed? The days blurred into routine mornings in the stables, fixing anything I could get my hands on, anything to keep my mind occupied. Marco barely had chores left for me by the time I was done. Evenings were spent holed up in my room, dinner delivered by Dante, avoiding Conway like a bad habit. Then a week later, he was at my door, his gaze sliding over me like I was a piece of art he hadn't decided whether to keep. I stood there, boots scuffed from work, my plaid shirt knotted at my waist. His eyes lingered on my mouth before he spoke. "I'm working in the studio today, you're coming." No request, just expectation. I swallowed the protest. "Let me change first." His smirk was infuriating. "Don't bother, you won't be wearing it long." And just like that, he was gone, leaving me standing there, fists clenched. Because that's all this was, transactions in the dark, no strings, no promises. And I was done pretending otherwise. The physical connection between us was quick and detached. No lingering touches, no whispered words, just raw, straightforward intimacy. Afterward, he retreated to his studio without a backward glance. I trailed behind, stepping into his workspace where everything had its place. Bolts of fabric were neatly stacked, and a dress form stood in the center, dotted with pins holding delicate material in place. Hanging nearby was the black rope lingerie he'd been crafting, a piece I couldn't resist running my fingers over, the smooth nylon cool against my skin. Simple yet undeniably seductive, it was one of his best works. Hard to imagine I'd been his muse. "What's next for you?" I asked, breaking the silence. He flipped open his sketchbook, revealing pages of dated designs, each one signed with precision. The current page showed a sketch from 2 weeks prior, an elegant, regal concept. "This one's called the Queen," he said, tracing the lines with a pencil. "Soft pink fabric here, white beading here, and a rose gold pendant right at the opening." The design was striking, delicate yet commanding, like a woman stepping into her strength. "It's stunning," I murmured, though I didn't ask where the inspiration came from. Some questions didn't need answers. He got to work, fingers deftly handling the fabric while I slipped out of my clothes, leaving only my thong. The room had a slight chill, so I grabbed a robe from the hook by the door, wrapping it around myself. The moment I turned, I caught his gaze, brief but intense, before he refocused on his task. I settled into a chair, watching in silence as he measured, cut, and shaped the material. The quiet between us felt heavier than ever. These days, we barely spoke outside of the bedroom. "Marco mentioned he's getting bored," he said suddenly, scissors gliding through silk. I studied his hands, rough from work but precise in every movement. "Yeah, I noticed. Maybe ease up a little. There's plenty else to do here, pool, gym, library." His tone was casual, but there was an edge to it. "He likes having you around, but if you keep at this pace, you'll make him obsolete." The thought of Marco losing his purpose twisted something in my chest. That man lived for the ranch, for the horses, for the earth beneath his boots. "I don't want that," I admitted. Then slowed down. His posture never wavered, shoulders squared as he worked, the muscles in his forearms flexing with each precise motion. The unspoken tension hung between us, less about Marco, more about whatever this was between us. Or wasn't the guy's toned arms weren't a shock? His meticulous craft demanded strength. I hated the idea of stepping on Marco's toes, but with limited work to go around, I couldn't just take his projects. Then it hit me. What if we scaled up? His brow furrowed. "Meaning, more horses, maybe some chickens for fresh eggs. Not turning this into a petting zoo. Or dairy goats. I could make artisanal cheese." He barely glanced up from his stitching. "You're already a pricey investment, not funding your farmer's market fantasies." "It's not just for fun. I could sell at the weekend market downtown." "Because I'm desperate for extra cash," he shot back, fingers never pausing, and damn it, he wasn't wrong. He dropped serious money on me already, but the restlessness clawed at me. "I need a purpose, Conway. Without it, I'll lose my mind." The sewing machine hummed as he exhaled. "Fine, help me in Milan, just not as a model." Ouch, like my only worth was my face. Meanwhile, he couldn't keep his hands to himself. Hypocrite. "I took business classes. Let me handle logistics. Textbooks don't replace real-world hustle." "Then give me a chance to learn." Silence. His focus stayed locked on the fabric, that intense concentration doing things to me. Memories of tangled sheets and his possessive stare flashed hot under my skin. 20 minutes passed with nothing but the machine's rhythmic whir. Then the question I'd choked back for weeks tore free. "Conway." The needle stopped. For once, he looked at me. "Do you use protection with them?" His expression didn't flicker, just that icy, unreadable mask. "Muse, drop it. Not until you answer. You're clean, end of discussion." "That's not a no." The machine roared back to life. I swallowed the rest he'd shut down, but the doubt gnawed. He was too calculated to risk everything, right? At least, that's what I told myself as the tension hung thicker than the fabric between USHE, carefully draped the garment over the dress form, adjusting it until the soft pink fabric caught the studio lights just right. The precision of the seams and the way the material hugged the curves of the mannequin was impressive, especially considering how quickly he'd pulled it together. "Do you embroider the patterns straight onto the dress?" I asked, running my fingers along the delicate lace. Not this time, he muttered, threading a needle with practiced ease. I'll layer the embellishments on top. I nodded, flipping through his sketchbook while he worked. The evolution of his designs was striking, early pages filled with rigid, structured pieces, then gradually shifting into something more fluid, more daring. I could pinpoint the exact moment I entered his life just by the way his sketches changed. What sparked this design? I tapped the page. His fingers stilled over the rose gold pendant he was stitching into place. You, I figured, I said with a smirk. But what about me? The silence stretched so long I almost gave up. Then, just as I turned away, he answered. That stunt you pulled, threatening to expose me to my family if I didn't step up. He tugged the thread taut, his jaw tight. Annoying as hell, but damn if it didn't impress me. A slow smirk curled his lips. Smart, ruthless. Like something out of a damn Shakespearean tragedy, made me want you even more. Typical Conway Barsetti, always contradicting himself. He claimed to want obedience, but the second I pushed back, he got that look in his eye like I just handed him a challenge he couldn't resist. He'd argue, sure, but in the end, he always folded. Another half-hour passed before he finished, stepping back to admire his work. The dress was regal, intricate, a masterpiece of fabric and patience. He checked every seam, every bead before finally turning to me. Try it on. Slipping out of my robe, I pulled the dress over my head. The fit was flawless, straps snug on my shoulders, the bodice cinched just right at my waist. I left my underwear on since he hadn't crafted a matching set yet. The color made my skin glow, and the way the neckline framed my chest. No padding needed. Conway's gaze burned as he took me in, slow and deliberate. He flicked his fingers in a silent command, and I turned, letting him see every angle. When I faced him again, his eyes were dark, hungry. Perfect, he murmured, closing the distance between us in one stride. His hands settled on my hips, pulling me against him. Now let's see how long it stays on. New detail, the mention of the dress color enhancing her skin tone, reinforcing the intimacy of the moment. Tone shift, from admiration to playful defiance in the final line. Conway's breath was warm against my lips as his fingers traced delicate patterns along my collarbone, slipping beneath the lace of my lingerie. The fabric whispered against my skin as he teased the straps, his touch sending shivers down my spine. His fingertips trailed lower, tracing the curve of my breasts before sliding under the silk, mapping every inch of me like he was memorizing the terrain. With a firm grip, he guided me toward the couch, its plush cushions facing the full-length mirror. He didn't waste time. His jeans and boxers slid down in one smooth motion, revealing his hard length pressed against his stomach. The sight of him stroking himself, slow and deliberate, had my pulse racing. A bead of precum glistened at the tip, and he swiped it away with his thumb, his dark eyes locked on mine. "Keep the lingerie," he murmured. "Just lose the panties." I obeyed, peeling off the black lace and letting it drop to the floor. The way he lounged back, thighs spread, told me everything. He wanted control, but he also wanted the show. I climbed onto him, aligning his cock with my entrance before sinking down inch by inch, my breath hitching as I took him fully. The stretch was intense, almost too much, but my body adjusted greedily. His hands gripped my hips, his gaze flickering between me and our reflection, my back arched, his cock buried deep. "Damn," he growled, kneading my ass. "You were made for this." And I was. Every time I was near him, my body betrayed me, craving what my mind knew I shouldn't. But logic didn't stand a chance against the way he filled me, the way my clit throbbed with every grind. His grip tightened as he guided my movements, lifting me just enough before pulling me back down, setting a rhythm that had me gasping. I clung to his shoulders, riding him harder, chasing the friction that sent sparks through my veins. The pleasure built like a storm, tightening in my core before crashing over me in waves. I came with a shudder, my nails digging into his skin as my thighs trembled. But Conway wasn't done, his jaw clenched, his breathing ragged as he watched me fall apart. Then, with a groan, he followed, his release hot and possessive. For a second, the world blurred. Then reality snapped back, sharp and unkind. Because no matter how good it felt, I still hated him. And that was the worst part. He reclined against the couch, his grip tightening on my waist as I moved. The pleasure was all his jaw clenching as he lost himself in it. Damn! With a rough pull, he dragged me down, burying himself deep inside me as he finished. His face pressed into my neck, arms locking around me like a cage. His breath was hot against my skin before his lips brushed my throat. The touch made my stomach turn. I didn't want his affection, not when I could still picture the smudged lipstick stains on his collar, the marks other women left behind. The thought of his mouth anywhere near me made my skin crawl. Before he could even catch his breath, I pushed off him, stripping off the lingerie and tossing it onto the table. Nicole would collect it later, ensuring the right fabric order for production. My clothes were still folded where I'd left them, and I yanked them on, desperate to cover myself. I needed to scrub every trace of him off me, but before I could bolt for the bathroom, Conway's voice cut through the silence. "Don't even think about showering." I froze, fingers tightening around the hem of my shirt. "What?" His smirk was infuriating. "You heard me. Try it, and I'll shut off your water." He knew exactly what I wanted to erase him, and his ego couldn't handle the rejection. "You'll spend the whole day working outside with me still inside you," he drawled. "That's the fantasy, and you're going to play along." Conway lately, my creativity had flatlined. Every time I picked up a pencil, my mind went blank. Just weeks ago, ideas had poured out of me like a broken faucet. Sketches, fabrics, entire collections materializing faster than I could keep up. But now, nothing. My brain was a desert, bone dry and useless. I was in my Milan studio, staring at a half-finished sketch when Nicole walked in. "The Queen line is on schedule," she said, adjusting her glasses. "But if we want the next collection ready in time, I need the next 3 designs. Do you have them?" Normally, I'd have a dozen concepts ready. My reputation was built on relentless innovation, never recycling the same tired ideas like other designers. But now, my notebook was embarrassingly empty. "Just a few rough drafts," I admitted, flipping it open. Nicole's expression didn't change, but I caught the flicker of concern behind her glasses. She knew this wasn't like me. "Let's see what you've got." I handed it over, bracing myself for her reaction. The pages were sparse, uninspired. A far cry from the brilliance I used to produce without effort. Fuck. I needed a breakthrough fast. She adjusted the sketchbook in her hands, angling it slightly as if searching for a different perspective. Page after page, her silence spoke louder than any critique. I didn't need validation, or at least that's what I told myself. But the way she closed the book without a word confirmed what I already knew. My work wasn't cutting it anymore. "We can push back the next exhibition," I offered, forcing a casual tone. "The date isn't public yet." Her hesitation was answer enough. "Give me a few more days," I muttered, though I wasn't sure what difference it would make. "The first 2 pieces are strong," she said, treading carefully. "People will love them." "Yeah," Nicole didn't overstay. That's why I appreciated her. No forced small talk, no awkward attempts to fill the quiet. She just left, and I was alone with the mess in my head. The truth was, this wasn't about the sketches. It was about her. Muse. The moment she stopped kissing me, something inside me unraveled. Now, every time we were together, it was mechanical, no warmth, no connection. She wouldn't even look at me unless she was on all fours, and the irony wasn't lost on me. This was exactly what I'd wanted before, no strings, just pleasure. But now, it felt hollow, empty. I used to thrive on variety, swore I'd never tie myself to one woman, but Muse changed that. She became my obsession, my muse in every sense. My best work came from her. My career skyrocketed because of her. And yet, the second she realized her power over me, everything shifted. Would she use it against me? Or worse, would she walk away? Dinner was a quiet affair. She didn't join me anymore unless it led to the bedroom. Funny how the tables had turned. Now I was the one craving more. The knock on her door was impulsive, but I couldn't take the silence anymore. New detail. As I stood there waiting, I noticed a half-packed suitcase in the corner of her room. Was she leaving? The thought hit me like a punch to the gut. The worst part. I had no one to blame but myself. The door creaked open as I stepped inside, finding her curled up on the couch in a simple navy dress, damp hair draped over one shoulder. A book rested in her lap, but the TV flickered silently in the background, just noise to fill the emptiness. No makeup, no effort. Another night alone. When she lifted her gaze, the ice in her eyes cut deeper than any knife ever could. Yes. That single word held more venom than all the fights we'd ever had. Funny how betrayal works. Steal her freedom, control her life, take what wasn't yours to take, and she'd still look at you with something other than this. But the second she thought I'd touch someone else, that's when the walls went up. That's when she decided I wasn't worth the air in the room. I dropped onto the couch, snatching the book from her hands and tossing it aside. Have dinner with me. No. She turned back to the TV, legs crossed like a shield. I killed the screen, and her glare could have frozen hell. Fine, she snapped. How about we skip the small talk and you just get what you want, then leave? The words hit like a gut punch. I'd been called a lot of things, ruthless, selfish, a bastard, but nothing stung like her disgust. For the first time, regret actually hurt. You really hate me that much? My voice was barely there. Silence. I leaned back, watching her arms fold tighter, her body language screaming, stay away. I'd done this. I'd turned something fragile into something broken. I haven't been with anyone else, I admitted. Not since you. Her head turned just slightly, suspicion still sharp in her eyes. The other night at the club, Carter shoved some woman at me, called me out for caring about you. So I played along, let her sit on my lap, let her kiss me. But when it came down to it, nothing. No spark, no desire, not even a damn thought. I exhaled, running a hand through my hair. Turns out I can't fake what isn't there. The room stayed quiet. For the first time in weeks, she was actually listening. All I ever wanted was to come back to you. Her expression stayed guarded, walls still firmly in place. I lied because I couldn't admit how I felt. I didn't want you to know I was only with you, that you were the only one I wanted. I've never done this before, never been with just one person. But with you, I don't want anyone else. I don't crave random hookups or empty passion. I just want you, and that scares the hell out of me. Her breathing hitched, slow inhales turning ragged as the weight of his words settled between them. The hardness in her eyes flickered, softening just a fraction. I'd rather you think I was some heartless player than let you see how much you matter. But I can't keep pretending, not when it's ruining everything. My work's been garbage for weeks. Nicole suggested delaying the next show because my sketches aren't cutting it. My whole life's unraveling, and it's your fault. So here's the truth. Stop looking at me like I disgust you. Stop sleeping with me like it's nothing. I want it to mean something again. Her arms crossed tighter, but the anger in her gaze melted into something quieter, more uncertain. You're only telling me this because your work's suffering, he exhaled. Yeah, I guess. How do I know you're not lying? You don't, he admitted. But why would I humiliate myself like this if I didn't mean it? Trust me, this is way harder than cheating. She stared past him, jaw tight. Muse. His voice dropped to a whisper. What does this even mean? She murmured back. What do you want? What we had before, but now it's just you, no one else. Because you care. Yes, she swallowed. And what else? He knew what she was really asking. I'm not signing up for love or forever, just you. No labels, no promises beyond this, it's only us. No lies, no games. I'll be your friend, your partner, faithful, honest. Her laugh was brittle. weren't honest before. I know, but I am now. She curled into herself, knees pulled close. He'd expected anger, relief, anything but this heavy silence. You'll have all of me, he pressed. My loyalty, my respect. Still, she didn't speak. Muse. I need a second, she finally said, voice frayed. For what? Her eyes shut briefly. I was destroyed when I thought you were with someone else. New detail. A car horn blares outside, startling them both, a sharp reminder of the world beyond this moment. Tone shift. Sarcasm creeps into his next words, masking vulnerability. Yeah, well, congrats. You broke the unbreakable man. Happy, she huffed, but the ghost of a smile tugged at her lips. Shut up. Progress, the weight of her words hit me harder than I expected. I'm just relieved, she said, her voice shaky, like she was piecing together emotions she hadn't fully processed yet. And somehow that stung more than anger ever could. I shifted closer on the couch, pulling her against me, my arm tight around her shoulders. Her lashes fluttered as she looked up, and I couldn't help but ask, why does this hurt you so much? She liked me, maybe even craved me, but love. After everything I'd done, that seemed impossible. Her fingers twisted in the fabric of my shirt. It made me feel like I wasn't enough, she admitted, voice small. You tell me I'm amazing, but then you go looking for something else. And then I wondered, what if you brought something back with you? I pressed my forehead to hers, exhaling. That's really it. She hesitated, then her hand found mine. You say you hide me because you don't want to share me, she murmured. Well, guess what? I don't want to share you either. Hearing that sent a rush through me, validation power, something raw and possessive. If she felt even half of what I did when other men looked at her, then we were finally on the same page. It was a twisted kind of balance, but it was ours. Can I kiss you? I asked, my voice rough. Her lips parted in surprise. You want to? God, did I'd taken her kisses for granted before, not realizing how much I'd missed them until they were gone. Yeah, I breathed. Then finally she smiled. The warmth in her eyes was back, the tension in her body melting as she leaned into me. Then do it. Later, she was sprawled across my bed, propped up on her elbows, her body a damn masterpiece. Sun-kissed skin, toned from hours of work outside, legs that seemed endless. I hooked my fingers into the sides of her thong, dragging it down slowly, savoring the way her breath hitched. Bare before me, she was flawless, her arousal already glistening, begging for touch. I wrapped the fabric around myself, groaning at the friction, while she spread her legs wider in invitation. If I had more patience, I'd take my time tasting her. But right now, I needed her mouth, her heat, her. I climbed over her, pinning her knees back as she arched beneath me. Her nipples were tight, her chest flushed, every inch of her reacting before I even touched her properly. My cock slid between her folds, her wetness coating me instantly. Her hands roamed over me, tracing every ridge of muscle like she was memorizing me. Then she rocked against me, and fuck, that was all it took. This was exactly where I needed to be. Muse arched beneath me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The fire in her eyes had shifted from anger to pure desire, and she didn't need lace or silk to drive me wild. Just her bare skin was enough to make my pulse race. My lips crashed into hers, finally claiming what I'd been craving. The way she kissed me was intoxicating, a perfect mix of softness and hunger, her breath mingling with mine until I felt dizzy with need. My fingers tangled in her hair as I rocked against her, teasing her with slow, deliberate friction. God, she was everything. Not some forgettable fling from a bar, but the only woman I ever wanted beneath me. Just the way she moaned my name sent electricity down my spine, and when her nails dug into my back, I nearly lost it. I trailed kisses down to her ear, whispering her name like a prayer. Muse, she answered with a desperate tug, pulling me closer. Conway, please. I didn't hesitate. Sinking into her was effortless, like she was made for me. The heat, the way she welcomed me, it was almost too much. I groaned against her skin, letting her hear just how much she wrecked me. Every thrust was slow, deliberate, savoring the way her body responded to mine. Her lips trembled against my mouth, her fingers gripping my hair like she never wanted to let go. This wasn't just sex. It was something deeper, something raw and real. And for the first time, I understood why nothing else had ever compared her breath hitched against my lips between kisses. I'm close. I didn't need the heads up. Her body told me everything. Her grip tightened around me, fierce and demanding. I caught her lower lip between my teeth, driving deeper until she shattered around me. The sound of her pleasure filled the room, raw and unrestrained. Her nails raked down my shoulders, her moans dissolving into breathless gasps. Completely lost in the moment, she surrendered to it, her voice breaking as she whispered my name. God, I'd missed this. The way she gave herself over, the fire in her touch. The first time we were together, she'd been nervous, tears mixing with pleasure. But even then, she couldn't hold back. Now, she knew exactly what she was doing, every move deliberate, every sound calculated to drive me wild. And damn, it worked. I wanted to savor this, stretch it out until neither of us could think straight. When her climax finally ebbed, she blinked up at me dazed, her fingers tracing slow circles over my chest. That was insane. We'd been at it nonstop for weeks, but tonight was different. No routine, no predictability, just pure electric heat. I shifted, pressing her thighs wider, grinding against her until she arched off the bed. My breath ghosted over her skin as I caught the hunger in her eyes. Oh, sweetheart, we're just warming up. Later, tangled in sweat-damp sheets, we lay there, spent. The room smelled like us, musky, intimate. I'd left my mark on her twice, and the thought alone had me grinning like an idiot. She rolled onto her side, propping herself up on an elbow, her hair a mess. Moonlight spilled over her bare skin, turning her into something ethereal. I imagined her in white lace, delicate but deceptive. A jewel nestled between her thighs, another resting above her heart. Priceless, irreplaceable. She swung her legs over the edge of the bed, pausing like she was debating something. Leaving already? I propped myself up against the headboard. If I stay, I won't make it back to my place. Then don't. She turned, the moonlight catching the curve of her smile. You want me here? Obviously. But instead of crawling back under the covers, she just watched me silent. I held her gaze, waiting. There was something unspoken there, something heavier than just tonight. And for the first time, I wondered if this was about more than just the physical exhausted but content. She slipped back under the covers, her silhouette glowing in the pale moonlight. Her tousled hair fanned across the pillow as she settled in, the restless tossing of the night leaving its mark. I shifted closer, draping her leg over mine, pulling her against me until our bodies aligned. Face to face, I breathed her in, something unfamiliar for a man like me. At 6'3", I'd always sprawled across the mattress, my frame radiating enough heat to chase away any thought of sharing space. But tonight, I craved the press of her skin, the warmth of her breath against my collarbone. Her eyelids fluttered shut, her breathing steadying into the slow rhythm of sleep. I traced every detail, the delicate arch of her lips, the slope of her nose, the faint dusting of freckles barely visible in the dim light. She looked sculpted, as if some divine hand had shaped her from marble and breathed life into her. A smirk tugged at my mouth. Only I could handle perfection like this. Wealth, power, strength, I had it all, and she was the crown jewel. My fingers skimmed her waist, memorizing the dip before drifting higher, marveling at the softness of her skin, smoother than the beaches of Santorini. Even in sleep, she was intoxicating. Legs that could make a runway model jealous, curves that defied logic. In heels, she barely reached my chin, but damn if she didn't own every inch of that height. And her feet, ridiculously flawless. A decade in the industry, and I'd never seen anyone like her. Muse. The name fit. Knuckles could throw around 50 million all he wanted. I'd have paid double just to keep her right here. I brushed my lips against hers, featherlight, savoring the taste even as she slept. Pulling her tighter, I buried my face in the crook of her neck, erasing every inch of space between us. 2 bodies, 1 heartbeat. Morning came too soon. After laps in the pool, I padded into the suite, dripping wet, just as Muse emerged from the bedroom, swamped in one of my black teas, all long legs and sleepy eyes. The breakfast spread waited by the window. Steaming coffee, a single red rose, silver domes hiding whatever decadence the chef had prepared. I tossed my shorts aside, knotting a towel around my hips, unable to tear my gaze away from her. Mine. The word echoed in my chest, and for once, I didn't mind sharing my space. Her hair was tousled, half draped over one shoulder, and her eyes still carried that drowsy, just-woke-up haze. "Morning," she murmured, stretching slightly as she padded toward me, her bare feet barely making a sound on the hardwood floor. "Morning," I replied, watching the way the sunlight caught the gold in her hair. She ran a hand through it, shaking off the last remnants of sleep. "How was the water?" she asked, her tone softer than yesterday's sharp edges. "Refreshing," I said, pulling her close. She tilted her chin up, meeting my kiss with a warmth that made my chest tighten. Her fingers traced my shoulders, sending a shiver down my spine despite the morning heat. Who knew a simple greeting could feel this good? "Starving?" I asked, reluctantly letting her go. "Like always," she grinned, sliding into the chair I pulled out for her. I poured myself a cup of black coffee, the steam curling lazily in the quiet kitchen. She wasted no time digging into her egg whites, her movements still slow with sleep but determined. I unfolded the newspaper, scanning the headlines, but barely made it past the first paragraph before I felt her gaze burning into me. "What?" I smirked, lowering the paper. "You actually read that thing?" She gestured at the newsprint with her fork. "Trying to," I admitted, taking a slow sip. "Gotta stay informed." She arched a brow. "Between board meetings and investor calls, seems like you'd have enough to keep up with already." I exhaled, setting the paper aside. Work was relentless, like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a teaspoon. Eventually, I'd learned to stop drowning in it. "Old habit," I admitted. "My dad did this every morning, like clockwork. Mom would just sip her coffee and watch the birds outside. First day I moved out, I bought a paper without even thinking." She studied me, a faint smile playing on her lips. "You really admire him, huh?" I chuckled dryly. "That obvious. Most guys don't gush about their dads like that." "Most dads aren't like mine," I countered. "He never had to raise his voice to make people listen, just walked into a room and everyone straightened up. Except Mom, she could say whatever she wanted and he'd let her." My chest tightened at the memory. "He worked harder than anyone I knew, still does." She tilted her head, considering. "Sounds like you're trying to live up to that." I shrugged, but the truth settled between us unspoken. Maybe I was. And maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. He built his empire from the ground up, turning every dollar into 10 through sheer grit. I admired him long before I understood what respect meant, not because he demanded it, but because he earned it. He shaped me into who I am, instilling values like integrity and relentless work ethic. His approval, it's everything to me. You can see it in his eyes. He's proud of you. I smirked, remembering the awkward family dinner when I dropped the bomb about my career. "Try explaining to your parents that you design lingerie because, well, women fascinate you." My mom's first question. "Are you gay?" Classic. Dad knew better. He'd walked in on enough of my teenage escapades to confirm otherwise. They wanted me to take over the vineyard, carry on the family legacy. But when I told them this was my path, no lectures, no guilt trips, just support, Dad said he was proud. That kind of acceptance, priceless. She grinned. "Your parents are amazing. I love them already." "Yeah, there's something." I exhaled, knowing how much they hated the distance. If it weren't for the winery tying them down, they'd probably relocate just to be closer. Family meant everything to them. Hell, my dad and uncle lived within shouting distance. The Barsettis didn't just stick together, they were practically glued. "Hope we see them again soon." Count on it. Muse sipped her coffee, then stabbed her omelet with precision. The morning light caught the natural flush of her cheeks, and I couldn't help but stare. Most models looked like ghosts without makeup, but Muse, she was radiant. She caught me looking and arched a brow. What? I took a bite of toast, playing it cool. She wasn't buying it. Setting her mug down, she leaned in. I've got a demand. A demand? I dropped my fork. This should be good. You lied, you owe me. Her tone was sharp. This wasn't spur of the moment. She'd been plotting since dawn. All right, hit me. I'm done with my own room. I'm moving in here with you. No hesitation, no waver in her gaze. She knew she had leverage and she wasn't backing down. This wasn't just about sharing a bed. It was about merging lives, her toothbrush next to mine, her clothes invading my closet. My first instinct, push back just to prove I could. But the truth, I wanted her there. Every damn night, every morning before heading to the studio, and every night before sleep, I craved her, not just her body, but the way her presence consumed me. I couldn't get enough of watching her, memorizing the curve of her lips, the way her eyes held mine without hesitation. She waited, patient but expectant, as I took a slow sip of coffee, dragging out the moment just to see her squirm. Finally, I gave in. Okay. Her eyebrows shot up. Seriously, I smirked. Easier than I expected. Tilted her head. Why do you want to move in with me? A shrug. Because I do. I wasn't letting her off that easy. Try again, Muse. She hesitated, arms crossed, before relenting under my stare. I sleep better beside you. Your scent, your warmth, it makes me feel safe. Less like I'm trapped, more like I belong. It's the little things, the way your touch makes everything else fade. Damn right. Anything more. Her gaze locked onto mine, unflinching. I like falling asleep with you still inside me. Perfect. The drive to the studio was charged, the air thick with tension. I'd left her marked, my claim lingering between her thighs, and now she sat beside me quiet but radiating satisfaction. When we stepped inside, Nicole was waiting, but Muse stuck close, her fingers tightening around my arm as Naomi approached, lips puckered for a greeting. Before she could get near, Muse pressed against me, her voice a low murmur. We should go. I barely held back a laugh. Sorry, ladies, busy schedule. As we climbed the stairs, her grip never loosened. You're possessive, I teased. She shot back. How'd you feel if some guy kissed me? My jaw clenched at the thought. Fair. Upstairs, Carter stood waiting, polished in a suit that screamed business. His grin was instant, eyes locking onto Muse as he extended a hand. Conway's famous inspiration. Finally. She let go of me just long enough to shake it. Nice to meet you. I didn't miss the way his thumb brushed her knuckles, or the way her fingers flexed afterward, like she'd touched something too hot. You must be Carter. He moved in like he was going for a cheek kiss, but my sharp tone made him reconsider. With a smirk, he pulled back. All right, let's keep it professional. He extended his hand instead. Nice to finally meet you, Sapphire. Conway never shuts up about you. She laughed, glancing at me. Hopefully only good things. Carter's grin widened. Only the best. I clenched my jaw. The guy had a talent for getting under my skin. What do you want, Carter? Just swinging by to see if you're free for lunch. Nicole mentioned you were in. Not today, buried in work. Fine, but you're not ditching Friday. My parents said we're all having dinner at your place. Figured we could catch up on the drive. I frowned. First I'd heard of it. Nobody told me. Relax, you'll get the memo, and bring Sapphire, I'd love some company. He shot me a wink before strolling out like he owned the place. Muse watched him leave, amused. So that's Carter, you two could pass for brothers. Worst compliment I've ever gotten. He seems fun, only because he enjoys riling me up. She smirked, crossing her arms. And you let him because you're possessive. She sauntered to the table, clearly pleased with herself. So, dinner at your parents' this Friday. Looks that way. Your childhood home? Yeah, can't wait to see it. Not like I had a choice. My family would hound me until she was there. I flipped open my sketchbook, shifting focus. What's the idea you had? Something different. I turned to the right page and she leaned in, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. I like it, clean, minimal, not your usual style. The fabric will complement your skin perfectly. I grabbed a swatch, draping it against her arm. The contrast was striking. Exactly right. She tilted her head. Need any help? Nope. Then what's my job? Wear it when it's done. She perched on the stool beside me, watching my hands move. Before long, Nicole stepped in, tension in her posture. Conway, we need to talk, alone. I didn't look up. Whatever it is, Sapphire can hear it. Nicole's fingers tapped the table. It's important. That got my attention. Nicole never pushed unless it was serious. I met Muse's eyes before standing. Give me a minute. Mind stepping outside for a sec. Sure. She slipped out, closing the door behind her. I dropped my tools and zeroed in on Nicole. What's going on? Andrew Lexington from Lady Lingerie is waiting downstairs in the conference room. Andrew Lexington, my biggest rival in the lingerie game. Based in the States, his designs were solid but lacked the originality of mine. Still, the guy knew how to market to American consumers, slashing costs by outsourcing production overseas, while I catered to the high-end market. We'd crossed paths once before, and it was clear we had nothing in common. For him to fly all the way here, this wasn't a social call. What's he after? Here's the thing. She lowered her voice like we weren't alone, even though it was just us. He's not here for you. He's looking for Sapphire. Claims he's been trying to track her down, no address, no phone, no family. So he showed up here asking to speak with her. Every muscle in my body locked up, fury boiling under my skin. Another designer crossing oceans just to hunt down my woman. Whatever he wanted, it wasn't out of goodwill. He was after her for his own gain, no question. I wasn't sure how to handle it, so I came to you first. Smart move, Nicole. My voice barely held steady, anger simmering just beneath the surface. Take him to my office. I'll be there in 15. Should I tell Sapphire? Not until I knew exactly what he was playing at. No. Leaving Muse in the studio, I crossed the building to my office, deliberately making Andrew wait an extra 20 minutes because screw him. Muse wasn't just my model, she was mine in every way. The one who shared my bed, my space, my life. If Andrew thought he could swoop in and take what was mine, he was dead wrong. Pushing into the office, I found him staring out the floor-to-ceiling windows, his broad frame dwarfing the chair. The glass was polished enough to throw back our reflections, but I didn't bother with pleasantries. Why waste the breath? I strode past him, dropping into my chair behind the desk, a space I rarely used, reserved for numbers and contracts. Nicole's paperwork usually littered the surface, waiting for my attention. I studied him, ice in my gaze, a man in his 40s, seasoned but not untouchable. Meanwhile, I hadn't even hit 30 and my name carried more weight. My brand, pure luxury. His. Mass market appeal. And now he wanted something that belonged to me. Not happening. The elite women of high society wore my designs while his cheap knockoffs were left for the desperate. What brings you here, Andrew? I kept my voice steady, matching his calm facade. He didn't miss a beat. Nicole mentioned I was searching for Sapphire. Right, and since you're sitting here with me, I assume you won't be speaking to her. Not a chance in hell. Sharp observation. His smirk was infuriating. She's practically a ghost. No one's seen her since that runway show. I'd love to hear the story behind that. A story he'd never get. Cut to the chase, Andrew. Fine. Sapphire became an overnight sensation after that event, then vanished. Did she retire? Hardly. She just has a new role, mine. She still works for me. Then why keep your best asset hidden? Oh, she's not hidden, I said, leaning forward, my stare sharp enough to cut glass. But maybe she'd prefer a different kind of spotlight. I'm offering her a deal to come work for me. As if not happening. Contracts can be broken, money talks. Of course it did. And as my biggest rival, he'd love nothing more than to steal my most valuable player, not just for business, but because he knew exactly what she meant to me. She's staying put, Andrew. That's her choice, not yours. Like hell it was. I won't say it again, she's off limits. His expression darkened. You really think you can stop me? I know she's here, I'll find her. The audacity of this guy. She belongs to me, drop it. And what happens when I tell her you blocked me from even speaking to her? Good luck with that. She was glued to my side day and night. He'd have to get through me first, and that wasn't happening. Save your breath, Andrew. You've got better things to do. Sapphire Conway had been in a foul mood since leaving the studio. When he returned, his jaw was locked tight, his brow furrowed, and every word he snapped at me made it clear. Something had set him off. I stopped trying to talk to him after the third clipped response. The car ride home was just as tense. His grip on the steering wheel was white-knuckled, his eyes fixed on the road like it had personally wronged him. Silence stretched between us, thick and suffocating. You know what I do when I'm pissed? I finally asked, just to break the quiet. He exhaled sharply but didn't answer. I turn up the music, I continued, reaching for the radio. It was always dead silent in his car. I wasn't even sure what kind of music he liked. Maybe he only listened to the sound of his own ego. I'm not really in the mood for music right now. You want to talk about what's bothering you? Even less. I turned my gaze to the window, watching the scenery blur past. All right then. The day had started off bright but somehow soured by the afternoon. His mood wasn't my fault. I knew that much, so I didn't push it. If he wanted to stew in silence, fine. After a few minutes, his phone buzzed through the car speakers, and the caller ID flashed on the dashboard screen. Mama. I smirked at the way he had her saved, like he was still a kid. He exhaled sharply before answering, his voice suddenly warm. Hey, Mom, what's up? The shift was almost comical. Anyone else would have gotten ignored, but not her. We just got back from the lake house, she chirped. Lars is cooking tonight. You should come by Friday. Your aunt and uncle will be there, plus Carter and Vanessa. We miss you. His grip on the wheel loosened. Yeah, I'll be there. She didn't even try to hide her excitement. And Sapphire's coming too, right? Obviously. Perfect. You two can stay in your old room. Overnight, that was new. Then again, 5 hours on the road wasn't exactly a quick trip. Sounds good, he said, all casual, like he wasn't just sulking 2 minutes ago. Talk later. Love you. And there it was, the softness he pretended didn't exist. Took me months to dig it out of him, but his family got it for free. Love you too, Mama. The call ended, and the silence returned, heavier now. I bit back the urge to tease him for now. So your childhood bedroom, huh? What's the vibe? Second floor. Still has my old bed, private bathroom, tiny sitting area. Of course it was a mini penthouse. Bet you had some memories in there. He finally glanced over, a smirk tugging at his lips. Jealous? Not even a little. But I will be rewriting history in that bed. That got a laugh out of him, first one all day. Looking forward to it. Later, I unpacked in his room, tucking my things into the space he'd cleared for me. His closet was a sea of tailored suits, while my stuff barely filled a corner. One drawer held my underwear, and the lace he'd bought just because. His room was all dark wood and sharp edges, the opposite of my airy, gold-accented space. But I'd take his any day, mostly because he was in it. Ever since he admitted there'd been no one else, that gnawing jealousy had vanished, along with the ache in my chest. Funny how honesty does that. Conway gave me everything I could ever dream of: security, trust, and a rare kind of loyalty in a world that usually felt cold and indifferent. For the first time, I had someone who truly saw me, who didn't demand anything in return. He was upfront about his boundaries, no romance, no love, but that didn't matter. What we had was deeper than that, a bond that anchored me when everything else felt unstable. I knew this might not last forever. One day, he might wake up and decide I wasn't worth the effort. But for now, I pushed that fear aside and focused on the warmth of his presence. As I settled into my new space, his space, I inhaled the scent of his cologne lingering in the air, something rich and masculine like leather and spice. Just as I sank into the couch, Conway strode in, holding 2 garment bags. "What's this?" I asked, curious. "Dante grabbed a couple of outfits for you," he said, draping them over the armchair before loosening his tie with that effortless grace of his. The first outfit was a striking high-waisted skirt, bold splashes of black, red, and green vibrant, like something straight out of an Italian market. The second was a simple navy sundress, elegant and understated. "They're gorgeous," I murmured, running my fingers over the fabric. "Nicole picked them," he admitted, unbuttoning his shirt. "But I made sure they'd fit." Guilt twisted in my chest. "Conway, you don't have to," he cut me off with a sharp look. "I don't do anything I don't want to, so don't say that again." His tone left no room for argument. As he stripped off his clothes, leaving a trail of designer fabric behind him, I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Of course, the man couldn't be bothered with a hamper. I gathered his discarded shirt and slacks, hanging them carefully. No way was I letting $1,000 silk get ruined because of his carelessness. By the time he reached the bathroom, all he had left was a towel slung over his shoulder, his body a masterpiece of muscle and confidence. He had this way of making even the simplest movements look like a damn photo shoot. Every woman in a 50-mile radius probably fantasized about him, and honestly, I couldn't blame them. "Vanessa's coming by tomorrow at 1, he reminded me, stepping into the shower. "Be ready." "Got it," I said, shaking my head as I folded his tie. Somehow, in the middle of all this luxury and chaos, I'd found something real. And for now, that was enough. He studied me as I carefully hung up his old suit on the back of the door. "What's the big idea?" "Trying to keep your clothes from getting wrecked," I shot back, smoothing out the fabric. He gave me that look, the one that always made my stomach flip, before nudging the bathroom door open. "Get in the shower with me." "I already washed up after the stables," I said, rolling my eyes. Leaning against the doorframe, his green eyes darkened with that familiar stubbornness. "Wasn't a request, Muse. Consider it an order." I crossed my arms. "Thought we were equals now. Doesn't mean I won't still tell you what to do. That's never changing. Now move it." "Shower sex is overrated." "Slippery, awkward." His grin was wicked. "Everything with me is dangerous." In one swift motion, he had me pinned beneath him, his body already slick with sweat as he drove into me hard from the start. The rhythm of his hips was relentless, each thrust sending the headboard thumping against the wall. My fingers clawed into his back, holding on as pleasure coiled tight inside me. When I came, it was with a force that left me gasping, my body clenching around him like a vice. Missionary was our go-to. Something about the way his gaze locked onto mine, the raw focus in his expression as he took me, made it impossible to resist. He groaned against my lips as he finished, his release flooding me with warmth. By now, I was used to falling asleep with him still inside me, used to the sticky aftermath when I stepped into the shower the next morning. Conway was part of my routine now. He rolled off me, the room dark except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside. Sex before bed had become our thing, just like the lazy, half-asleep morning quickies before his alarm dragged us into the real world. Lying there, our sweat mingling, the scent of us heavy in the air, I realized I loved it. The weight of his arm around me, the way his breathing steadied as he cooled down. "You good?" His voice cut through the quiet. "Yeah," I murmured, turning to face him. "You?" "Not terrible," I laughed. "Not terrible," he smirked. "Morning sex is a perk. Best alarm clock." "Guess that makes us a real couple, huh?" "Guess so." His fingers traced my hip absently. "Still getting used to sharing a bed." I pressed closer. "Me too, but I could get used to it." "I'm really grateful for that." He stayed silent, his expression unreadable. "Are you ever going to tell me what had you so worked up yesterday?" Another pause. "No. What happened to being up front with me?" "I promised honesty, Muse. Not a full-blown confession every time something bothers me." I let the sting of his words roll off me, refusing to let it sink in. "But I'm your friend, Conway. You can trust me. Not with this." Does it involve me? His head snapped toward me, those sharp green eyes burning. I said drop it. The edge in his voice made me back off. I didn't want to end the night on a sour note, so I shifted gears. How long are we staying at your parents' place? Till Saturday. That's quick. Got deadlines. Finished some sketches, now I need to bring them to life. Did Nicole like them? Yeah, you planning another show? Thinking about one in 6 weeks. Short notice, where? New York. Home, or at least it used to be. Now, not an option, not with the feds breathing down my neck over unpaid taxes, which meant I'd be stuck here alone. The thought twisted my stomach. That's when it hit me I'd grown dependent on him. His presence was my safety net. Guess I won't be part of it. Not a chance. So I just stay behind. He turned, closing the gap between us. Even in the dim light, I could see the tension in his arms, the way his muscles flexed under his skin. His hand slid beneath the sheets, gripping my waist. Why would you? You know my record isn't exactly clean. Forget that, with me you're untouchable. And what about him? Conway didn't need clarification. He's nothing. Stop jumping at shadows. My protection doesn't take breaks. He tugged me closer, his body radiating heat like a furnace. His fingers traced my spine, slow and deliberate, while his gaze held mine, soft yet intense. Got it! His forehead pressed against mine as his breathing steadied. Within minutes, he was out. I matched my breaths to his, soaking in his warmth, his scent. For the first time in forever, I felt still, safe. He'd walked into my life when I had nothing, no money, no allies, and turned it all around. No one else would have done that. No one. Vanessa strolled in, her bright blue sundress swaying with each step, sandals clicking lightly against the floor. The sunlight glinted off Vanessa's sunglasses as she pushed them up into her dark hair, the deep red of her sundress making her olive skin glow. She had that effortless beauty, the kind that turned heads without her even trying. "You're gonna love my parents' place," she said, adjusting the strap of her crossbody bag. I wiped a bead of sweat from my temple, the summer heat pressing down on us. "I bet it's amazing." Nearby, Carter and Conway were tossing bags into the SUV while Dante supervised, his usual quiet self. Vanessa smirked, leaning in. "So, what really happened with that guy from the bar?" I'd only caught bits of the story before Conway dragged me home. He'd been way too invested in his sister's love life. 3 nights of mind-blowing sex, she said, blunt as ever. But that's all it was. Zero chemistry outside the bedroom. He wanted to keep it going, but I shut it down before things got messy. "At least you got something fun out of it," I laughed. She shrugged. He took it personally, but whatever. I told him straight, great in bed, boring in conversation. Not exactly a winning combo. I admired how Vanessa cut through the nonsense. No games, no drama. If something wasn't working, she moved on without a second thought. It was refreshing. "Finding the right guy is impossible," I sighed. Vanessa shot me a grin. "Don't stress. You'll upgrade from Conway eventually." Speak of the devil, Conway stalked past, shooting her a death glare. "You've been here 5 minutes and already pissing me off." "Took longer than usual," she sighed, feigning disappointment. I bit back a laugh. Only Vanessa could roast Conway and live to tell the tale. His glare shifted to me, and I quickly schooled my face into neutrality. Carter popped open the back door. "Hop in, ladies." Conway jammed his keys into his pocket, muscles flexing under his fitted tee. "Muse is riding shotgun with me." Vanessa blinked. "Who?" Carter smirked. "Oh, it's his cute little Sapphire," Conway cut in, cheeks flushing. "She's sitting up front." Vanessa rolled her eyes. "No way, I'm not stuck next to Carter for 5 hours. "Rude," Carter muttered. "Nothing personal," she said, already climbing into the back. "Just survival instincts." Vanessa was the only person I considered a real friend, and knowing she felt the same way meant everything. It wasn't just because I was dating her brother we genuinely clicked. When Conway finally gave in with a reluctant fine, she immediately shifted gears. "But I'm not calling her Muse," she said, fiddling with her seatbelt. What kind of nickname is that, anyway? Carter, ever the blunt one, chimed in from the driver's seat. It means he's completely obsessed with her. Vanessa scoffed, already reaching for the radio. Yeah, no kidding. You've never brought another girl around. She flipped the station to some upbeat pop, only for Conway to smack her hand away. Relax, would you? Your music is terrible, she shot back, crossing her arms. Her gold earrings caught the sunlight every time she moved, flashing like tiny warnings. Seriously, how do you deal with him? She asked me, jerking her chin toward Conway. Is he always this controlling? I bit back a grin. If only she knew the half of it. Conway's eyes flicked to mine in the rearview mirror, silently daring me to answer. Oh, absolutely, I said, playing along. But he makes it charming. Outside, the Italian countryside blurred past rolling vineyards, sun-drenched hills, the kind of beauty that made you forget to breathe. No postcard could capture it. Then Vanessa, ever the instigator, dropped the bomb. So when are you two having kids? I'm ready to be an aunt. Conway's grip tightened on the wheel. Vanessa. What? It's a normal question, she protested. You're telling me you never talked about it. The truth was, we hadn't. Not really. We were just two people sharing a bed and a life, no labels beyond that. But Vanessa wasn't backing down. After we get married, I lied smoothly. Her eyes lit up. And when is that happening? Vanessa. Conway's voice was sharp enough to cut glass. She threw her hands up. I can't ask anything. Not a damn thing, he snapped. We're almost home. Zip it. Undeterred, she turned to me with a mischievous grin. Okay, hypothetically, how many kids do you want? Like in your general life plan. Conway stayed silent this time. The question stung more than I expected. Kids, maybe in another life. But right now, the idea felt as distant as the horizon outside the window being the last in my family line. The thought of never having kids made me feel like I'd always be alone. 2, a boy and a girl, I admitted. Vanessa smirked. Same, but honestly, 3 wouldn't be the worst thing. When are you planning on starting a family? I asked. She shrugged. Before 30, ideally. Gives me time to find someone who isn't a total man-child. Guys my age, all they care about is clubbing and hookups. Romance is basically extinct. Maybe I need an older guy, someone who's actually got his life together. Conway cranked the music, drowning us out like some overprotective DJ. Vanessa rolled her eyes and leaned in closer. I swear if he doesn't chill out soon. He'll back off when you meet the right guy, I reassured her. Doubt it. He's worse than my dad, and trust me, you've seen how intense that man is. I laughed. I thought your dad was sweet. Because you're a woman. Conway could move in with 10 girlfriends and dad wouldn't blink. But if I so much as mention living with a guy before marriage, full-blown meltdown, total double standard. Maybe it's because your dad trusts Conway. He knows he's a good guy, takes care of me, respects me. If you found someone like that, I bet your dad would ease up. Nice theory, she muttered. Still wrong. 45 minutes later, we pulled up to a sprawling estate that looked straight out of a luxury travel magazine. 3 stories, black iron gates, endless vineyards. This wasn't just a house, it was a Tuscan dream. Olive trees swayed in the breeze, the lawn was impossibly green, and the whole place radiated old-world elegance. Conway cut the engine, and I gaped. This is where you grew up, Vanessa grinned. Wait till you see inside. A young valet hurried over to grab our bags while Conway's parents stepped onto the grand front steps. His father stood tall, stern, but undeniably proud, while his mother looked effortlessly elegant in a sleek black dress. The way Mr. Barsetti's expression shifted when he saw his kids, icy reserve for Conway, soft warmth for Vanessa, spoke volumes. It was a love so deep, so unshakable, it made my chest ache. My own family. Broken, distant. Maybe that's why my brother spiraled. Why he's gone now. Standing there, surrounded by this kind of love, I couldn't help but wonder what might have been different. Vanessa beamed as her father pulled her into a warm embrace, pressing a kiss to her forehead. You look lovely, Mr. Barsetti murmured, his deep voice full of affection. Mom picked it out, she replied, grinning. Of course she did, he chuckled. Your mother never misses. Vanessa practically launched herself at her mom next, their laughter filling the room. The bond between them was undeniable, less like parent and child, more like best friends. Mr. Barsetti then turned to Conway, gripping him in a tight hug before kissing his forehead. Glad you made it, Conway smirked. Wouldn't miss Lars cooking for anything. I'd drive cross-country for one of her meals. His father laughed, clapping him on the shoulder before shifting his attention to me. His hand rested gently on my elbow as he leaned in, brushing a kiss against my cheek. Sapphire, it's wonderful to have you here. I noticed the subtle way Conway tensed, protective, possessive. Carter might be family, but he hadn't earned the same privileges. Thank you, I said, glancing around. Your home is stunning. Conway wasn't exaggerating when he said this place holds special memories. Mr. Barsetti's arms settled around my waist, giving me a reassuring pat. Mrs. Barsetti stepped forward next, enveloping me in a hug. That dress is gorgeous on you, she said, pulling back with a smile. Conway's doing, I admitted. She winked. Good to know my son has an eye for more than just wine. The warmth in the room was almost overwhelming as they greeted Carter with the same easy affection they showed their own children. A pang twisted in my chest, not jealousy exactly, but something deeper. A longing for the kind of love that seemed to flow so effortlessly between them. Conway's arms slid around me, his lips brushing my ear. You okay? Fine, I lied, forcing a smile. His gaze darkened. We'll talk later. The dining room was massive, with a table that could have seated a small army. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting golden streaks over the sprawling vineyards outside. It was easy to see where Conway got his love for open spaces. This place mirrored his own home. His Uncle Kane stood nearby, a slightly softer version of Mr. Barsetti, with the same strong features but a mischievous glint in his eye. Adelina, his aunt, carried herself with effortless elegance, her beauty undimmed by time. No wonder Conway and Carter turned heads wherever they went. Good looks clearly ran in the family. An elderly server moved gracefully between us, setting down salads and warm bread before the main course. Despite his years, his posture was impeccable, his movements precise. As I took my seat, I couldn't shake the feeling that this dinner was about more than just food. It was about belonging and whether I'd ever truly fit in. Lars moved with deliberate slowness, but there was contentment in his steady pace, no resentment about still working at his age. Mrs. Barsetti noticed me watching him and smiled. He's been with us since Crow was just a boy, she said, swirling her wine. Practically raised him. Like family, then? I asked. Mr. Barsetti didn't hesitate. He is family. They'd offered him retirement, but Lars refused, claimed he'd feel adrift without purpose. So they compromised, hiring extra help to ease his workload. Now he took afternoon naps and turned in early, though he still insisted on overseeing everything. He has his own room downstairs, Mrs. Barsetti added, fingering the simple button hanging from her necklace. We're up on the 3rd floor, so he practically owns the place after dark. Living in someone else's mansion as a butler, not a bad deal. But it made me wonder, did Lars ever wish for his own family? Kids? The Barsettis had given him what he needed, treating him like one of their own. No wonder Conway was so kind, he'd learned it from them. Mrs. Barsetti shifted the conversation. How's Dante treating you? Amazing cook, I admitted, though he wasn't thrilled with me at first. Conway smirked beside me, his fork hovering over his untouched chicken. She kept trying to do everything herself, laundry, lunch, you name it. Like she was allergic to being pampered. I just felt weird having someone wait on me, I protested. Vanessa laughed. Same, I didn't learn to make a sandwich until college. My first laundry day was a disaster. Mrs. Barsetti's eyes crinkled. At least you figured it out. Then, softer, she turned to Conway. How's work, sweetheart? He sat with perfect posture, elbows off the table, every movement precise. prepping a new line, the pressures on after last season's success. "You'll outdo yourself," Mr. Barsetti said firmly. I had to admire them. Most parents might squirm over their son designing lingerie, but the Barsettis, pure support. The kind of unconditional love you only read about. And Mr. Barsetti, salt of the earth, hands in the soil, selling his harvest, still beamed with pride over his son's unconventional career. Some families just got it right. Italian culture was a mystery to me, but the Barsettis seemed to embody its elegance perfectly. "How's the auto industry treating you?" Kane asked Carter, who I only knew as Conway's cousin. "Couldn't be better," Carter replied with a confident grin. "American buyers can't resist European craftsmanship. Who can blame them?" "You're in the car business?" I asked, intrigued. Carter nodded. "Design and sales. I founded Steel Automobiles, think high-end rides like Ferraris, but with my own twist. Started sketching concepts at 17, now we're expanding stateside." I laughed. "Is everyone in this family ridiculously successful?" Vanessa shrugged. "Not me. I refuse to take morning classes. Sleeping till 9 is non-negotiable." Conway's hand brushed my knee under the table. "My sister's the rebel of the bunch," Mr. Barsetti chuckled. "Night owls get things done too, just on their own schedule." Vanessa shot me a playful eye roll, and I bit back a laugh. The talk shifted to the family's wine empire. Mr. Barsetti and Kane ran it, with Adelina pitching in occasionally. Mrs. Barsetti, though, was the driving force. She turned to me. "What do you enjoy outside of work? Any passions?" "I'm usually at the stables," I admitted. "Mucking stalls, grooming, managing feed, especially with this heat wave. We've been keeping the horses indoors to beat the sun." Mrs. Barsetti's eyebrows shot up. "You spend all day in that heat." Her tone made me second-guess myself. Maybe she thought manual labor was beneath me, or worse, that I wasn't supporting Conway enough. Conway jumped in. "Trust me, I tried to stop her, but she loves it. Marco says she's a natural, horses adore her, and the place has never looked better." Mr. Barsetti nodded approvingly. "I noticed the difference last week. Impressive, Sapphire." He nudged his wife. "Thought you'd appreciate her dedication." Mrs. Barsetti softened slightly. "Of course I do. I just wanted to be sure she's happy." Her sharp glare at Conway faded, but the tension lingered. Now I understood why he kept our real story hidden. If she knew the truth, that he'd essentially bought me, her reaction would be way worse than a disapproving stare. Conway smoothly added, "She also assists with my sculpting." Carter smirked. "And inspires it, from what I hear." New detail. The mention of Vanessa's morning class rebellion adds a lighthearted contrast to the family's high-achieving dynamic. The sarcastic jab from Carter about inspiration lightens the mood after the tense exchange with Mrs. Barsetti. Conway didn't bat an eye. "Absolutely. She's my greatest muse." His stare locked onto Carter's, unwavering. The rest of the family kept eating like nothing outrageous had just been said, except Vanessa, who rolled her eyes and muttered, "Okay, moving on." The night stretched out on the patio, warm and golden under the glow of string lights tangled in the trees. Moths fluttered around them, drawn to the brightness like tiny winged satellites. Even hours after sunset, the heat clung to the air, sinking into my skin like a slow-burning ember. Conway lounged beside me, his arm draped casually over the back of my chair. The guy had the kind of build that made plain cotton tees look like designer wear, broad shoulders, solid chest, that unmistakable Barsetti frame all the men in his family seemed to share. He watched me devour Lars, chocolate cake with amusement. "Good. Are you kidding? This is heaven." I barely paused between bites, savoring the rich frosting and perfectly moist layers. Conway, who wouldn't even touch sugar in his coffee, just smirked. "Lars is a culinary genius, 85 years old and still killing it." "Wait, he's 85, I nearly choked. "Yep, hard to believe, right? Well, he's clearly mastered the art of dessert." I set my half-finished plate down with a sigh. "If I eat another bite, my genes are done for." Conway chuckled, low and warm. Wear sweatpants. You'd still be the most stunning woman in the room. I shot him a look. This from the guy who hand-picked lingerie models based on millimeter-perfect measurements. Thought I had to stay runway ready. You're not on a catwalk anymore, Muse. His voice dropped, rough around the edges. You can do whatever the hell you want. Careful, I teased. I might take that as permission to eat an entire bakery. He leaned in, close enough that his breath brushed my ear. Go for it. His nose nudged mine, a playful, possessive gesture. Wouldn't change how badly I want you. The words were a whisper, just for me, until Vanessa's voice cut in from across the table. Mom, Dad, guess what Conway calls Sapphire? Mrs. Barsetti sipped her wine, unfazed. Do tell. Muse, Vanessa announced, like she'd uncovered state secrets. Heat flooded my cheeks. That name wasn't just a nickname, it was the one he growled against my skin, the one that curled around me in the dark. The one that meant mine. Mr. Barsetti's gaze flicked to his son, unreadable as ever. The man never smiled, but something in his stare sharpened, like he was recalculating everything he thought he knew when Conway greeted his kids. His affection was clear, but his smile never quite reached his lips. Mrs. Barsetti, however, gave him a different kind of look, warm and just shy of a grin. And just like before, Conway didn't flinch under scrutiny. He was unshakable, completely at ease in his own skin. A lingerie designer, proud of it, and apparently I was his muse. She's my obsession, he admitted, lifting my hand to his lips. The moment his mouth brushed my knuckles, a shiver raced down my spine. My smile was unstoppable, my gaze softening instantly. Even surrounded by his family, that electric spark between us couldn't be ignored. Mrs. Barsetti leaned in, murmuring something to her husband, but his expression stayed as unreadable as ever. Vanessa, swirling her wine, stood up with a smirk. You're way more tolerable when she's around, Con. Better not let her go. His grip tightened around my fingers resting on his thigh. I won't. Later, Vanessa and I dangled our feet in the pool, passing a bottle of red between us as crickets hummed in the background. The stars blazed overhead, untouched by city lights, just like the quiet nights back home with Conway. My parents got married under that oak, she said, pointing to a massive tree beyond the patio. At least, that's the family legend. Sweet, I replied. Tiny wedding, barely anyone there. She gestured to another tree. We had a tire swing there until a storm ripped it down, never bothered replacing it. I chuckled. Bet Conway was an adorable kid. Oh, there's proof all over the house, she said, tipping back another glass, her sixth, seventh, yet she was perfectly steady. You two hold your liquor like pros. Back when I bartended, most people were face down after 3 drinks. She laughed. Barsettis are built different. My dad drinks wine with breakfast, scotch at night. Not my thing, wine's got way more personality. I nodded. Conway's the same. Yep, mini version of Dad. From behind, I mix them up sometimes. The resemblance was uncanny, Mr. Barsetti, the quiet but undeniable force of the family, exactly as Conway had described. Vanessa kicked her legs in the water, her dress hitched up to keep dry. My brother's disgustingly in love with you. It's nauseating, but also kind of adorable. Honestly. I'm just relieved he finally found his person. She grinned, nudging me with her elbow. Even if it means enduring his sappy looks forever. I was honestly relieved he wasn't dating some pretentious, high-maintenance model type. You know, the kind who acts like the world revolves around them. Turns out my brother has better taste than I gave him credit for. Vanessa's words should have made me happy. She was basically giving me her blessing to be with Conway, but the truth was, none of it was real. We're not getting married, I said, trying to downplay it. It's still pretty new, she waved me off. Time doesn't mean anything when it comes to love. I might not have experienced it myself, but I know real connection when I see it. And the way Conway looks at you, that's the real deal. It's the same way my dad looks at my mom, like you're the only person in the room. A rush of warmth spread through me, but it was bittersweet. Conway had claimed me, obsessed over me, promised me everything. but was it love? Or just possession? To Vanessa, it probably looked the same. The way he touched me, the way his eyes darkened when I walked in, it was intense, all-consuming. But love, I wasn't sure. Still, I couldn't bring myself to correct her. "Conway's a good man," I said softly, and for a second I almost believed it. To an outsider, he might seem controlling, even cruel, but in our world, he was everything. He gave me security, devotion, things no one else ever had. Vanessa smirked. "Yeah, he's all right. When he's not interrogating my dates or acting like my personal bodyguard." I laughed. "He can be a little intense. Try a lot intense. Bet you can't even grab coffee without him tracking your location." She wasn't wrong, but she had no idea why. Conway, the patio was quiet except for the low hum of conversation. My father sat beside me, silent as ever, his gaze fixed on Muse and Vanessa by the pool. They were laughing, probably swapping embarrassing stories about me, Vanessa's favorite pastime. Across the table, Uncle Kane, Aunt Adelina, Mom, and Carter debated cars before inevitably prying into Carter's non-existent love life. Not that he'd ever admit it was just late-night hookups and whiskey. Dad took a slow sip of his wine, his eyes never leaving the girls. "They get along well," he finally said. "Too well," I muttered. Vanessa's turned Sapphire into her new partner in crime. It still felt strange calling her anything but Muse. Even now, the name didn't fit. But in this world, she was Sapphire, polished, perfect, untouchable. And my dad always called my mom Button, though I never figured out the reason behind it. Whenever I asked, he'd just brush it off with a smirk. "Vanessa's got high standards," he'd say, swirling his wine. "If she's friends with Sapphire, it's because she genuinely likes her." And honestly, who would? Sapphire was magnetic, sharp, grounded, and effortlessly real. She could hold her own in any conversation, not with rehearsed lines, but with genuine wit. Beauty. Sure, she had it, but she couldn't care less. While other women lounged poolside in designer swimsuits, she'd rather be knee-deep in the stables, mucking out stalls like it was second nature. Hard to find a flaw in her, I admitted, sipping the rich Cabernet my dad had pulled from the estate's cellar. "You're obsessed," he said flatly. That caught me off guard. My father never pried into my personal life. For a decade, he'd treated me like a grown man, never questioning my choices. But now, his gaze lingered on the girls by the pool, his voice low. "She's not here for your money, that much is obvious." If only he knew the truth that I'd bought her, admitting that would land me in the "She hates being idle," I deflected. "Gets restless." "Manual labor's no joke, especially in the stables," he mused. "She could have taken the easy route, but she didn't. That's grit. That's character, a woman like that. She doesn't just build empires, she forges men." Oh, she'd forged me all right, night after night, and she'd survived hell to get here. Most would have crumbled under Knuckles' cruelty, but not her. She ran, fought, and clawed her way out with her dignity intact. Real respect isn't earned on a throne, it's proven in the dirt. And Sapphire, she thrived there. "She's one of a kind," I agreed. His stare sharpened. "So when are you proposing?" The question hit like a punch. "Who said anything about marriage?" "You moved her in," he countered. "If she matters, make it official." "I never claimed to love her." His eyes narrowed. "Then what are you claiming?" The lie burned my tongue. I hated deceiving him, it felt like spitting on his trust. But the truth, that she was property, a transaction, that would destroy him. So I held my silence, the weight of it settling like lead in my chest. The thought of becoming like the men he hated made my stomach twist. His disapproval would crush me, leaving a wound I'd never heal from. "I do," I choked out, the words scraping my throat like sandpaper. My pulse kicked up, the rush of blood drowning out everything else. The surge of adrenaline was sharp and confusing. Was it from the lie or the raw thrill of saying those words out loud? "I'm just not in a place to make that kind of promise right now." His gaze locked onto me, cold and unyielding. "What?" I didn't say anything. "But you're looking at me like you did." He turned away, nodding slightly toward Muse. Women like her don't come around often. Stunning, sure, but she's got fire. Reminds me of your mother. I wish I'd married her sooner just to have more time with her. One lifetime isn't enough." His hands tightened on the armrests. "I fought commitment for years until she walked out on me." That hit me like a punch. Everything I'd heard painted them as the perfect couple, inseparable from day one. "She left you." "Yeah, she told me she loved me, and I couldn't say it back." I wasn't a man then, just a coward, terrified of feeling anything, of losing someone else. Easier to stay hollow, but when she left, his voice cracked. "That was the loneliest I've ever been. Don't repeat my mistakes. If you love her, don't wait. Be the man she needs, because in a blink," he snapped his fingers, "someone else will." The thought of Muse with another guy made my chest burn. "That's my advice, son, and trust me, you're everything to her." My father was never wrong, except this once. Muse was possessive, sure, but that wasn't love. How could she love me after everything? Our relationship was a tangled mess of obligation and something else I couldn't name. "I know people," he said, relentless, "and I'm not wrong about her." By midnight, we finally made it to my old room upstairs. Nothing had changed: the dark wood bed frame, the slate-gray comforter, the bare walls. A small sitting area with a TV, a private bathroom, and a balcony overlooking the east side of the property. Muse stepped inside, scanning the space. No posters, no clutter. I'd never been one to stay home much, except at night when I'd sneak girls in. That's where my thing for lingerie started, the thrill of peeling it off, the softness under my fingers. She stopped by the bed, turning to me. "So, thoughts?" "About my room?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Added detail, the tension between them lingers, unspoken, as the scent of old books and faint cologne hangs in the air. A single framed photo on the nightstand, his parents, young and smiling, catches her eye, but she doesn't mention it. She gave a slow nod, her fingers tracing the edge of her dress before slipping it off, letting the fabric pool at her feet. The bra came next, unhooked with practiced ease, her dark eyes never leaving mine. The contrast of her black lace thong against her smooth skin was downright hypnotic. Her hair, a cascade of rich brown waves, framed her face as she tilted her head, watching me with that look, the one that turned my blood to fire. Still gonna wipe my memory clean after this. I didn't even have to ask. "Absolutely." Her hands slid up my chest, dragging my shirt off in one smooth motion. The second my skin was bare, she was on me, lips tracing a slow, deliberate path from my collarbone down, her breath hot against my stomach. Then she dropped to her knees, fingers hooking into my jeans, yanking them down with my boxers in one impatient tug. My cock sprang free, already slick with anticipation. She didn't waste time. Her mouth found my balls first, teasing with soft kisses before her tongue flicked up the length of me, slow and torturous. I groaned, gripping the edge of the dresser behind me just to stay upright. Last time had been good. This was next level. She took me deep, throat working around me, lips tight as she pulled back only to dive in again. Every stroke had me fighting not to lose it right there. Just when I was about to tip over the edge, she stopped. Pulled away with a smirk, standing up like she hadn't just wrecked me. That damn thong clung to her hips, and the way she pushed me back onto the bed, like she owned me, sent a fresh wave of heat through me. No hesitation. She climbed over me, settling her weight on my hips, guiding me inside with a slow, deliberate roll of her hips. The second she took me all the way, I nearly saw stars. She moved with this maddening control, rocking just enough to drive me wild without making a sound. The bed stayed quiet, but my pulse sure as hell didn't. Her hands braced against my chest, her body moving in a rhythm that was pure torture. I reached up, catching one of her nipples between my lips, earning a sharp gasp. She liked that. So I did it again, grinning against her skin when her hips stuttered. She wasn't just fucking me, she was making a point. And damn if I wasn't here for it, I couldn't take my eyes off her. Every move she made was intoxicating. Normally, I loved being in control, but watching her take charge flipped the script entirely. The way she craved me, the way she demanded my full attention, was hotter than anything I'd ever experienced. She didn't just want me, she wanted me obsessed, lost in her and nothing else. My fingers dug into the sheets as I fought back the rising pressure, my body screaming for release. "Close," I muttered through gritted teeth. Then I took over, guiding her hips with a slow, deliberate rhythm, showing her how to grind against me just right. The second she gasped, biting back a moan, I knew she felt it too. My entire body tensed, heat coiling tight in my gut. I was seconds away from losing it, from giving her everything. "Damn it!" Her hips jerked wildly as she hit that sweet spot, her breath hitching, her teeth clamping down on her lip to stifle the sounds. But I didn't care who heard. With a rough groan, I pulled her down hard, spilling into her as pleasure ripped through me. My chest heaved, my muscles locking up from the sheer force of it. She collapsed onto me, her lips crashing into mine like she couldn't get enough. Her tongue tangled with mine, her fingers gripping my hair like she was afraid I'd disappear. Every kiss was desperate, hungry, like she needed me as much as air. "Again!" she breathed against my mouth, and I grinned, already feeling the heat stir between us. "You got it." The next morning, sunlight spilled across the terrace as I sipped my coffee, the scent of fresh pastries mixing with the crisp morning air. My parents sat across from me, my mom glowing as usual while my dad kept his usual stoic expression. Vanessa, dressed like she was about to walk a runway instead of eat breakfast, wrinkled her nose at their exchange. "Gross," she muttered, earning a light smack from Mom. "How'd you sleep?" Mom asked, her eyes twinkling. I smirked, thinking of Muse tangled in my sheets, the way her perfume lingered in my old room like a secret. "Like a dream," Mom sighed, nudging Dad's arm. "I always sleep well with your father beside me." Dad just grunted, unfazed. Vanessa fake gagged, and Mom swatted her again. Some things never changed. Vanessa smirked as she sipped her coffee. "If I ever bring a guy home, promise you'll give me that same judgmental look." "Only if you deserve it," I shot back, grinning. Mom glanced between us before changing the subject. "How'd Sapphire sleep last night?" "Like a rock," I said. "She's upstairs putting the finishing touches on her outfit. Wants to look perfect for you too." It was funny, when we were alone, she'd roll out of bed in sweatpants and call it a day. But here, full glam, not that I minded. The fear of her spilling my secrets had completely vanished, buried under layers of trust I hadn't even realized were there. "You should stay another night," Mom suggested, her voice warm. "Take her to the vineyard, let her see the place in daylight." I sighed, torn. I wish I could, but I've got a mountain of prep work waiting. Once this project wraps, though, we'll come back for a real visit. A whole week, maybe. The hope in Mom's eyes was impossible to miss. "I'd love that. Your father and I want more time with you both." They never guilted me, but the quiet ache was there every time I left. If they had their way, I'd be living down the street like Cain. Maybe someday, just not yet. Then Muse appeared, looking effortlessly stunning in a flowy top, a skirt that swayed with every step, and a wide-brimmed hat shielding her from the morning sun. I stood, pulling out her chair like some old-school romantic. She blinked at me, since when did I do chivalry? But I silenced her surprise with a quick kiss. "Gorgeous," I murmured. She flushed, stealing a glance at my parents before whispering, "Thanks." Vanessa nearly choked on her toast. "Who are you?" I rolled my eyes. "Shut up." Dad, ever the diplomat, pretended not to hear, focusing on his eggs. One word from him could shut us down, but he preferred to let us bicker. Breakfast was easy, talk of the unseasonably warm weather, the new vines being planted, the way Muse devoured her food like she hadn't eaten in days. My hand stayed on her leg because, honestly, not touching her was impossible. It was refreshing, watching her enjoy a real meal. Back in the city, the girls at the studio treated food like an enemy, sipping broth, nibbling kale like it was a punishment. But Muse, she loaded her plate with eggs, toast, even stole a strip of bacon from my fork. Good. I wanted her strong, healthy, alive. She wasn't some mannequin starving for a photo shoot. In my world, in my bed, she could be exactly who she was. When it was time to leave, we lingered at the gate. The goodbye bittersweet but full of promise. My mom held me tight, her arms wrapped around me like I was leaving for years instead of just a few weeks. "I love you so much," she whispered, her face pressed against my chest. I could feel her warmth, her familiar scent wrapping around me. "Love you too, Mom," I murmured, rubbing her back gently. She didn't let go right away, squeezing me like she was trying to memorize the moment. "You've grown into such an amazing man," she said, pulling back just enough to look up at me. "I'm so proud of you." Her words should have made me happy. Instead, they twisted inside me like a knife. Every compliment felt like a lie because she didn't know the truth. She thought I was good, honorable. But I was. I'd bought Muse, trapped her in a deal she couldn't escape, forced her into my bed. If my mother knew, she'd never look at me the same way again. My dad stepped in next, pulling me into a firm hug. "Love you, kid. Love you too." He studied my face, his sharp eyes catching the tension I couldn't hide. "Something bothering you?" I forced a shrug. "Just work stuff. Need to handle something when I get back." He didn't push. "Drive safe." I nodded, then turned to leave. The ride was quiet, the weight of my mother's words pressing down on me. "I'm so proud of the man you've become." But I wasn't a man, I was something darker. Later, after dropping Carter off, we took Vanessa home. Conway carried her bags inside while she lingered with me on the sidewalk. "My family adores you," she said with a grin. "Honestly, I'd rather spend time with you than my brother any day." I laughed, shaking my head. "Thanks, you're not so bad yourself." "We should grab lunch this week," she suggested. "There's this cute cafe nearby, you'll love it." Conway reappeared just in time to overhear. "Lunch where?" he demanded, frowning. Vanessa rolled her eyes. "None of your business, you're not invited." She spun on her heel, then, just to mess with him, darted back and threw her arms around his waist. "Love you, dummy." His scowl vanished instantly. He sighed, patting her head. Yeah, love you too." With a final wave, she disappeared inside. Conway shot me a look. "What?" I just smirked. "Nothing." I slid back into the passenger seat as Conway pulled onto the highway, his grip loose on the steering wheel. Without a word, his fingers found mine, resting between us like it was the most natural thing in the world. No grand gestures, no dramatic confessions, just warmth. His thumb traced slow circles over my skin, and for once it wasn't leading to anything more, just this. "You realize we're alone, right?" I teased, studying his profile, the sharp line of his jaw, the way his sunglasses hid those unfairly gorgeous eyes. Even like this, he looked like he belonged on a billboard. The man could make a gas station pit stop look like a photo shoot. "Shocking, I know," he deadpanned, but the corner of his mouth twitched. "Now tell me why you were sulking yesterday." I groaned. "It's ridiculous, you'll regret asking." "Probably," he agreed cheerfully. "But humor me." "Fine, your family's perfect, like disgustingly perfect, and I don't know, it stings a little." His grin faded. "Because yours was. Even when they were alive, we weren't like you and Vanessa." No inside jokes, no family dinners, just silence. The admission tasted bitter. "Pathetic, right?" Conway's grip tightened. "You're forgetting something." "What, that I'm broke, that I couldn't even—" "You," he cut in, lifting my hand to his lips, "have me." The kiss he pressed to my knuckles was softer than I expected. "And for the record, my family's a nightmare at holidays. Mom once threw a turkey at Dad." I snorted. "Liar." "Swear on my Bugatti." Back at his penthouse, Conway vanished into his office while I flopped onto the couch, flipping through channels without really watching. My phone, useless except for Vanessa's contact, lit up with an unknown number. No area code I recognized. Against my better judgment, I answered. Miss Sapphire, a man's voice rough around the edges, not familiar. My stomach dropped. Who's asking? Who is this? Andrew Lexington from Lady Lingerie. The name rang a faint bell, but the brand, impossible to miss. Lady Lingerie was practically a mall staple. Anyone who hadn't heard of it must have been living off-grid. Oh, I own and design for the company. Took some effort to track you down, Sapphire. Nice to finally connect. My grip tightened on the phone. And why exactly were you looking for me? I froze, torn between hanging up, sprinting to find Conway, or hearing him out. I've got an offer. I reached out to Conway Barsetti first, but he shut me down. Can't blame him, protective streak makes sense, given your living situation. So he'd done his homework. My contract with Conway is airtight. Whatever you're pitching, it's a dead end. Appreciate the interest, but at least hear me out before you shut the door. Conway's got power, sure, but so do I. Money isn't an issue here. A hot flare of irritation shot through me. I'm not some prize cow at auction. Didn't say you were, he replied smoothly. But you should know what's on the table. I'll double whatever he's paying you. If only he knew the number. You can't afford me. Name your price. Let's meet in person and talk details. The thought of sneaking behind Conway's back twisted my gut. He'd taken me in, protected me. This felt like betrayal. Not happening. Thanks for the call, Mr. Lexington. Wait, fine, phone it is. What's your current deal? I shouldn't even answer. 100 million. Silence. Then, almost too fast, is that the full contract? Yep, told you. I'll double it. I nearly dropped the phone. What? 200 million, he repeated. 10-year contract modeling for Lady Lingerie. Buy out Conway, settle your debts, retire rich, you'd be free. Free, the word echoed. Enough to repay Conway, clear my name with knuckles, wipe the slate clean in New York. No more running, no more debt, just home. Sapphire, you still there? I snapped back. Yeah. So, do we have a deal? It was a no-brainer. Financial security, a fresh start, everything I'd wanted. But a weight settled in my stomach, heavy as guilt. I need time. Fair enough, I'll call in a week. Fine. Talk soon, Sapphire. The line went dead. I set the phone down, staring until the screen faded to black. The words echoed in my head like a broken record, pressing down on me like an invisible burden. There I was, staring at a life-changing $200 million deal, more than most people would ever dream of. Taking it should have been a no-brainer. Pay Conway back, wipe the slate clean, and walk away without a shred of guilt. But something held me back, because the truth, I wasn't sure I wanted to leave him behind, not even for that kind of money. And then there was her. My prisoner, my muse, supposed to be nothing more than a fleeting distraction. But the second she was in danger, I'd burn the world down to keep her safe. Funny how that works. She was meant to inspire, to entertain, not to make me feel. Not to make me care. Other titles by Penelope Sky. Buttons and lace buttons and hate buttons and pain buttons and shame buttons and blame buttons and grace coming soon. Lady in lingerie, queen in lingerie, empress in lingerie. No links, no obligations, just pure, unfiltered storytelling.